Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna toga book.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right there. And here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Good to see you. How are you? Good to see you. How are you? So another, however long this lasts in your company. What better way to spend however this long than to spend it in your company? It's a real privilege to have you here with me. So good to see you. Good day. And how are you? So another day, another session. You know how it rolls. But before we get into anything, you already know the routine. So click on the like. Good to see Thomas here with us. Stay on the screen. Stay on the screen, Thomas. Stay on the screen. We co-host, so we might as well co-introduce. So there's my co-pilot, Thomas, right there. So good to see you. Good to have you here. So the usual protocol. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe. If and by the way, you already know the importance of the like button, so just do that. There's actually, I think I may have discovered why we're struggling to get people to click on the like button. Let me show you a graphic that will show you somewhat something. Let me show you a graphic that will somewhat explain why we have not been, why I canvas for like and people don't respond. Let me show you a graphic. This graphic is the back end of the platform. So these are the YouTube analytics, the information that we get. So this will tell you then why I canvas for likes and I don't get a response. So look at this. So this is the back end of the platform, as I said. And if you take a look, so this is the audience space. So these are the people that traditionally watch the platform. So now, so this tells you then what they watch the most out of my platform, out of my videos. But if you look at here, it says channels your audience watches. So you can see it right there. It says channels your audience watches. So that tells you. So what are my audience watching? So they watch Arise News, which pleases me. They watch Symphony, which is a new documentation sort of space as well. They watch Ned Media. So now you all know what Ned Media is. It's one of those obedient sort of spaces. They watch Viable TV, which I think is a news platform. They watch Mayegun Space, and what else? There's 3 pages of them. They watch Channels TV. They watch Africa German Woman, Africa German First Lady. They watch Obidati Family. They watch Anchor and Network. They watch Apple Lime Media. And then they watch these tops Onye Zizi. And then they watch Real Matters with K. White. Then they watch Gist with Gideon. They watch Niger Watch. And they watch Leon Mark. So what does that tell you? That tells you then that a good abundance of my audience, that they are Southeasterners. So that tells you that the preponderance, the abundance, the fullness of the complement, a good 70% of my audience, they are Southeasterners. So that then tells you then, I'm not sure if that explains why I'm not getting that. I'm not going to leap to assumption, but that made for an interesting, when I was just having a look at the analytics, that made for an interesting set of information. So I was then trying to deduce, Brownberry, make sure your mic is switched on so that you can connect fully, Brownberry. So that then made me to try to draw conclusions. So clearly, if they are watching Net TV and they are watching Obidati TV, and that is where most of my that is what most of my audience also digest. So that tells you then who most of my audience are. And then if you want to relate that to the like button, then you can draw conclusions from there. I certainly drew conclusions, so there it is. But click on the like button nevertheless, whether you are an Obidati TV person or not. I am not Obidati TV, but hopefully I add something sufficient enough to the mix for you to have to click on the like button. So click on that like button. So now the secret is out. So now we have a reason to it. The secret. I was just looking at the data and I came across that. So click on the like button, and if you're not already subscribed, if you're one of those compliments from Obidati, whatever it is, make sure you're subscribed to the space as well. You can digest both. So that gives you the balance, doesn't it? Even if you see me as contrary to your leanings, then you see me as a balance. If you see me as contrary to your leanings, then you must then see me as a balance. How can you see me otherwise? If you're a functioning, sentient, cerebral being, if you're a functioning, sentient, cerebral being, then if you see me as contrary to what your leanings are, then you must see me as balanced. Otherwise, then you just want to digest an unbalanced view, and that is called brainwashing and propaganda and mind control. I hope you're sufficient enough of function not to want your mind to be controlled. And if you do not want your mind to be controlled, let me provide the balance. I don't even provide an opposition. I just provide a level storyline. I provide a fact-based level storyline. So that's just the thing. But interesting reading. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, which is just being put up in the comment section now. If you want to come join us on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So that brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. So nothing complex, nothing complicated, nothing brutish or brutal. It's just a simple process. You just click on the like button. You click on the like button, but you click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join me and share thoughts. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary in that. It's just like meeting up with your friend and sharing thoughts and discussing politics. And we don't even have to discuss politics. We can discuss anything that takes your fancy. So click on that, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. The invitation to buy your host cups of coffee pinned on the comment section. I'm not even going to flash that on the screen anymore. So here we go, and here it is. And this is where we kick it off. So having said all that, look at where I am kicking it off now. Peter Obi deletes tweet where he addressed Tinubu as Nigerian president. I'm not quite sure that Peter Obi should be deleting tweet where he addressed Tinubu as the Nigerian president, because of course Peter Obi promotes himself as a law-abiding citizen, and the law presents that Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. So why would he do? What has he said that is off in that or untrue? So the law presents as it stands that Tinubu is the president of the country. So why would Peter Obi delete the tweet? Peter Obi deletes tweet where he addresses Bola Tinubu as Nigerian president. So clearly he's been smacked about by the usual suspects. So it's probably taking a compliment of slapping and very, very swiftly moved. So now, this next headline is not so much back together again, but together at last. So note the distinction. It's not so much back together again, but together at last. Together at last, 4 years after, Ambode joins Fashola Sanwo-Olu at reception in honor of Tinubu. So they said nothing succeeds like success. I'm sure you've heard that phraseology before. Nothing succeeds like success. Victory has many sons. Defeat is an orphan and all that. So all of that. So now you recall, by the way, that in March, Ambode was actually campaigning against Sanwo-Olu, throwing his weight behind the Rhodes Viva space. But now that everything is settled and winner takes all, and by winner takes all, winner has actually taken everything in this instance. Do you get it? Winner has actually taken everything in this instance. So you have no wiggle room other than to yield, sheathe your sword, and bow the knee. So bend the knee. So this essentially is a narrative of Ambode bending the knee, because the winner has taken everything. He took the presidency and held on to his Lagos. So what more is there to say? So Ambode bends the knee really should be what this headline says. 4 years after, Ambode joins Fashola Sanwo-Olu at reception in honor of Tinubu. So yes, we'll spend time with that, see what that has to offer. And of course, a lot of political talks will be, of course, wrapped around the name Tinubu, just like for the last 8 years, a lot of political talks were wrapped around the name Buhari. So now to another headline that echoes now just an assessment of the journey so far. 3 weeks are going on for. Nigeria's stock market at highest level in 15 years gained 18.9% in first half of 2023. So now, I'm not sure that the totality of this goes to Tinubu because this is the culmination of 6 months of trading to land at this point. Unless, of course, in the course of this readout, they tell us that there was a special spike or a pivoting over the last 3 weeks to land us at this space. So if the Tinubu bounce is more than 10% of that 18%, then Tinubu gets the credit. But people that knock Nigeria, there's actually changes. The country is on a trajectory that is upwardly levered. Nigeria's stock market at highest level in 15 years gains 18.9% in first half of 2023. So quite what levered that, we'll find out shortly. We'll find that out shortly. And still staying with all matters are commercial. You remember the arbitrage that Tinubu removed from the Naira exchange space. But they say corruption fights back always in Nigeria. It looks as though corruption is fighting back within that space. Concerns mount as exchange rate continues to sell at intraday low of 460 and high of 840. So that chasm, almost a 50% chasm right there within 1 day straight. So that hints to very much the shadowy hands of manipulation. But who is manipulating what? Because Tinubu says to narrow the foreign exchange buying and selling to one window within the CBN. But how open is the trading in that space is the question. So this is now what is being brought in now. Concerns mount as exchange rate continues to sell, at intra-bank low of 460 and high of 840. So all within 1 day. So somebody had made bank in just that day then. If a 50% differential or 100% differential even. So now this next storyline. This really is a nod in the direction of Ribadu. You remember Ribadu, who sometimes come to spend time with us here. So remember, a couple of sessions ago, he came up and gave us this rather heart-wrenching narrative about a little girl that knocked on his door begging for food. So now, when this storyline, when a subscriber came across this storyline, it triggered echoes of that rather heart-wrenching commentaries by Ribadu. So they sent this in. So let me not fumble at them out. Let me just bring it to you. And northeastern Nigeria, malnourished children fighting for their lives. So it's just there are so many collateral damage type people within. In fact, let's just go through this now. Northeastern Nigeria, malnourished children fighting for their lives. And Ribadu, if you're listening, you inspired this. Northeastern Nigeria, malnourished children fighting for their lives. Residents of Ran in Northeast Nigeria, okay, so that's just that the caption of that photo. Millions are facing hunger and children's lives are on the line in northeastern Nigeria amidst a protracted conflict and intensifying climate change. In face of this, the United Nations humanitarian response in the region is underfunded. Humanitarians told journalists in Geneva on Wednesday. Millions are facing hunger and children's lives are on the line in northeastern Nigeria amidst a protracted conflict and intensifying climate change. In the face of this, the United Nations humanitarian response in the region is underfunded. Humanitarians told journalists in Geneva on Wednesday. The UN humanitarian official in the country, Matthias Schmel, informed that severe hunger is affecting 4.3 million people in Nigeria. And by the way, the body that was reporting to us just a few sessions ago, he lives in Maiduguri. So very much this is a storyline that he will resonate with almost immediately. The United Nations top humanitarian official in the country, Matthias Schmel, informed that severe hunger is affecting 4.3 million people in Nigeria's Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe states. The number of children under 5 at risk of life-threatening severe acute malnutrition has doubled in 1 year to reach 700,000. So it's just children under 5 notable. How do they? A lot of them, you want to imagine they are orphans of the conflict, just roaming the streets, scavenging. It's just it's a real tragedy. Describing the situation in the region, Mr. Schmel said, I have been to Borno and the other 2 states several times. I have seen mothers fighting for the lives of their malnourished children in nutrition stabilization centers. The children he spoke to complained about being hungry for days. Those of us who are parents must imagine what it's like when you cannot ensure your children have enough to eat, he emphasized. The catastrophic situation is primarily the result of more than a decade of insecurity linked to non-state armed groups, which prevents people from farming and earning income from the land, Mr. Schmel said. Another harmful factor is climate change and extreme weather impacts. Last year saw the worst flood in 10 years in Nigeria, which affected more than 4.4 million people across the country, not just the Northeast. Soaring prices of food, fuel, and fertilizers have exacerbated the crisis, and the response remains severely underfunded. The United States officials said that out of the $1.3 billion in humanitarian funding needed for the region, only 25% has been secured so far. So that's just it's not a story that comes especially as a surprise to any of us, but we need to remind ourselves, maybe once in a while, that this is actually the situation we find ourselves in. This is the situation we find ourselves in. 700,000 children under 5 are fighting for food to eat in Nigeria. It's right there. This is it. It's a real killer. And if you're a parent, it's an absolute catastrophe. So hopefully we'll be able to run commentaries on that. Now, this clip speaks to conversations that has been going on for over the last 4 or 5 sessions that we've been having so far. The impact of all of these policy maneuverings by Tinubu on the Nigerian on the long-suffering Nigerian mass. So it's a 14-minute long clip. So hopefully we'll be able to seek your indulgence to have a look at that. Quite important that clip. All right. So there it is. Plenty to mull over, plenty to chew through, plenty to wrap conversations around. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button, which some of you have done, but not sufficient enough of you. So if you have not clicked on the like button, then please do that. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join me on the studio, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. Please continue to ignore that. So do all those as I take a micro break to come back with the fullness of it. First, the Keguys.
Water, only water, only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don come o.
You dada.
Hapa o night o.
Ẹ kú ní sáyọ. Ẹ jẹ́ padà sílé. Kájọ jọ.
Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùyé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mùrè o.
Ó ti yájọ.
Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o.
Gbé bọ́dì ẹ̀ gbé.
Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o.
Ìrẹsílẹ̀ yájọ.
Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé
Kẹ́lẹ́
o.
eréke.
Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
Ẹgbà. Ó lè jò. Ṣọlẹ̀ jò. Ṣọ dada.
Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ.
Òkìyà omi òtí lọ. Wọ́n ta káàdà. Èmi. Ayé ìlú.
Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
Àmì o.
And there it is right there. Akuko Orumeiko, the cockroach of the heavens. Akuko in Yoruba land means cockroach, not a chicken or it's cockroach. You know, Akuko Orun. So the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. So that's what that means. Akuko Orumeiko, the cockroach of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku koniriwa gbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So potent prayer. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. As guys, I bring you this. Peter Obi deletes tweet where he addressed Bola Tinubu as Nigerian president. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general election, Peter Obi, has deleted a post on his Twitter handle where he referred to Bola Tinubu as Nigerian president and commented about his long convoy in Lagos. Obi and Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) are currently challenging the victory of Tinubu in the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal in Abuja. According to the Independent National Electoral Commission, what do you mean? Well, okay. Tinubu won the presidential election and Atiku and Obi came second and third, respectively. Peter Obi has taken a swipe at President Bola Tinubu over a viral video of his long convoy following his arrival in Lagos State from London, United Kingdom, on Wednesday. Obi's comment comes amidst the outrage being expressed by Nigerians over the large convoy of President Tinubu during a recent visit to Lagos State. However, Obi, in his reaction on Friday, in a post on his verified Twitter handle, urged Nigerian leaders to sacrifice for a better Nigeria. He said, yesterday at the final commendation service of late Archbishop Maxwell, I won't attempt his last name, in Oka, I was ambushed by a group of journalists who asked me to comment on the life of the late clergyman. Promptly, they sought my opinion on a video they said was making the rounds online, allegedly showing Mr. President, with Mr. President moving with about 120-car convoy. So, of course, Mr. President, which is exactly what Tinubu is. So, he has not faulted so far. While I have not had the opportunity of seeing the video, so he's going to nevertheless comment, my advice remains consistent that sacrifices for a better Nigeria must start from the leaders. Meanwhile, shortly after deleting the tweet in which he called Tinubu Mr. President, Obi posted another tweet stressing the need for Nigerian leaders to address the suffering of the people. We cannot continue to preach for the people to sacrifice without sacrificing too. Obi said in a letter tweet, the sacrifice must now start from the leader visibly and measurably at all times because the people are suffering. We must now be at the forefront of addressing the suffering. So here it is. So this is the original tweet right here. If you see where my cursor is right here, this is the tweet that Peter Obi has felt the need to. It's just so petty and so silly. Allegedly showing Mr. President moving with about 120 motor convoy. Of course, he is Mr. President. he was sworn in, by the country's chief justice, so he's legally the president. So there's no fault line there, but it's just the toxicity of that space. Because Peter Obi promotes himself as a law-abiding citizen, and the law in Nigeria tells us that Tinubu is the president. He's contending that, but what the law obtains at the moment is that Tinubu is the president. So forget that Tinubu is not. I suspect that that Tinubu is not my president narrative is actually cascading down from the top. So that is Tinubu is not my president, but certainly the people that feel that not only is Tinubu is their president, is probably also even their daddy. Not only their president, but their daddy. 4 years after, Ambode joins Fashola Sanwo-Olu at reception in honor of Tinubu. So for this bunch, for this mob, Tinubu is not just their president, he's their daddy. So there's a clip that I'm going to play you, but I'm going to mute it for reasons of copyright. Former governor of Lagos State Akinwumi Ambode has joined his predecessor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his successor Babajide. I wonder if only Ambode's name had been Babajide, maybe would have kept the. Oh no, Babatunde is Fashola's one. Former governor of Lagos State Akinwumi Ambode has joined his predecessor Babatunde Fashola and his successor Babajide Sanwo-Olu at a reception organized in honor of President Bola Tinubu in Lagos. The trio were seen in a cheerful mood in a video posted on the Twitter handle of Mr. Gboyega Akoshile, the chief press secretary of Sanwo-Olu. Akoshile's caption for the tweet reads, breaking, Governor Fashola Ambode and Sanwo-Olu meet at the Lagos House Marina for the first time in over 4 years at a reception organized by Governor Sanwo-Olu in honor of President Bola Tinubu, who is in Lagos for Salah celebration. They were joined by the Deputy Governor of the state, Obafemi Hamzat, at the reception venue. Recall that prior to the 2019 governorship election in Lagos, in the state, there was a fallout between Ambode and Tinubu's political camp, which saw the former governor lose his re-election bid. So let's have a look at this clip, and then we'll see what we're making of it. But here they are pretending to be friends. Let me make sure that there's no sound. So here it is. So there it is right there. So they need no introduction to you, of course. The hangers-on who are going to, you see all these people attaching themselves to the photographs. They are going to use it to make money later, to try and infer relationships with the leadership in their 419 quest. Most of them, of course, the Supreme Court governor, as they like to call him in Imo State. So this is all taking place in Lagos. All the great, not so great and not so good, all gathered there. That's Ambode, of course, who still in his head imagines that he's still the governor. See how he's preening and peacocking. You see in his head, he clearly imagines he is the president. You can see the red cap, of course. The Southeasterners are in full representation. So not the whole of the region insist that Tinubu is not their president. The people who know who their president is have quickly moved to acknowledge that this is my president, because, of course, there's nowhere that power is more potent than within the Nigerian space. And if you turn your back against the power base, then it will be to your own peril. So that's Ambode now trying to say, there, yes, I beat you, but let's be friends. Look at that. As though I mean, someone would rather say, there, I beat you. But I'm sure Ambode knows all of these people. So these are the people that were chasing him for contracts, who of course have not abandoned him to go in a different direction. So there it is, back together again. We rebuilt Lagos, and if you are that narrative, we rebuilt Lagos is all encapsulated in that little cameo right there. So insert Tinubu in there, and that is we rebuilt Lagos right there. So we rebuilt Lagos. They rebuilt Lagos, but is their daddy able to rebuild Nigeria? The market suggests that they have confidence. Nigeria stock market at highest level in 15 years gains 18.9% in the first half of 2023. So, okay, it's not too labeled, so we can just go through it. Equity trading on the Nigerian exchange limit concluded the equity trading on the Nigerian exchange limit concluded the first half of the year on a positive note, with the NGX All Share Index gaining 18.9% and closing at 60.9 thousand index points. This marks a significant milestone for the index, reaching its highest level in 15 years since March the 5th, 2008, when it stood at 66.3% points. No, 66.3 points, not percent. The month of June saw the all share index rise by, so yes, the month of June. So yes. So this is what I was looking for. This right there gives the attribution, because they're telling us that this is a 6 month count, but this little space now that I'm highlighting, it gives the attribution of what actually happened. The month of June saw the all share index rise by 9.3%. So that's telling you then that essentially this is all Tinubu. This is all is right there. The month of June saw a 10% bounce. The month of June saw the all share index rise by 9.3%, breaking a 4-year streak of losses for stocks during this month. So I'm not sure that you guys will. It would have been a decade or so ago, maybe longer, when they were selling all these shares in Nigeria, and I put £1,000 in First Bank. I hope I still can find the details of it if the market is about to, because I thought I'd lost the money and I just it off mentally, but we'll just it's almost unbelievable. A 10% bounce in a month. I wonder what happened in June. What policy was that not the time that they removed the arbitrage from the exchange rate, and that's the market's response. The month of June saw the all share index rise by 9.3%, breaking a 4-year streak of losses for stocks during this month. It also represents the best monthly performance for the stock market in approximately 2.5 years. Yes. So they've had more than well, I thought it would have been an all-time high. Despite concerns such as rising inflation, interest rate hikes, and apprehensions surrounding the fallout of the 2023 general elections, investor confidence remains strong, leading to increased buying activity. So this is, I think this is new money coming into the Nigerian space, is what this may be suggesting. It says that despite concerns such as rising inflation, interest rate hikes, and apprehensions surrounding the fallout of the general election, investors' confidence remains strong, leading to increased buying activities. So, yes, Yes, maybe I should put in. I don't know, man. There are decisions, there are commercial decisions to be made now of some of these moves that we are seeing Tinubu making. The positive sentiment among investors can be attributed to several factors, including the peaceful transition to power, or that should be of power, following the 2023 elections, favorable policies introduced by President Bola Tinubu's new administration, such as the subsidy streamlining of the rates and floating of the naira. And by the way, this floating of the naira is something that a lot of our financial people on this platform have been saying for months. For months. This is just to tell you the quality of persons that we get here sometimes. Even before they've been saying it for months. And by the way, this is why you should stay here, because often instances, the conversations that are had here, just nothing to do with me, it's really because of the quality of the panels that we assemble. The conversations that are had here, they are almost prophetic in nature. Often instances they are. They are almost prophetic. Often instances are prophetic in nature. Investors responded to the changes in Nigeria's foreign exchange operational framework and also viewed President Bola Tinubu's decision to suspend Emefiole, who had implemented restrictive policies affecting their profits, in a favorable light. Available statistics to Nairametrics showed that the All Share Index, which is the broad index that measures the performance of Nigerian stocks, opened the trading quarter. So it goes on into some heavy details. Fundamental shifts. The managing director of Arthur Steven Asset Management Limited, Mr. If there's one thing that rankles me, if this is international money coming into the Nigerian space, then that's fair enough. But if this is a wholly, look at it, I'm highlighting it for you. Hopefully you can see it. If this is a wholly Nigerian-owned, so let me take a sip of water, then I'll land that sentence. So yes, this is something that rankles me, I was saying. So it says the managing director of Arthur Steven Asset Management Limited. Now I have an issue with that. So if this is an international company with a satellite office in Nigeria, then no issues there. But if this is a wholly Nigerian-owned company wanting to call themselves Arthur Stevens, then that's an issue. Just call yourself Gbadebo Mustafa Mukhtar Money Management Limited. Why would you have to Onyibofy why do we Onyibofy? This was what Mike was saying to us just the other day, that we still have that inferiority complex of that colonial mindset. The managing director of Arthur Steven Management Limited, Mr. Olatunde something or the other, in a chat with Nairametrics, said that a demographic shift has happened in the NGX in the last few years. So I'll give you his quotation and then we'll move on. We now have more local institutions and retail investors in the market than foreign portfolios. So that's quite striking, actually. That's quite striking. So the money propelling the Nigerian stock exchange is actually Nigerian money. And by the way, this is corruption still, though. Is corruption finding its way into the stock market? So they loot the money and then try and launder it via buying stocks. This is how I'm choosing to understand this. We now have more local institutions and retail investors in the market than foreign portfolio investors. The reverse used to be the case. This shift has naturally reduced volatility in stock prices, as the locals are likely to have more faith in the local market than foreigners. That is why you see the NGX ASI continuing to rise despite all the uncertainty in the environment. So that just tells you categorically that it's looted money is being parked in stocks. He explained that the other drivers might also be the fact that we are moving towards the end of the first half of the year, and this normally led to portfolio rebalancing by fund and asset managers. They rebalance their portfolios every quarter and every half year, and this normally results in stock rally. So now let's see what the Tinubu factor is, because it brings Tinubu up here. The managing director of Crane Securities, so this seems to be something they all do, Crane, C-R-A-N-E. The managing director of Crane Securities Limited, Mr. Mike Eze, said the result of the election, which brought Bola Tinubu, stabilized the market. At the beginning of the year, there was so much tension and anxiety because of the election. When the election was over, investors saw that the tension did not lead to what was expected. It brought stability to the market. And once the market is stable, it leads to a rally, which means there is adequate demand for stocks in the capital market. So one of the major reasons that led to stock rally in half a year was the election that led to the emergence of Bola Tinubu as president. So nothing especially to do with Tinubu. The fact that the election was peaceful and there's been no outlandish spill out of the back of it, the market is happy that, okay, the place is settled for another few years, so they continue to trade. So that bounces confidence, which brings in money, I think is what he's saying. But then he goes into the Tinubu space now. He noted that policies that are market-friendly, introduced by the new president, such as the harmonization of the different exchange rates, the shake-up in the Apex Bank, which trickled down to the Money Deposit Bank, and the floating of the Naira, were major drivers for the rally. Eze added that the removal of fuel subsidies further made the country attractive to foreign investors and high net worth local investors. I wonder who those are, these high net worth local investors. He noted that many investors are rebalancing their portfolio in readiness for half-year results. So it goes on to speak to what the previous one had spoken to. So it goes on to speak to what the previous one had spoken to. Let me give you this last readout, and then we come into the room, see if there's anyone there, and then we'll see when to play the clip. So this is still to do with our finances, by the way, but it's a short read. So I know some of you sometimes you tire of those financial sort of readouts. All you want is Tinubu is a crook, Peter Obi is a dons. That's usually what you want to hear, isn't it? Tinubu is a crook, Peter Obi is a dons. That's really why you are here. So Tinubu is a crook, Peter Obi is a dons. Concerns mount as exchange rate continues to sell at intraday low of 460 naira and high of 840. So what does this mean? Foreign exchange traders at the official investor and exporter window expressed concern over persistent forex trading at intra-day lows of around 460 to 465 to the dollar, suspecting possible foul play and market manipulation. The exchange rate between the Naira and dollar closed at 763 to the dollar, but experiences intraday low of 4. Anyway, let me abandon that because that's going somewhat over my head as well. So that's going somewhat over my head as well, but sadly not going over the head of Thomas, who joins us. Adanle Koko is here, and Brownberry makes an appearance. So Brownberry, it's been a while. Are you there, Brownberry?
I'm here, one man. Happy New Year to everyone.
It's been a good while. Is our fight over?
Yeah, the last time we never. What do you mean fight over?
Where were you just abandoned us?
No. Yeah. Last time we spoke, I was in Nigeria. That was
right.
January or December. I can't remember. When I joined you guys. Yeah. So I've been listening lately.
So how's it been for you? Catch us up with since the last time. So we've had an election. I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah,
They are telling us that Tinubu is now the president. What are you making of all that?
Tinubu is the president now, according to
INEC.
According to INEC and the Constitution.
Yes.
INEC has already pronounced it, so we have to respect that until otherwise,
So what are you making then of his movements? Yes, like you said, case is still in the tribunal.
Yeah.
But what you are known for is a balanced view. So what are you making then of his movement so far, Tinubu?
His movement so bad. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, most of the three. I mean, the top three candidates. I mean, whatever he's doing right now, that was what they all said they were going to do anyway. And the only disappointment that I think I've had so far is his appearance in France. I think it would have made some speech, But I mean, perhaps that's his style, But we are Nigerians, and we are people that always show off, and we want to always be on the forefront. I would have expected him.
Did you really want Tinubu making speeches? You know his record with public speaking.
Well, he spoke yesterday in Lagos, didn't he?
Yes, but he spoke within the comfort zone of his own, kit and cane.
Yeah, I don't think he's somebody that cannot speak, But I think that was a mistake. His handlers made. I mean, they are just trying. When I hear people trying to cover it, it doesn't matter. No, it does matter. But that one is past now. But we have to move on. But it shouldn't happen again.
How does it matter in the grand scheme of things, though? What was your expectation? What would that speech have meant? What sort of projection do you think him making a speech
if he had spoken, if he had made any speech, like that would have boosting his will I say people that are still hanging on the wall, and still doubting him, They would have, like this man, wow, this man is really, is really up there, trying to, bring something back home. Because all we heard was that, he struck this. I mean, some head of state called him, they spoke, but we didn't really know. That's what we didn't get any photos of any head of state that spoke with him, or any president or apart from Macron when he.
We saw photographs of him with the Republic of Benin president.
That's just backyard one. Republic of Benin. If he wants to, Republic of Benin president can always come to Abuja and see him if that's what he wants. But there's a lot of work to do at home, and those work has to start immediately.
Has it started that work with the removal of this petrol subsidy and streamlining the Naira exchange rate? Were you impressed by those policy positions?
I was, but I was not surprised. Because those top three candidates, I can tell you, people will say, "Oh, did you think they would have had the guts to do it?"
Yes, that's the bigger question, isn't it? But carry on.
They would have. Any one of these three, they would have. Because these people, they were. I mean, we've never had these three candidates were one of the. I mean, we've never had candidates like this before. Like these three candidates. Yeah, I believe they would have. But like I said, there's a lot of work to do. We have to put ourselves back in the position as the giant of Nigeria. Aviation, we have to get our aviation right. Because right now, Ethiopia is just running the show in Africa. We have to put our feet down, and just we don't need to. I don't think the federal government need to invest in it. Federal government need to just bring people together and let them just fly Nigeria Air. But it has to come with a lot of training, staff training. Because we can't just come and say, Air Peace or whatever you are. I mean, whatever they call themselves, and say because those services we get there, we don't want to be getting that kind of services when international people are coming. They have to because we need to take control of the whole of the whole of Africa when it comes to aviation, because aviation is like elephant. There's a lot of employment. You understand? It carries a lot of employment, hundreds of thousands of employment.
Let me ask you this question: What would Tinubu have to do? What does he have to do to signal to you that this is somebody you can take seriously and pack yourself? Just say three things that you will say, okay, I'm going to take him seriously.
Fight corruption. Probe number one. I'm still on number one, please. Okay. Probe this government. You cannot.
The previous government, you mean?
This previous government, probe them, okay? Because they did so much. They destroyed this country. Even Tinubu himself knows, and that's why he can't afford to fail, because he knows he's the one. He was the one that brought Buhari, and Buhari failed. So whether the tribunal is going on or not, Tinubu has to put his feet down and bring these people to judgment, and and make sure they are persecuted, and all the money should be brought back. Because you and I know
that's a tall ask. That's a tall. It's never been all of the money cannot be brought back. What
if
more likely is
brought back is enough?
Yes. Okay. Maybe not even half, but try and recover some of the money is more likely.
Right.
Yeah,
and that is number one. And number two, I'm going to cap number two together. Aviation. Like this, whatever they are just talking about fuel, what's it called, refineries and everything. Just forget refinery. Refinery will come, but steel manufacturing. That Ajaokuta has that one. It has to be the number one priority. Ajaokuta has to be the number one priority.
Should they not just hand that over to Dangote?
Again, come on, is Dangote buying everything? Are they just giving Dangote everything?
Well, he's shown a capacity to run business.
So there are no other person in Nigeria that has capacity. Anyway, whatever it is, that is a priority, so that we can bring Nigeria back to manufacturing. Because without steel, there is nothing. We cannot manufacture anything, because steel is everything. Whatever you manufacture, steel is like 80% of it. Okay. So, and secondly, should invest in automobile companies. These automobile companies like Innoson and this electrical, and some of them that has this electrical automobile that are springing up right now. Let them pump money into it, like a loan, but not without interest. Okay, pump money into it. You can tell Innoson to open some branches in all the 6 geopolitical zone, so we can flood this. We can take charge of West Africa, from there to East Africa, so and you also concentrate on mass housing and education and mass housing. That's what brings people out of poverty. Mass housing and education. I'm telling you, in the next 15 years, Nigeria will be different. Education, mass housing, and all these things I just talked about. Invest in innovation. Make sure we take charge. We're able to take over from Ethiopia here, excellent service delivery, Ajaokuta steel, housing and education, and we'll be up there.
All right, brilliant. So to the headline on the screen, Peter Obi deletes tweet where he addressed Tinubu as president. Tinubu is the president, so.
Correct.
So why would he delete the tweet? A lot of people feel that he's been held hostage by his followership, and this sort of a headline lends credence to that.
If he did delete the tweets, I don't. If he tweeted and he deleted it, I don't think. Tinubu is the president, of course, right now. So what are you going to do? I do feel that. Peter Obi is a gentleman. He tweeted it because he knows that. Constitutionally, right now, Tinubu is the president, according to INEC declaration, until court said otherwise. So, if he addresses Tinubu as the president, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But if he deletes it, I don't know if these are fake news. I don't know. So
it's not fake news.
But if he deletes it, that is not good on him. Or if he's the one handling his Twitter himself, if he's the one that. That directed them to delete it. I don't think that's good on it. But there's a lot of work to do. This is just gossip on the way.
What are you making about the how the financial market has been responding to the Tinubu administration?
The financial market, we are saying that most of the people that are happy with what Tinubu is doing is foreign investors, people that want to come to Nigeria and invest, because they've been having issue with that dollar that was not balanced. So those are the people that are happy right now. But Nigerians are going to suffer. There's no doubt about that before they start getting anything, and that's what it is. Nothing comes easy. Nothing comes easy, because Nigerians are going to suffer, but they just have to be patient. And I just hope that this administration will really come true for them and just won't allow them to suffer for nothing. And I don't even want to hear about those 5,000, handling 5,000 to them. They don't need that. They don't need it.
You don't
get 5,000 cannot get anybody.
You don't think they need some sort of insulation from all this?
No. Let them start using that money to buy electric buses. Let them start shipping electric buses right now as we speak. They should be shipping like thousands every month.
How do Brownberry? How do you insulate them? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, how do you insulate them in the immediate term? Because what you're saying now is the medium to long term, but how do you insulate them in the immediate term?
So one man, do you really think 5,000 naira is what the Nigerian person is looking for now? 5,000 naira is going to fit. It can't even get anywhere. We have to be honest. And most of this money, people just put in their pocket. Do you know that they were giving APC? We were giving money to low income during the time of Buhari for like a year or two. They were giving them like 5,000 or 10,000. Do you know how they get? Do you know how it get to them? I think it was 15,000, but it would get 5,000 would not get to the people, because before it get to them, they would not take 5,555, like all those criminals, politicians, criminals. So they should just use that money for something that will benefit them for the long run, not what they will just eat today and tomorrow they are hungry. I don't approve of that.
All right. Are you still clinging on to just back to the obedience space? Is there still is there still anything that is it more hope than expectation now? Because of course it's not looking good, is it? Are you more now hope than in expectation?
For me, I've always said that if Peter Obi doesn't win, Tinubu will win. If Tinubu doesn't win, Peter Obi will win. I've always said that if Atiku wins, there might be a big issue. Big issue. The country might divide. You understand? So I'm not too angry. I'm not mad, but I don't want people to be going about and say, oh, tell them to leave the tribunal, to come and start. Everything is now rosy. Let's allow people to be doing these things, and let allow the court to be doing their things. Whatever they say, everybody will abide with it. That's where I stand.
All right. Let me take you to this final headline. Fashola Sanwo-Olu Fashola Sanwo-Olu and Ambode, that you should have Ambode there. Ambode joins Fashola and Sanwo-Olu at reception in honor of Tinubu. Here it is right there. So we built Lagos is really what this tells me. So what are you then making of Ambode coming back into the fold and then this presenting this united front? So this is the we built Lagos narrative, is it not?
It takes he's a good man. It's not everybody that can, with everything that happened to him, people, he's someone that has a forgiving spirit, and he also wants to remain in limelight. So he has no choice. Did they build Lagos? Yes, of course they built Lagos. They built
you're willing to concede that.
I've never, why you rub everybody together? Have I ever, we ever debated this, me and you?
No. I just wondered because the usual narrative is that how did they build
they
Lagos?
build the modern Lagos, but it's consistency. Even out of this consistency, even the it's not only Lagos that inflates their contract, because even like I always say, even with the situation we have in Nigeria, with the structure of our governance, if we had patriotic leaders from bottom up, Nigeria would be fine. It's just that we have corrupt leaders. It's not that money don't come to our state. They don't have money don't come. It's just that they inflate contracts and they do things that are, like sending people to Jerusalem, sending people to mosque, to Saudi Arabia with government money. I mean, what is that? That has to stop. So they are not using they are using money for them. So it's not that we don't have money in Nigeria. Even as this, let's restructure, is that what? Yeah, restructure. If we restructure, we are still going to. I'm not saying I'm more for restructuring, but what I'm saying is that with the way this country is structured today, if we have patriotic leaders that are not selfish, this country and our states will be doing fine. But unfortunately, we have unpatriotic leaders. Look at what you just showed right now in the north. I mean, I will always say this, that our leaders from the south, they are corrupt, but the northerners are just so corrupt. I'm sorry to say that they have no heart. What they do sometimes, look at what they did in this Buhari administration, just stealing billions of dollars, and they don't even look back.
I wouldn't say the totality of the northerners.
No, sorry to say.
I think they're just insurgent. And we have insurgency all over the country, so I wouldn't say the northerners.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about the northern leaders. They are so corrupt. You can't take that away. I mean, it's just
the southern ones are not. Are the southern ones?
I'm not saying they are not corrupt, but come on, they don't even have heart over there, man. When you see those poverty right there, when it's people on the street, they don't want to put them to school. And right now, those people, they are all. I'm not saying. Look at what is happening in the south. They are everywhere because they are now migrating to the south.
Yes, actually they are.
They are all migrating to the south because of what the leaders are doing over there. And when they come to the south, I'm not saying that it's
not because of what the leaders are
kind of seeing that.
Hold on. I'm not sure I should let you get away with that. It's not because of what the leaders are doing. It's because of the insurgency.
Okay, you want to tell me it's because of insurgency?
Yeah, but is that
you want to tell me it's because of insurgency, right?
Yes, it is because of
insurgency. How did insurgency come?
Oh,
it's poverty and lack of education.
Oh, all right. Well, that's your subjective view. All right. Let me take you to a final headline, and then I'll move the conversation on. What are you making of this one? Nigeria stock market hit 15-year high, gained 18.9% in the first half of 2023. So when they said in the first half of 2023, of course, then you want to wrap Buhari around that narrative. But if you look at where the biggest gain was, the biggest gain was actually in June, which was a 10% upturn. Is this a signaling then of here it is right there. So is this a signaling then that the market approves of the Tinubu administration?
It's confidence. It's confident, the what's it called? The investors, they are confident of this administration. So it happens everywhere. If they, if in the United States now, if there's election coming, they are looking at, investors are looking at who is going to win. If someone I think is not going to be hard on investment, comes, they will take their money out. Once they get somebody that they think is going to be good, they all pour their money in. I think it's confidence they have on this administration.
All right. And are you confident in the administration yourself?
I am confident, but my fear is that they shouldn't go. They shouldn't go about the way Buhari did. I know Buhari didn't do anything. I mean, in 8 years, last 8 years, we didn't have any government. Let's just be clear of that. Even Tinubu himself knows, and people that with Tinubu, they know that there was no government for 8 years. You understand? So that was the only government where minister would just be there for 8 years. And whoever, I mean, once you are given position in Buhari's administration, that has it will be there until Buhari leaves. You know?
Yes,
so,
you know, there was this news snippet that I came across that Fashola was saying that in all of his years he had no supervisory oversight once. Nobody called him in for a one-to-one to bring his notes, and then conversely, what they are actually saying is that Tinubu has employed the services of KPMG to do that performance indicator, performance audits with the ministries every quarter thereabouts. So it looks as though there's a directional change already.
And those advisors that he appointed 2 weeks ago, they are also going to be they're also going to be in those meetings when these things are being done.
Sorry to interject, but actually one of those advisors is a KPMG partner.
You see,
is it KPMG or one of them? The Igbo guy is a partner in KPMG also in Nigeria. Anyway, you guys, I just wanted to put down an FYI. Sorry.
Well, yes. So there it is.
You know, we've never had a government for 8 years, and
are you impressed by the quality of the appointment so far?
I am impressed, you know, but like they always said that, I mean, I'm not going to lie there. I mean, like everybody would say that there are a lot of Yorubas there, but those are people that he knows, people that are closer to him. I don't really care if they do perform. If they perform, I'll be fine, you know. So, but like people always say, there are talented people everywhere around this geopolitical zone, you know, but people want to have around them.
Yes, exactly. It's usually the transition, you know, that although we didn't see that with Obasanjo anyway. So I was going to say it's usually the tradition that most administrations surround themselves with people they feel most comfortable with, which usually goes along ethnic lines. But Obasanjo did not do that, did he?
Yeah, but what I would advise as this administration, you know, moves on, he can start because when you have people around, I mean, Tinubu must have people in the east, north central, or in the south side that he knows very well. I mean, that he can approach and say, you know what, I need someone that's smart and everything. They can, if they give it to him, he can give it to his people to, you know, to run through him, to just assess him, his profile, what he has done, you know, what he has been, you know. Then he can appoint them because they are, you know, it's just, you know, we are here right now. We know that there's a lot of Southwesterners in those appointments. That's just true. But now, yeah, that's what it is.
Is that the story? Is that the storyline that you're going with? It's a Yoruba centric.
No. What I'm saying is that I mean, there's so much going on right now. He has to appoint people around him for now. But I'm just saying, going forward, you know, he should, you know, ask people to give him, you know, the young smart people.
I'm not sure that outside of his kitchen cabinet, you can actually hold on to that as a thought. Outside of his kitchen cabinet, I do not see. I see a broad spectrum. I see Southeasterners, Northerners. Outside of his kitchen cabinet, then I don't really think that.
I'm one of those. I'm one of those people that don't want those ministers. How many ministry do we have? I think 40 something or 30 something. I don't know. I'm one of those that don't want us to have. I mean, they should just break them down. It's at least 20 or 22 ministers should be okay. That's fine. They should put them together, put those ministries together because it's just too much. I mean, you can take two or three in each geopolitical zone. You know, instead of just going to one state and taking ministers and also going about some states have to with what's the name of other ministers? Is it there are senior ministers and junior ministers? Those
and state ministers.
Yeah. So what's the meaning of that? What's the meaning of that? You know,
I think that was
function.
created. Yeah, that was just created. That's job for the boys, isn't it?
It's just job for the boys. We cannot right now. We have to cut our coat very, very small
until we can continue to expand it. You know, we have a lot. We have was it Kolata and one other guy that was it? I can't remember. That was say, oh, we can colonize the whole of Africa. If they don't allow us to colonize, then let's all go to China first and colonize, and from there to colonize. No. We have too much to give.
What do you make of that as a thought? Not colonize, but I think it said dominate.
Domination. There's nothing wrong with domination. There's nothing wrong with domination, but we don't need to go about go and come away from China. No, we can do it from. We have a lot to give.
I never said anything about China. Where did China come from?
I think it wasn't you, but somebody was saying that if they don't allow that, they will go to China from there to be doing it, something like that. I was like, but we have a lot to give. We have gas, we have oil, we have the brains. It's just. We have a lot to give to make sure we can, we can be selling to these people, whatever.
Part of the problem, we've always been like a benevolent superpower in that Africa, because we're the superpower of at least our sub-region and probably the whole continent. A lot of people say the Egyptians have a stronger army, but maybe we should be a bit more aggressive. Maybe we should be American-like, use our strength to take advantage.
Of course, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, but you have to do something for them. You cannot just go there and take you have to do something. You can say, oh, don't worry, we'll give you this, we'll give you gas, we'll give you some, some teachers, we'll give you some engineers, just like that to help you. But that's why I said that we need to invest in education and mass housing, because somebody cannot be, somebody that cannot afford rent, cannot afford education. I mean, those are the key. Mass housing and education, and let him invest in all these, things that this aviation, this automobile company. I mean, these are the things that give, that give a lot of jobs, hundreds of thousands of jobs. So that these taxes that they are looking for, they can start getting these taxes so that they can expand the tax net.
All right, and just one last thing, and then I'm moving to someone else. You're saying expanding the tax net, but there's a lot of stealth tax being introduced into the Nigerian person. Like this proof of ownership. We have to call it a tax that they are introducing now. You say it's only 1,000 naira, but if you add that to all of the other stealth taxes that they've introduced.
But I'm just going to stop you there, because I saw that, which is very brilliant, but that's not the federal government. The problem we are having is that federal government want to be in everything. I mean, Tinubu is the person that has been fighting that federal government should take their hands off. I don't think he should introduce this. I think this should be for the state government, or they can break it into geopolitical zone. Okay. Because when it comes to licensing, it should be for states to take care of. Let that be for the state, not for the federal. The idea is great. That's what we do everywhere where we live here. You have to, every year you have to do that, but it's for states. The state can start using that.
There's a lot of levy on car ownership, in Nigeria. I think there's about 5. Roadworthiness, your insurance, of course, which you can't quibble, and then road tax, and then this proof of ownership. There's a lot of levy on car ownership in Nigeria. Yeah. A lot of levy.
The problem is that people want to pay whatever you ask them to pay, but they want to know what are you doing with the money. And when you do these things, and they're going to give you one paper, one naughty, one year paper. I don't want to use that word, like year paper, that they just printed out from one machine and they'll give it to you. And if you go there tomorrow, they say, if you lose it tomorrow, you go there and they can't even find it in their record. So these are the things. Everything has to go digital. Everything has to go digital. And we are capable of this.
Yes. I think that might well happen under this administration because a lot, especially within that custom system. In fact, within all of the systems, there's too much
Oh Jesus! There's too much.
manual processing in Nigeria,
Oh, my
which
God.
is just meat
It's
and drink
just-
work. Yeah, they need to digitalize.
It is sickening, and they don't want to. It's just that those people, those civil servants, they don't. That's how they get their money. Their bribery, $10. You go to the court to do something, they will ask you for money. You go do. I mean, it's just. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of work to do. Everybody has to be different. Everybody has to change. Nigeria has evolved onto beggar. Those that are working, they're even worse. You go to airport, everybody just begging you. But you are working, or madam. What are people that are not working? And if you don't give them, they'll start talking to you anyhow. I mean, what is this? What is this?
All right, brilliant.
Corruption is too much. They want to blame the government, but the people in the civil service, they are all corrupt. And there's a lot of work to do. I don't know how they're going to push them.
How long of a moratorium are you going to give Tinubu before you start to say his good is bad? How long are you giving him?
I just give you what I want him to do. I mean, if you look at that man, I mean, some people are still working free in this. Look at Malami, everybody, you and I know what he did. Look at the former Accountant General, you and I know what he did. Look at this. I mean, the day they were leaving office,
the Accountant General is with the EFCC now, is he not?
He's with EFCC. Where did you see him in the EFCC? The day they were leaving office, that man went and brought one Ethiopia. I mean, that man. He does. What's his name? Former aviation minister. That guy should be investigated. I mean, there's a lot of them. They were just. I mean, they were just doing anyhow, doing anyhow. Just stealing left and right. No fear at all.
All right. Thank you, Brambre.
You should deal with those as well. I mean.
All right. Thank you, Brambre. All right. Stay with us. Let's go on from you, Bramberry, for time. Let's go to D-Star, who joins us. D-Star. Have you been here before, D-Star? We don't.
Yes, I've been here before. This will be my second time.
All right. Good to have you. Good to have you back then. So what are you looking at in the news today? Let's start it from there. What are you looking at in the news today?
Yeah, let me even start from the last caller. I think he spoke brilliantly in most of his submissions. And I want to even agree maybe 80% with most of those his comments. One, I should think I agree with him 100% that President Tinubu in the France outing, the first outing for that matter, he did not capitalize on the opportunity. And we are talking of a giant of Africa for that matter, the biggest black nations. I should think he ought to have used that opportunity to address his fellow other presidents, head of state from other countries, at least to showcase the biggest president in Africa. That is for that. I agree with him 100%. Then concerning the dilapidation,
hold on. So Tinubu not making a speech at the Paris summit is an issue. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it is a minus. I think Tinubu is not all that bad. He ought to have used that opportunity given to him. We are talking a president that is representing the biggest nation in Africa. Come on, I think he ought to have used that opportunity to even at least market himself, market Nigerian nations. Look at the other president from is it like Ghana also. Look at the way he spoke brilliantly, at least to the pride of Africa. That is what I expected to President Tinubu to have done as well too. That is why I agree with him 100% that it was a minus on the side of President Tinubu. At least that is his first outing.
All right. And Tinubu reuniting Ambode, Fashola, especially with Sanwo-Olu and Fashola. So that photo that being circulated all over the place. What's your take on that? This all together at last sort of thing that's there.
I think that is also a good development, particularly from the side of Ambode. Of course, we both knew the capacity of Ambode, the way he performed exceptionally. The only thing is to see me.
Anybody? Are you there?
No.
Do you need a moment?
Okay.
Sorry.
At parking spot number 60.
All right. I think the star is at work. I think the star is at work. So let's go to Ajanle Koko. Ajanle Koko, are you ready?
Hey, what's up, one man?
Good to have you, Ajanle Koko. So I was inviting the Prime's thoughts on this photo now, which was the thumbprint for the session. Back together again, back together at last. Sanwo-Olu, Ambode, Fashola, and their daddy. So we built Lagos. I think if they said it in unison, very few people would disagree. So what are you now making of this love quartet that is suddenly being pushed forward as a narrative?
Yeah, thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Number one, it shows that the problem between Tinubu and Ambode has been resolved. It shows that what do you call it? I knew that was coming when the governor of Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu, visited
for his 60th.
For the 50th birthday. So I knew that, yes, the problem had been resolved between them. And so I'm not surprised that they finally showing us in that picture that, look, we are together once again. So, but the overall credit we go to Tinubu. We go to Tinubu that as a leader that we always do everything within his capacity to carry along all his boys, all his political associates, all his political, how do I say it?
Godsons.
Yeah, something like that. So it shows that he's a leader that wouldn't like to lose any one of his political associate. So the update is very good. It shows that.
Do you think it's testament to Ambode's talent that they moved to bring him back into the fold? Do you think it's testament to just how highly they rate his talent?
I might not say that. All of them are very talented guys. They are all brilliant, smart, intelligent.
Yeah, but Ambode is the outsider being brought back in. You know, he was the wayward one that if the narrative is to be believed, even campaigned against the party just as recently as March. But now he's been brought back into the fold, so to say. I was of the thought that it's to do with his talent and Tinubu feels is too talented, just not to use. Do you think that is opened a window for him to be of use in this administration?
Yeah, it's capable. I mean, it's possible that he might want to use him, for some to occupy some position to do some good work for the country this time around. I believe he discovered some talent in him before he make him the governor of Lagos State. And what I can guess as reason for him to accept him back is that he might have a special love. He might have a special love for him. Sometimes somebody that you really love, this is not like, he might love him because as at the time he make him the governor of Lagos State, Ambode was just a civil servant. He was just the accountant general of the state. He never
sorry. I can't help myself. I can't help myself but to say this. What's love got to do with it? Ajale Koko.
Who needs a heart when a heart can be broken? Ajale Koko.
No. Sorry, I'm just don't. I mean, it just came to my mind that you said he loves him, and in my mind it was that song from Tina Turner that came to my mind.
Who slightly passed away a couple of months ago? Tina Turner. Yes.
Yeah.
You know that sometimes when you really love somebody, when that person did something wrong to you that might seem unforgivable, but for the love you have for him, you can just forgive him and say, okay, no problem. So he might love him for certain things, not just like, if you like somebody different, but he might have some love for him. I say very, very. He might just love him like
the way you are using that word is a bit dubious, but
like a son. He might just have taken him like a son because he's very, very junior to him. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That guy. He might.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, I don't think it's a matter of love. It's just a matter of recognizing talent.
Yeah.
So it's more like value, not love. It's more like, I need this guy. I can't do without this guy for this role.
No. Not that you cannot do without him.
I'm just trying to quantify. Like it's a respect. It's more of a respect for Ambode's talent, what Ambode brings to the table. Not, I love this guy. I think there's a call that came in.
Well, I think we are saying the same thing. We are just saying it in a different.
But love. If I love you, in spite of your flaws, in spite of your flaws, if I love you, it's like your wife. No. Let me not use that example.
Yeah, it's interpreting the word love. Wouldn't you?
No. Ajale Koko, we get what you mean, that he has a deeper affection for him on a personal level. But what Kulata is suggesting is that it doesn't really give regard to the affection. He gives regard more to the value that he identified to make him governor. Remember when they got rid of Ambode, Tinubu came out to say that it was out of his hands, that it was the board or whatever that made the decision to get rid of him.
Don't go with that. That's a political statement.
Right.
He could, if he wanted to stop those that are agitating for his removal, then he could stop them. He could
Team Ship now. Team Ship.
He could forget about Team Ship. He wanted him out. So that's a political talk. Don't go with that Boju Boju statement that he made that time. He wanted him out at that time because he wasn't doing good enough as he expected in terms of, releasing Graham, opening that door of Jeong for everybody. So he wasn't. That was a political talk. Don't let us go with that one. That was a political talk.
Okay. Back to them. Yeah. Back to Ambode.
Yes. So I believe that. You don't let me even use love. Let me say he liked him for, what he has seen in him, what he has done for him, that we might not know. He might have done some certain things for him personally. Good thing that he has done, because something might be going behind the scene that we didn't know. So, and for that reason, we might want to say, okay, let me bring him back, and maybe we can use him for this and that and that and that. So, but it's good for Tinubu that with all that happened between him and Ambode and the party and Ambode, he can still bring him back and then let everybody know that every problem between them has been resolved and is part of the family and they're ready to move on. So it's showing to us that it's a leader that.
Are you expected to say Ambode's name when he names his ministers? I have the suspicion that we'll be saying that name.
He might not even use him for minister, but there's other position. Some important position that he might want him to serve. So I don't think he would want to use him for minister, because there are some other within the group that are strongly committed. I might want to compensate from Lagos other than that body, but it might give him some position too of important position that he could serve. So I would be surprised if he give him ministerial appointment. I would be shocked, and the reason why I say I would be shocked is that it will just show to me that Tinubu is a man with a very good heart. If he give him a ministerial appointment, ministerial position is a very big position in that country. So it will just show to me that he's a man with a good heart, and he can forgive anybody at any time. He can forget and he can move on. So that is what that will indicate to me. But I'm not expecting him giving him ministerial appointment. Maybe some other appointment, some kind of way. I don't know. So, but this picture is showing us that Tinubu once again demonstrated that he's a leader, and everybody believe in him. Ambode believe in him too, as a leader, as his leader, and that is why he came back. So you understand what I'm saying? Ambode still believe that this is my leader, and I don't mind going back to him, and it's good for Tinubu overall. What I'm seeing in this picture, yes.
All right, brilliant. This wasn't part of the readout, but this commanded the news cycle today. I'm not sure if you saw. There's a clip going round of policemen running over a man with handcuff in Edo State. Did you see that clip?
What?
All right. It's just too graphic for me to play. That's all. Everybody's agitated. Yes.
What happened?
I'm not quite sure what happened. It says the acting inspector general of police has summoned policemen detained for running over a man in handcuff to the force headquarters in Abuja. Correspondents report that a team of policemen with their official vehicle ran over a handcuffed middle-aged man, dragging him through the road in Epoma, Edo State. The incident was said to have caused apprehension in the area. However, a statement by the force spokesperson, the erring officers are expected to report at the force headquarters. So yes, it was a story that agitated the space, but if you're not aware of it, then let me take you to this one. Let me take you to Peter Obi and his deleted tweets. Your comments on that?
Well, we know why he deleted it. He didn't want. He knew there's going to be backlash. He knew that's going to be the topic of discussion in all his obedient group all over the internet. He knew he will offend a lot of them. So, this time that pursuing election matter against the Tinubu presidency. So he knew that that would be counterproductive for him. And that is why he quickly deleted it so that he can save his head from cutlass that may come from various angles. I don't blame him for what he did. He have to save his head this time around. The people, his followers, are still anger is still brewing in their heart against the election result, against Tinubu, and we can hear them on the internet. They express that every day. So, if him that they are strongly backing can say, "Oh, Tinubu is my president," he knew they'll be disappointed in him, and they might abandon him. They will surely lose their support for him, and he will. I mean, that will indicate to them that he's not a leader that is worthy to put their head out for, their chest out for, and their money out for. So he done well strategically to save his to save himself politically and to prevent what would have been embarrassing to him. So he did good. Let's give that to him. He did good that he quickly deleted it. And
he deleted it because he referred to Tinubu as a president. But Tinubu is the president. Yeah.
Yes, the backlash should be too much for him. the backlash will be
So is the tail wagging the dog? Which one is wagging which one? Is the tail wagging the dog?
It's going to be
or the dog wagging the tail? Who is wagging who in this?
Look, one man, because he's going to receive, serious bashing from the Tinubu followers and from his own followers too. They're going to be disappointed. Some may start raining curses on him. You know how those some of those obedience are. They don't any opportunity for them to lash someone, they will lash that person. They will lash him badly. So he saved himself from both the obedient and the Tinubu and the batified. So he has done well to save his head. So let's just but it's still embarrassing. I mean, it's whether you like it or not, when Tinubu is finally affirmed by the Supreme Court as the president of Nigeria, I think he will address him as the president. He cannot escape this one. He cannot. There's no way that he will run away from me. What he's running away from now, he will still do it in the future. Whether you like it or not, he will still address him as Mr. President. whether you like it or not. If the court affirmed Tinubu's
yeah, but the Chief Justice has sworn. You know, it's just I don't know, man. It seems to me like just mischief making. The Chief Justice has already affirmed Tinubu as the president. So the legal position of Nigeria today, as a law-abiding citizen, he has to acknowledge that Tinubu is the president until anything or anyone tells us otherwise.
Yeah. How did the oh, you mean the swearing in, or is that what you mean?
No. Yes, Tinubu has been sworn in, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Is the man at the moment is the president, whether we like it or not. Whether you don't want to address him as your president, or you call him not your president, you call him he never won one state, or you say he's a rigged president, is still the president as far as Nigerian state is concerned now. So tomorrow, we don't know. Depending on the judgment that's going to come out from the Supreme Court. This electoral petition is not a big deal to me. If the Supreme Court, I'm waiting for. So after the Supreme Court judgment in favor of Tinubu, Obi will surely address him as my president. And I hope by then the obedient that are not taking Tinubu as their president now, I hope they will fall in line with their leader and let us move Nigeria forward. That's my expectation, one man.
All right. I'm still going to go to with the financing, but Benny, in terms of the legalness of it, what I was saying to Ajanle Koko, that Obi always tells us, because he got his governorship via the court. For him not to acknowledge Tinubu as president, deleting tweets, what's your take on that from a legal perspective, Ogbeni?
Good evening, good morning, everyone from Scotland. Woman, you see, it's just a show of hypocrisy, as usual. And I don't know his advising Obi. You see, he could have, if it's somebody who is wise, or who understand what they call diplomacy, or he has somebody like that around him. And by the way, one of the problems I noticed about Obi is people around him. Like if you pick Tinubu today, you could easily predict who and who will be sitting around Tinubu and advising Tinubu around. I don't know who exactly one can really pinpoint or point finger to that advises this guy or that move around with this guy. I don't know if you know anyone. Me, I don't know anyone that can really say, okay, these are the guys.
We know Akin Oshitokun. We know that
Oshitokun is just an emergency partner that came around during election. Oshitokun has never been his power.
And we know that Obasanjo is his puppet master.
Obasanjo also was another emergency master that just came around. But there's nobody you can pick and say, okay, for the past 5 years, they've been together. And this one also is a figure on its own. Yeah, it's an achiever on its own area. And okay, like the way you pick Tinubu and you see people around Tinubu, okay, I read, okay.
What of Ernest Okonkwo?
Ernest Okonkwo just left APC how many months ago? That Nollywood star. The guy just left. The guy was still standing behind Tinubu less than 2 years ago.
What of Valentine Ozigbo?
But I don't know who that is. Is that person popular? And what political space does that person belong to? Has he handled any political office before? These are the questions.
He's the governorship candidate in PDP. He contested against Soludo.
Oh, so he has not occupied any.
Obi is the one been promoting him for many years in Anambra.
But he has not occupied any political office, right?
Yeah. Then what of Senator?
No, before we move, let's stay on that person. Now, the person you just mentioned now, when Obi was in government, was he part of Obi's government? And what office did he occupy?
he was just like a friend to him when he was a government. He was a
So he didn't
government.
occupy any office. So he didn't force him to
I don't even think there's that friendship there. Barely,
No, there was really that friendship. They have a very good relationship.
Let's say there was even friendship there. I will expect him, if you somebody you friend and you so much trust the person, then you share responsibility for the person, right? In the public office, at least to handle for you to keep your vision alive or manifest your vision. If you can't trust your friend to that extent, then what's the
man is mad now. The man never wanted. The man just declared interest in politics a few years back now. Before the man was a businessman. He's a very rich man. So he never declared interest in politics. Just a few years back that he just declared interest.
Oh, so yeah, that's what I'm making now. You are still making my point for me. So my simple point is this: where are his political boys? Where are the guys that
his chief of staff? His chief of staff is there. It's a woman. Maybe you don't know her.
What's the name?
It's a woman.
Is she prominent in the Obi campaign? Is he prominent?
That's my point. What's her name? Yeah. You see,
this thing is you don't know her name.
You see, Nigerian politics.
I know the woman, but her name is Obi cabinet is somehow, I don't know his cabinet. The only person that is popular there is that Valentine and the victim.
Okay. So we saw Tinubu assemble.
It's a lie. We have Dr. Tanko. It's a lie. We have Tanko.
Which Tanko? When did he join Labour? Obi doesn't have. You see,
okay. So in the picture, we saw Tinubu line up his protege. And we also saw them the lineage. Yeah, so I think that's what is that not what you mean now, Wenny?
That's what I mean. Those are when you see the people Tinubu line up, is you that call them and his political I don't know what you qualify it. I call them
their protege.
It's you that call them, you call them his prodigy. For me, I call them his kitchen cabinet and his think tank. These are the guys that they've been with you for years. They understand your ideology. They understand everything about you. They know what will be your response. If they wake every one of them up today, they will tell, this is what Ashwaju will do on this occasion. This is what Ashwaju will do. That is leadership. That is, you see, leaders with ideology. If you meet leaders that have ideology in life, that's what they do. They produce disciples, and they ensure that it's discipleship. They hand it down over, right, for the next generation, because they are also growing old. Now, I don't see that in Obi. I don't think Obi is that young in politics, because we have been in Nigerian politics since 2003. So he's not that young. Tinubu is just 4 years ahead of Obi in terms of politics in Nigeria. So he's not that young. So if after maybe 25 years plus or so in Nigerian politics, and we can't really point out that, see this guy is part of his think tank. This guy is part of Doyin Okupe. I don't see that guy any longer again. Even though
can I quickly come in, please?
Okay.
My friend that is speaking, please. Everybody have different style. Okay, so when you say that Asiwaju has kept his people that has been working with him right from the get-go, that's Asiwaju style. Maybe Peter's style is also different, so
it doesn't believe in building people. Is that what you're saying?
It's not a matter of style.
Let me tell you something. To build people in Nigeria, to build people in Nigeria, you need a lot of aggression and you need a lot of money. So when we all know you cannot compare the type of person that Asiwaju is to the type of person that Obi is. So I think we should not do that comparison.
No, I will. Let me tell you why I will.
Okay, go ahead and be doing it.
Okay, first, yeah, we surely do that, right? First and foremost, don't tell me that because you need money to be. First and foremost, don't tell me it's a matter of style. It's not just a matter of style. It's what you need to sustain yourself in political office. Tell me any successful politician that built a nation that is no ranger. I've not seen any. Even Kagame Rwanda has his own think tank, which they've always been together right from the years of the Arab youth years, and they have been together to date. Let me tell you, see, as a president of Nigeria, and I keep saying it, or as a leader of a nation like Nigeria, if you don't have people who have been very close to you for years back, people who in your kitchen cabinet, people who can look at you and tell you that, Oga, we are not doing anything. Oga, the people are complaining outside there. And all you just need around, you just have around you are emergency politicians that are just walking around you. People you just know, they go, they come, different people come. You can't be successful as a politician. Tell me anyone that have been successful in the political office. So to me, it's not a matter of style.
Look, there's no look, my friend. There is no doubt that.
Let me land on the points you made first. Secondly, you're telling me, oh, before you can have that, you need money. Are you telling me Peter Obi is not a rich man? He told you has become billionaires years back before he even.
I didn't say only money. I said money and aggression.
So, what do you mean by aggression? Do you really need aggression to build your to help people, to disciple people?
Let me
maybe you need to explain what you mean by aggression.
Hold on. What I mean, what I really mean, when I mean aggression, I'm not saying it should be dragging you along the street. You know, Tinubu style is totally different. Tinubu is bringing a new kind of style, which for me, which I really like. No matter how people might say, it's rubbing them it rub them in different ways. But you know, when you look at the context of Africa, you know, and you also made mention of what Kigali is doing. You know, because when you in the context of Africa, if you don't act like this, you cannot get things done. You know, one thing, I mean, Peter Obi himself in that area has failed because, you know, trying to live that kind of gentle, you know, kind of, you know, made him not to be able to his successors not to be able to follow up, you know, for his successors to follow him. Even the guy that he brought him, the guy from the US, was named the former governor of Anambra State. You know, that guy, you know, left him, and after and in the second term, he couldn't do anything to make sure that the guy didn't get a ticket. You know, he went to PDP. But in the case of Bola, that I know that won't happen. That's why I'm saying that they are some people can rough shoulders. They can, can do great.
Let me say this.
You understand?
Obi ruled Anambra with just a lonely party. That's Apoga.
What do you mean by lonely party?
No, it's the lonely party.
No, don't worry. He led with a team now. He led with a team.
Yeah, but even at that, everything he had there was PDP.
No. Hold on, Ekene. He had a team. He had his own team. Did he not?
Those teams are still with him today, but it's just that you don't. Just like Osoloka, you know Osoloka very well. Everybody in Anambra said no Osoloka very well. Osoloka, he has been with Osoloka for almost all the years of his politics. Everybody know him. So it's just that the people you see around him are not all that. The people you think to be a politician, just like Tinubu's gang. Everybody knows Osoloka is with P2B for all the years of his politics. Do you understand? So the same thing with his chief of staff, Victor Ume, was his party chairman.
He left the same women now and betrayed them and left the place.
But the same thing, but they reconciled. The same thing that happened with Tinubu and the Ambode now. Haven't they reconciled? Everybody's praising that.
You can't compare that now.
No, you can compare it. It's reconciliation. Now, politics is all about separation and reconciliation.
No, it's not about reconciliation.
Yes, it's like you cannot do away with that. If that is not the issue, why would you be praising Tinubu over reconciling with Ambode? The governor that you brought in.
It's different.
It's not different. It's not different. It's reconciliation. How can you say it's different? It's like you are talking about reconciliation in politics. But I'm just telling you that if you watch Obi and see people that has been behind him all the days of his politics, those people are still there. Osoloka has been with him. Obi go to court in Anambra State alone. Nobody was following him to court. Alone in Anambra State. until he got his mandate.
Why do you say Obi was going to court alone?
You can check the history now. Everybody told him, even the most reverend father,
Wait now, those history they told you about, were they not witnesses in his case? You see,
let me finish. Now. No, you are talking about witnesses. You are talking about prominent people. Prominent people that are behind him. Prominent people that are behind him.
Learn the point, but I don't want us to go too heavily into Peter Obi's history.
Yeah, but I'm telling you, even the most reverend father, that is a very well respected reverend father, Cardinal Arinze.
Yes, I know him.
Very close to the family.
Yes.
To every member of the family.
Yes.
Also advise Obi to withdraw his case. That is not in support of him in going to court.
Ekene, was Obi the commissioner? Was Obi the commissioner of finance in his own administration?
I don't understand.
Was Obi the commissioner of finance in Anambra when he was governor at the same time?
No, I don't think so.
Who was his commissioner of finance? Is he a human being?
Maybe you can Google it now. You have your phone. Now just Google it. Ask the Google.
Okay, so it means what I'm trying to drive to in a silly way is it means he had a cabinet, and it means those cabinets are inconsequential. Everybody appointed for the 8 years that he governed. There's no trace or no usefulness for people that worked under him, that they can't even become his disciples or his followers. They're so random that we can as well say they don't matter.
Everybody that I know that is solidly behind his political idea is still there today. So Oseloka has been one of his strong supporter right from the day he entered Apoga. Even he was still the man is still there.
Sorry, but what was Oseloka's role in his administration?
Oseloka was like a chief advisor to him.
Did he have an official role?
Yeah, he had an official role.
Chief of staff?
No, his chief of staff is a woman. The woman is still there, but I don't remember her name again, but I'll still Google it back.
Because she's inconsequential. Was she involved in this? What was her role in this?
She's involved.
No, what was her role in this presidential campaign? Because all of us here followed it closely, and we don't know about her.
She particularly focused in the southeast. The woman campaigned all the way. Yeah.
There was no need for anybody to focus in the southeast for Obi, so that means she's also inconsequential.
If that is how you would say, but I just told you, just like you said that you don't know Valentine Ozigbo.
I know that name. I know that name,
but you don't know his political value now in Anambra State. The guy has a very big political value in Anambra
State. We're talking about people. You don't know him. Wait, sorry. We're talking about people that served under him. If, like me, at work, I have followers that whatever project I'm going or whatever thing I sell, they're just, boom, they'll follow me. So
yeah, I've just told you now. I've just told you the ones I know.
Yeah, but the one you told me, you can't mention the woman's name, number one. She did not have any role with him, number two, today. The other one, Oseloka, that you just mentioned, Ozigbo you just mentioned, they didn't work under him. That's just his party.
Oseloka work under him now. I just told you Oseloka work under him.
As what?
I told you as a chief advisor.
What's chief advisor like? Is it one of the special advisors or what? Did he have an appointment?
Yeah, the guy has been with him all the way till today.
So just one guy.
I mentioned Vitume. He said that they had issue, and I said
let me ask my last question.
Yeah.
Does Obi have any follower or anybody that he guides that is not from Anambra State? I'm not even talking about Southeast, Anambra. The two names you mentioned, the Anambra people.
Let me tell you this. Peter Obi brought a lot of people in Apoga. Even this guy, Roger Sokolocha.
No,
it's just that those guys was not
to Peter Obi. No, please, let's not do that.
He brought Tanko. He brought Tanko.
I don't know what are you telling me. He brought Rogers. Even this This Alex
How
Oti.
did he beat Rochas?
So how do you expect such a person with a pathetic followership to preside over a country as complex as Nigeria?
I don't know. What matters is my own personal affair. How he will he benefit me. I'm not talking about. I'm not. So what I know is that and especially if you know his relationship when he moved to PDP, it's just that all his base was in Manapoga, but when he moved to PDP, just like he's a very good friend of this Meki Hedioha. If you see their campaign when they Meki Hedioha first won the governorship of Imo State, if you see the energy of
he had no relationship with the Maker Hedioha. What are you talking about?
Go and check their relationship now. Obi had a very good relationship with the Hedioha. Go and check it very well.
In the North Central, who does Obi have a good relationship with in the North Central?
I'm not talking about North Central. I'm talking about the space I know.
In the Southwest, who does Obi have a good relationship with?
He had with Obasanjo now.
Obasanjo just picked him up lately.
Obasanjo didn't pick him up lately. After he had governed Anambra State, he built his relationship with Obasanjo.
Hold on, can you hear me? Hold on, everybody. I don't want to overlabor that space because it's almost like we're recycling it. We're beating up.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, I have the last word on it, Dewale.
I really appreciate it. Look, I'm not bashing anybody. Peter Obi is playing his game solo the way he wanted it. But if we are students of history, we will learn that for any successful politicians must have proteges. And the reason why they must have followers and proteges is because they want their legacy to last longer when they are long gone. That is why today we're talking about the likes of Awolowos, the likes of Aminu Kanos, and the rest of them. And you could see the replication of their, agenda, their ideology in, the new political parties that we have, since the inception of this democracy. The reason why it's so emphatic about, the followership of Obi, even Atiku, Tinubu has been able to replicate himself, not necessarily in his own personality, but his ideology. And I believe he tapped into the likes of Awolowos and the MKO, and for him to be able to be who he is today. Yes, Obi seems to ride in solo, and the reason why they're asking about his followers or people who have been with him, not just been with him, but who have been able to occupy prominent, important positions. Look at Obasanjo. Obasanjo brought the technocrats such as El Rufai, even the crazy guy, former Minister of Aviation. He brought him to, into the mainstream politics, right? And to today, the likes of Ezekwesili, even the Madam, what do you call him? Madam, the World Trade Director General. He brought them into the center point of politics. And today, we have the likes of them that eventually went into their various states to contest.
Hold on. Sorry, Rational Mind, do you want your camera on before I put you on the screen? Rational Mind.
Let's see his face now.
Look at that. Agbavan, Tolosho Asiko.
Okay.
Rational Mind, are you there?
I'm here.
Go on. Yes.
Okay.
You have your camera on.
It's okay. That was last one. Like Kulata.
I can't see his face now. Why are you doing Taliban? Rational Mind.
On the Lagwaja level, Rational Mind. Only I know what Rational Mind looks like, I think. Yes.
Okay. So now you have Moses Abi. All right.
Look at that. Look at that. What's the point of having the camera on where we cannot see you?
Sorry. Is this live?
Look at this guy.
I'm in my garage.
You're in your garage. You're in my garage. Look at this guy.
I have a question for.
Yeah, look at that. I'm in my garage.
I have a question for Akin.
Before you ask your question, let me just wrap up by saying that, look, for a politician to be successful, has to have followers, people that share his ideology, that stand test of time, not just an accidental, politician or somebody who just emerged because of opportunity. No, we're talking about someone who has paid his due, who has been, have full soldiers. And whether the personality of that person is into question or not. The fact is that they're able to have people that are able to make impact, not just them, but through them. That is a question people are asking. Now, all those, whether someone has been a commissioner or not commissioner, but as far as they've been with them through the thick and thin, and at the same time able to contribute, that contribution is feasible, that is the reason why people are asking.
All right. Let me ask this question, but be succinct and condensed in the response so that we can just push it on. Is it indicative of leadership qualities or lack thereof that somebody who is in a leadership position is not able to bring somebody up into prominence?
Of course, it's the lack of leadership skill.
Well, that's the point. That's the point people are making.
It is the lack of leadership.
He governed for 8 years. He did not. He could not bring out anybody out of Anambra State to say that this is the one in whom I'm well placed.
No, not so much, Homer. I think it's deeper than that. Is that it does not have any political ideology that it is willing to, like, if I mention Awolowo or somebody else, they have this belief system about how to transform the society. He doesn't have that, because for me to follow you, you must have something that you believe in that I can then follow. He doesn't have.
Yeah, maybe it's just mainly on politics, not to other part of his life. No, politics.
I wouldn't agree with that, by the way.
It's all
But who is the right? No, I'm saying that what we don't know.
It doesn't have an ideological
there's likelihood that he must have impacted some people's life, and yet they have been with him, or helped them economically and all that. So it's likely that he will succeed in those areas, but in terms of politics, probably not. See the reason why he should.
All right. When you say when you say Obafemi Awolowo, you look at Jakonde, and then you look at the trajectory of a retinue of people that have come into political prominence. When you say Tinubu, you look at the trajectory of prominent people, all of whose names you can list.
I mean, why do people quote this former Prime Minister of Britain? People quote him today. They excuse me. Excuse me. Churchill. People followed old American politicians. They buy into their ideology. They believe in it. They quote it.
What is Peter Obi's ideology? What is his belief system about politics? Do you know?
Apart from that's apart from the fact that
that's my point. That he does not have one that you can galvanize people towards to say.
Sorry, Babati.
He has one. He's a back to basics politician, but
the only leader similar to Peter Obi is Donald Trump.
No, I disagree.
One man army.
No.
Donald Trump is not one man army.
What are we doing today? That's what really brought me here.
Trump.
What are we talking about?
I know you are here because of me.
Well, because of you and because of people having about saying crap about obedience. I mean,
no. Obi is not a criminal, unlike Trump that is going to jail.
Trump is going to become president, even if we're going to vote for him. We're going to get
when his thumb freezes off, he will become president. But Obi is not a criminal, but Trump is a criminal.
Obi is a criminal, please. Don't.
He's not a criminal. Obi is not a criminal.
But to my point, to my earlier point, he does not have this belief system that I can say, man, I believe in this guy. I want to follow this guy. I can die for this guy. He does not have that.
But Peter Obi has an ideological thrust. He has a political ideology.
No. Yeah. What is it? Tell me. What is it?
It's what they term in this country as a back to basics.
Meaning what? What does that mean?
Yes, exactly.
But what does it mean? Like, what is it?
It's practical, rudimentary sort of.
You see, this is where you lose me here. Like you keep saying, anybody can say that, but what? Can you details? Give me details of what does that mean when you say to production? What does it really mean?
It's a self-reliance ideological thrust. The self-reliance ideological thrust. No.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
You're not buying it.
I'm not buying what you're selling. It does not have anything. Nobody. If I will say free education where you give me details of what you believe in, it doesn't have any of it.
From consumption to production.
What does it mean? Kilo ra. Man, please.
Anti-consumption.
All right.
Okay. Okay, can I continue now? Because I know rational mind is there for me. He has not even allowed me to. He won't allow me to learn. So people have said a lot. Yeah, fine. And somebody said it's just a style, but I've been able to correct that. It's not a matter of style. For every successful politician, you must have disciples and you must have ideology. They call it political philosophy. They all have it. Our politicians of first generation politicians we have in Nigeria, about Macaulay, all those guys, they all have it. Awolowo, a lot of people you can count on that. Awolowo, Bola Ige, Native Jackon, Adekunle Ajasin, even outside the Southwest space, Onabanjo, Olabisi Onabanjo, Abraham Adesoya, even Baba Ayo Adebanjo that is running after Peter Obi now. Awolowo made all those guys. Olufalaye, Segun Oshoba, Olaniyan Ajayi, even Soyinka. All these guys, they were always.
How did Awolowo make Soyinka? Soyinka is not.
No. That is the Awohism. The Awohism. Soyinka will always still tap from those and made that to explain his things. All those Rupert Fashoranti, Baba Ayo Fasomi, a lot. Even Patu told me will always refer to Awohism. Lushola Saraki, Tuji Braithwaite, all those guys. So my own is, yes. So the Awohism from Awolowo spread across. There's hardly any area you won't find people still attributing, their belief system in terms of the political philosophy to a man called Awolowo. The same thing with Nnamdi Azikiwe. Nnamdi Azikiwe has his own people. Alex Ekweme served under his presidency. And Alex Ekweme will always tell you the Zikism, they believe in it. When Obasanjo was in the military, Obasanjo belonged to the Sikh political thought. Iwo Ojukwu belonged to the Sikh political thought, and others. So the Sikhism, if you study in the Bible law, you can see
Obasanjo is like an Igbo man, right? Is that what the narrative is all about now, right?
No. As a matter of fact, in my first year in college, it was part of the courses that we were taught in political science then. Citizen. Yeah.
He doesn't know that ideology. It's the major ideology in Nigeria. In fact, in Africa, it's a Pan-African ideology. Sikhism. It's not. I'm not creating what is not existing. Everybody knows that Sikhism is a political ideology, and he asks people to date that is what they follow. Okay.
So can you draw the parallel between Obasanjo and Sikhism that you're trying to talk about?
I said when Obasanjo was in the military, Obasanjo was part of a group. They called them Sikh movement or something like that. Go and read Obasanjo books now. He wrote it himself. I didn't write it for him.
Okay.
He belonged to that political class. So what I'm just saying is those politicians of first generation, apart from the fact that they had their prodigy, their own people around them at that time, they were able to create their own ideology or ideology group, which to date, you see people associating with it. And you see their political allies, the ones that are still alive, talking much about it. So what do you want me to talk about Peter Obi? Because I can't really pick somebody and say, oh, this is Peter Obi think tank. Today, they are with him. Tomorrow, they are not with him. And you see him gathering them from all sort of...
Sorry, Ogbani, you made a mistake.
Oh.
Who are the people that help Peter Obi memorize or mismemorize all those statistics? Isn't that part of his think tank? In China, in Pakistan?
Conjectural things that just come here.
I want us... We're not talking about
all these emergency talkheads here.
So that's like a bad boy.
Emergency talkheads. The likes of...
I want to know help Berubiso, all the Berubiso that he does. Who is helping him? That's his think tank now.
It was Danko.
So one man, let me
One
land.
man, I'm sorry, I'm bad.
This is where I will
Yeah,
land now.
hold on the point.
Emergency analyst, right?
This is where I'm landing. What I'm just saying is this: if he has people around him, they would have told him there is no need to delete this tweet. Why? Because you can simply say that instead of writing or typing Mr. President there, what you wanted to type is Mr. President select. After all, that's what all your obedient guys have been saying around. They will refuse to call him president. They will say he's president select. So just edit to president select and just let it go.
When are you mocking? Are you mocking him or what are you doing? Are you mocking him?
Has he done something bad? I'm mocking him. He deleted his tweet. After Atiku deleted his own also about Deborah. And we all discuss it and life goes on. And Tambua tried to prosecute them. They said police didn't show up 3 times. They discharged all those guys that killed that lady. Somebody deleted his tweet. Life goes on. It's all the way in Nigeria. So there's no problem. My own is this. The hypocrisy beneath this deletion is what stings. It irritates me a lot. Why must you have to delete it?
You know, more than rather than irritate me, it disappoints me because that would have been the window for him to say, no, this is what the law says, but we're fighting it in court. Peter Obi, man, he never fails to disappoint.
One man.
What's that? Hold on, one man.
So you guys
What's the hypocrisy there? What's the hypocrisy there?
So you
The
guys
hypocrisy behind it is this.
So you guys don't think that the politics around that thing, you don't think he should play that politics? You are saying that he disappointed you. He should have left it alone. What of his supporter that won't be happy with it? So you don't want him to
if he had left it, hold on. If he had left it and the supporters were pushing against it, and he had said that the guy has been sworn in, but we are challenging it in court, but because I'm a law-abiding citizen of this country, I have to stay with the position of the law. I think they would have lapped it up. That you see, Peter Obi is a good example of these guys will feed off anything he has to say. You know,
just see how the thing sound easy to you. The one he visited Olusegun. Do you know that he came to Twitter space to clear himself?
One man, it's not the time for that yet. I mean, it's not time for that yet. The time for him to make such declaration is after the Supreme Court affirmation of Tinubu victory. That is when he can come out and make such declaration. Not now that he is fighting at the court. The reason for him fighting at the court is because he does not believe in the election result. He doesn't believe in Tinubu as his president yet. That's why he's challenging him at the court. So he cannot call him his president yet until the court says otherwise. So he is doing the right thing.
Babaja, that's not the right thing, legally speaking.
The politics around it is bigger.
Listen to Ogbeni. I think Ogbeni wants to make a point because it's not the law that is going to tell him that he's the president. The law will tell him that he's not. But as the law stands at the moment, Tinubu is the president. So he's not waiting for the law to tell him that he's the president. He's waiting for the law to tell him that he is not. So the legal position is that he is the president. Is that not it?
Is challenging. The law permitted him not to accept him yet.
No, it does not. You know. Okay, Benny, take us through the law. Hold on, Ajale Koko. Let her Benny take us through the law.
Ajale Koko, no, you are actually missing this position of law, and that's not the purpose of election petition. The purpose of election petition is that the petitioner is saying that I won the election, or this election, the person who won is not qualified, or this election is marred with a lot of irregularity and non-compliance to the rules that we set to play the game. But at the same time, while you are contesting that, the law does not allow any vacuum. So somebody must occupy the space. And for the time that person is occupying that space, that person remains your president. I will give you an instance. You remember this case, Amechi? You remember that before Amechi got to the office, there was a man in the office called Celestine Omea. You remember Rivers State politics. Celestine Omea was in the office. Amechi was still fighting and battling with his case in court. Later, the court declared Amechi, and the court removed Celestine Omea from the office. After that, a lot of litigations came that were consequent upon all those, the time that Omea were in the office. So people went back to court to go and challenge what Omea did when he was in office, for the court to determine whether all those is budget he approved, executive order he made, a lot of things he signed, whether because of the decision of the court that has nullified everything that he has done in the office. And the court said no, because as at the time he was in the office, in the eyes of the law, he was the governor, legally speaking. But from the date the court declared that he was no longer a governor, from that date, whatever, if he signed anything after that, then it's no longer a governor. Now, if you now pick that same principle into this case, if you remove Bola Tinubu today, whatever Bola Tinubu has done before, he did it as president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And whoever is saying he was not president at that time is an anarchist. He's a pure anarchist, I can tell you. I won't use the word fascist because they seem not to like it. So let's go for the synonym. So he's an anarchist. He's only anarchist that will say a constitutional authority under the law that is fully recognized is not recognized because of your own personal ambition and because of your own personal belief. Just like, oh, I don't believe he's the president, therefore he's not a president. There's nothing like that, legally speaking. He's a president because INEC declared him that he won, and there are results that showed, and the Chief Justice of Nigeria is swearing him into office. So he's the one occupying the office. He's the CNC. He's controlling your three arms of your military. So for a single man out of 200 million to say, oh, I don't believe. You see, let me tell you what Obi has ended up doing in Nigeria. He has built what I can call monster, that he himself cannot control. He fears the obedient himself now. Because ordinarily, he tweeted that thing out of his normal sense, his free will. But a second thought about the obedience was what led to him deleting this thing. It means that he has built a group that he can't even control their reactions. You can't even control what they say. You can't even control their anger. That's the issue. So he has built
a mob. So it's a mob now, right?
So to speak, that you yourself even fear. And this is the way it all starts.
Can we interject?
You can.
Yeah, carry on. If it's so long as it's orderly.
It's like you brought me here, woman. You forced me to be listening to, lawyer.
Nobody forced you. Now.
It's okay. I'm just kidding now.
No! Before you interject, did anybody anticipate that this is what rational mind would look like?
No,
go ahead and give us the recruiter.
Rational mind. I need trademark. You have to give me trademark. You have to pay me. You have to pay me.
You know what?
You have to pay me for this look.
I had the image of a fat boy in my head. I didn't know you were tiny little guy.
I am what I am.
Let's see. Why are you hiding now? Let's see
you can't see me. You can't see me. You cannot see me.
Man, look behind you. Dupes is behind you.
So back to what we're talking about. I mean, when we just see one, imagine. Let me quote the lawyer himself. Some of us just come here, we become emergency analysts. I mean, this is the lawyer that we've not seen for a while, but because Obi just got into the headline and for the wrong reasons, or maybe, I mean, in your own, I mean, let's say, in you people's view, because he tweeted something and he realized, oh shoot, like what did I tweet? And then he took it back. And everyone, some audio badified people are all coming here like a. I'm not trying to be derogatory. I mean, like vultures on the prey. Like Kagas, everyone just land here and start dicing these guys, just spinning the whole thing. Like, come on. If somebody tweeted something and he realized that, oh, what I did was maybe I shouldn't have, because considering the court case, what message am I sending to even to the judges or whoever? Am I conceding that this guy is now the president or what? So I mean, you can look at that from that point of view, because this guy, and maybe he has no legal case in court, then we can say, maybe if he did that, and then we can find fault with that. But he has a legal case that has implication. Whatever he say outside in public could be construed by anybody, even the judges too. So by doing that, I think we should just let's not do this emergency analysis that we always come here whenever we hear. We hear that Obi gets into some kind of headlines that we just saw, like one man is putting up here now, and then like oh, everybody starts coming down and start dicing him and start spinning the whole thing. This is not Awoist, it's not Zikist, it's not this. I mean, come on. I mean, let's cut this guy a slack. I mean, everybody can do that. But the point is, we should look at the very thing behind it. What is behind it? You can say, well, maybe he's afraid of the obedience. Some people are saying here, I've had some narrative here saying that, oh, he has this mob, like our doctor there from Chicago said, they said, he has a mob that he cannot control anymore. Come on. This guy has a legal case. It's just like me quarreling with one man, and I took one man to court. I said, one man is owing me money. Then I went to another platform saying, well, it's not really that he was owing me money. I mean, what are we talking about?
Wait, Rational Mind, sorry, you're going on this long journey. How does acknowledging reality affect his legal case?
There's no reality here.
What do you mean?
It's all about what.
Wait, let me ask you one very simple question.
Oh God, go on.
Who is the president and commander in chief, GCFR of Nigeria right now?
Who is your president, Spina? Who is your president?
I mean, come on,
Joe Biden.
Don't do this. Don't do this. You guys know me that I will never. I mean, INEC.
You will never acknowledge reality, so you're like Peter Obi. What's the difference between you and Peter Obi?
The INEC declared. That's what I would say. The INEC, which is the INEC institution giving the right.
Supreme Court sworn, not just INEC declared. INEC declared. Supreme Court sworn. President of Nigeria.
Not Supreme Court. Supreme Court has not sworn anybody.
He did not place his hand on Quran and what's it called?
Dude, you asked a question now. You can't be making my answer for me now. Is it okay, let me answer your question. Yeah, INEC is an institution empowered to declare who is the president. So the INEC declared president now that was sworn in is Tinubu. So that's it. But
who swore him in? Sorry, who swore him in?
Oh God.
No. INEC just gave him that he's the president-elect, but who swore him in as the president of Nigeria?
He's the Chief Justice of Nigeria.
So correct yourself, Rational Mind, correct yourself.
That what?
That who swore him as president of Nigeria? You said INEC. Please correct yourself.
You see.
Correct yourself. Correct yourself.
Monique Farabalore. Monique. The INEC is the institution empowered to declare who is the president, and he was sworn in.
President-elect.
Hold on, please.
We have to be technical here, please.
Let me answer your question, and then let's just rest that case, please. INEC declared president and sworn in by the Chief Justice of the Federation. Ariwola did that. So what is the point?
That is your president.
So until the Supreme Court says yes, the case that these other people has against him.
The Supreme Court already said yes, they swore him in as the president. So what are you talking about?
What did the Supreme Court tell you that?
Jesus
What did the Supreme Court tell you that now?
Hold on. Ariwola is not the Supreme Court. It's just
he represents the Supreme Court.
Oh, here you go. No, dude.
Is the Chief Justice performing his role? Is in solemn duty.
Can I clarify?
rational mind.
Yeah.
The question we should ask these people is that why is Obi challenging the result?
That's the question.
Of the election?
On fait gbọ́. Tó bá béèrè question lọ́wọ́ on fait gbọ́.
I can answer it. That's a separate conversation, Babalale Kuku. The question is, who is the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, GCFR?
Yes, it's Tinubu.
Sworn in by.
Yeah, sworn in by Kenny.
Yes, but he does not agree.
Hey, but he's not agreeing with reality now.
Yeah, the law.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, but Adanle Koko, what they're saying is the fact that Obi does not agree does not make it unlawful. The only thing that makes
it's lawful at the moment.
So Tinubu is his president.
Yeah, lawfully by INEC.
As a fellow contestant.
Yes.
Tinubu is not his president at the moment because he's challenging Tinubu.
No. There's no law like that.
That's not how it works.
They are both contestants.
No, Babaja. No,
all of we the other fellow contestant. What is fellow contestant?
Ti wa dori law iru sha patapata. Ti dori law ru now, Babaja aba.
Dábàá kàwé akagbọ́ orí náà.
Ọlọ́run ṣọgbọ́n orí
nìkan. Èwo ni ẹ̀jẹ̀ èwo ni fellow contestant? Èwo ni fellow contestant?
Akagbọ́ orí.
It's not like that now. Let me ask.
Imagine, sorry, Ogbeni. Imagine if that was logic and apply it to sports. So if somebody loses a sporting event, and he says he doesn't accept it, so therefore the champion is not the champion. Is that where does it?
One man. I think I've answered the question.
What do you mean, fellow contestant law? Right? Something right?
No. They both contested for that position where Tinubu occupies today, and as such, the law allows him to challenge it if he does not agree with the declaration of Tinubu as the president. And that is what he's doing in the court now. So no other person by law can do that except Obi or Atiku or his fellow contestant before the election.
Babaja,
no other person.
Let me ask you a question.
The law.
No, he's the only person and his political party.
Adanle Koko, there's a difference between opinion and reality. Is Obi's opinion that Tinubu is not his president? That's fine. That's fine. But the reality is Tinubu is the president.
Kulata, let me ask them a question. Now, if today the court now declares Tinubu, when does Tinubu tenure start running? Does he start running from the day of the judgment or since the swearing in? If your answer is that his tenure starts running from the day of swearing in, then it means he's already your president now. Whether Obi wants it or not, because all those days or months he's going to spend in office now will be counted as part of his tenure. Do you get the logic behind that now? So if Tinubu has been sworn in, and Tinubu has his National Assembly already inaugurated in his government, and Tinubu is already signing budget, he's signing this and that, he's signing law, he's signing all these things. So, assuming, where do you now put all those things? Are you saying the person signing it are not the president? Then are you saying when you get to the office, you'll be revoking all those things? You can't do it again. So, in the eyes of the law, whoever INEC declare at that time, and whoever the CJN, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, sworn into office, becomes your president by law, is your president. Now you can still be challenging. If later you not challenge and are successful with your petition, from the day the court make that pronouncement and remove that man, the man shifts to be the president. But he still remains your president until the court says not your president.
No dispute. We're not disputing that.
So for a man to now say my president, and you are now deleting it. What kind of hypocrisy? That's the hypocrisy I'm talking about.
You see, this is emergency
I don't know
analysis that I said you were doing here.
Just doing for me, I know.
Yeah, I will quote you now. Yeah, I took the word from you. So emergency.
Are you trying to discredit his professionalism? Why?
No. I'll always respect him as a learned person. He's a lawyer. I mean, from the way he speaks, I mean, he has PhD from what I gathered. So why would I disrespect him? I'm only saying that the way we analyze, you know, whenever we hear anything about Obi, the next everybody wants to jump here.
I have a question for Spinner. Seriously, actually, I wanted to know what really happened between you. What happened?
Yesterday we still talk about it here. Go share me, Tinubu share. It's politics element for liking. I don't know about politics here. You got here, politics here. Because you people came here, I was hearing some of you. That was one of the things that brought me here. Oh, how many people did Obi has made? And I was saying, tell me, did they have finance minister? I was here listening to everybody. I was like, yeah, did they have finance minister? So where is finance minister? Where are his commissioners? Why are they not his disciples? You want to be telling us that Tinubu was in Lagos yesterday? All the governors, so like some people came here yesterday when you're talking. Can you see all the governors that he made? They are all there. They were all there today. I mean, even Akinwumi Ambode was there. All the people I was like, come on, how does that put food on the table of a common man like you and I in Nigeria? It makes people what does that mean? We just come here, we just pedestalize people, we make them like as if they are godlike people. We're talking about the people.
Must everything be about food?
No, God, come on. It's not food here. We're talking about the life of our people.
All right. I think we overflow Obi sometimes, but Adale Koko, round off the Obi space, and then I want to go on to Kolata with two. I want to the stock market space, and then there's an argument coming through for a sixth state in the southeast. So I'll give you the read of that, and then take your thoughts on those two spaces, Kolata. But Adale Koko, round off the P to Obi space first. Adale Koko.
Very good. Lord, the fridge.
One man.
One man. What did you say?
No, I said hold on. I said round off the Peter Obi space, and then we move on.
By the way, why are you guys calling him Peter Obi? Peter Obi.
Peter Obi.
Yeah, pronounce it correctly, please.
Oh, okay. So to me, I think he has not done anything wrong. He has done the right thing. The political backlash against him will be too huge for him to contain, because the Batify will go after him. His own follower will be disappointed. So he cannot disappoint his political followers right now. He has to carry them along till the end of the election petition. So he committed a blunder, but at the same time, he corrected it. And, to me, he has done the right thing. He shouldn't have left it alone. That would have been a big political blunder on it. How will he defend it when they ask him question? When his core supporters ask him question that, how on earth you are regarding this man as your president? He will be blabbing. He will be trying to defend. They will put him in a very difficult position, defending Tinubu. So we're going to find him in a situation, in a position now defending Tinubu while he has a case is pursuing, challenging Tinubu presidency at the court. That will have been counterproductive for him. So he did well. I commend him for what he did for deleting that tweet. So that's my take on that one, man.
All right, brilliant. Also about by Adale Koko with the discourse.
Chief one man. Can I just say one thing briefly?
Carry on, of course.
Yeah, because
Chief one man.
You know, I'm actually, I have a title, you know, I'm an Odolphin. Anyway, carry on.
Okay.
Odolphin.
Unverified titles are not allowed on this platform.
Do you want me to go and bring my beads? I can go and bring my
We can't
beads.
verify that right now.
Britain.
Look at that. If I want it, I can go and take it. If I want the title, I can take it.
October of Kent. October of London.
Lord One Man, Abi. Lord One Man.
Yes, it's more like a marquee. It's more like a marquee. The marquee of Akinmorin. The marquee of Akinmorin. I prefer that way.
But
sorry, yeah, Babati.
On the more serious, I wanted to say this agitation for one more state in the southeast is very funny to me, because if that is in the name of equality and fairness, let's not forget that the Northwest has 7 states. So if you're really going to go by that logic, then everybody else should get one more state, and you give the Southeast 2 states. That would be fairness, right? In a real sense, right? That would be fairness.
It's more a case of representation, though.
Of what?
Because in the parliament, you get a specific quota of representation there
I just told you the Northwest has 7 states. So isn't that an imbalance there? What would make sense, if we really be honest, is to take away that 1 state and give the Southeast the 6th state, right? Then they lose 1 state. That would truly represent what we're all looking for. But if you give the Southeast an additional state, there's still an imbalance in the system, because Northwest still has 7 states. So if you're really going to talk about fairness and equality, let's go all the way across board. So
maybe what we're looking for is some sort of collegiate sort of system in that parliamentarian system that we're running, because the numbers weigh so heavily in and it was deliberately skewed, by the way, by the people who wrote the Constitution. The numbers weigh so heavily in a certain direction that if they will it, they can in perpetuity have their will. Not a balance. It's not a balanced system.
Let me ask you. Okay, you give them an additional state. The North still has more, because once again, the Northwest has 7 states. So how do you correct that imbalance, one man?
Yes, but you're headed in the direction of the correction.
Okay, that means everybody else then has to get 1 more state again to balance that, right? If that's what we're going by. So
I think Yoruba land has 6 states, does it not? And in terms of population, it's more or less the same in numbers. We have a larger geographical mass in terms of land space.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of population count, is almost little as make no difference, the same amount of people.
Well, I've always advocated for an Ijebu state, because they are the only province that didn't get their own state. So,
Babati, I'm advocating for Okeogun State as well.
Yeah, they are the only ones from the old province that didn't get a state. So if
you advocate for Ijebu State, why do we put Yewa State?
Yewa is technically, but don't mind them. They are one of us. They don't. I want Bara. They are
still. No, they're not one of you. They're not one of you. Ijebu is different.
Bara is
Ijebu is different from you people.
One man.
Don't mind them.
One man.
Yeah, I'm here.
If I may ask, whoever is writing this letter, I hope the person understands I know the person will understand anyway. And I hope we all understand the complexities and intricacies, the procedures involved in creating a state in Nigeria. It's not a gift that a president can dash you. It's a difficult task in the present Nigeria that we have. In the military days, fine, yeah, Babangida, all of them, Abacha.
Sorry, when to cut you short, can you tell us what part of the Southeast they want to carve out for this 6 state? I'm not aware. Do you know that part of the Southeast they plan to carve out for the 6 state?
No, my issue is even with the procedure. You are writing the president to do what? To create a state in Nigeria, you need to first go to your National Assembly. Section 8, you will create what they call a proposal. That's the first thing you have to start with. I know there have been a lot of proposals before the National Assembly, but they can't pass through just first stage. A lot. I know from Adamawa, from almost every state in Nigeria.
I beg your pardon. Can I quickly present the readout and then you can do the pushback? Let me rush through it. So this is from Honorable Sir Augustine Onyeka Chukwu Ike. So a heavyweight, member representing Nnewi North constituency. It says, happy Eid celebration, Mr. President. The Eid is known as the Feast of Sacrifice. Eid commemorates the Quranic tale of Prophet Ibrahim's willingness to sacrifice his son Ishmael as an act of obedience to God. First, no better time to bring up this request before you and the leadership of the 10th National Assembly. Mr. President, the arguments for the 6 states to be created in the Southeast geopolitical zone are not only compelling, but grounded in history. Number one, in the very essence of democracy is the need to strike balance. If Nigeria is formed on 6 geopolitical zones and each of 5 geopolitical zones has 6 states, it is then equitable that every geopolitical zone must have 6 states. First, Nigeria cannot, on grounds of good logic, be said to have 6 geopolitical zones until the president assents to the proposal to create the 6 states in the Southeast in the spirit of equity and fairness. Number 2, the Southeast is a very historical region in Nigeria, and the memories of the good days in Nigeria is rooted to Ojuku's family. Lord Louis Philip Odumegu Ojukwu hosted the Queen of England, and he's the Queen of England, and his son embraced the military and was of great service to both his region and Nigeria in general. First naming such state, Ikemba State, with its headquarters in Nnewi, will tranquilize all agitations in the Southeast. And number 3, the Ikemba State will serve as another economic hub in Nigeria and a pilot state towards a new Nigeria. First, the need for the capital to be in Nnewi North local government area is beyond historical reasons. So this is a man. And then number 4, Mr. President, reminding you that the Southeast geopolitical zone is supposed to be a total of 18 senators, not 15, as the case is as present, is analogous to telling one they need to eat balanced diet. It cannot be. But then I do not have the other half of it. But that's his argument anyway. Whoever sent me that to send me the other half of it, so we can add that to the conversation. Carry on, yes.
Let me ask you, woman. Is that a compelling argument to make for a state? Seriously, is that compelling enough?
It started well, but it got very silly towards the
It doesn't make it. This idea of just give it to me because Emilio Khan is my turn and everybody has it for benefit. It's not an argument to make for state creation. Go and look it up. The only province that never got a state was Ijebu. That they don't actually lay claim to be given a state. So this idea of just giving it to because everybody has 6, I don't understand this mentality, but this is not a compelling argument to make for the state. See, I'm sorry. It doesn't make any sense.
And I think it compels somewhat when it's telling you that they have 15 representation as opposed to other people's 17. And they are one of the main stock of the Nigerian space. When you talk of Nigeria, you say Hausa, Fulani, Yoruba, and Igbo.
One man, let's stop this. Nigeria is not a Wazobia country. I've always made that argument. Nigeria, this is one of the problems we've had at the country. We have more than 300 tribes in Nigeria. It's not a Yoruba, Fulani, and Igbo nation. There are other tribes in that country as well. So your argument cannot be based on you being the 3rd biggest. Therefore, you deserve this. No. It's not a complaint. Once again, it's not a complaint argument I'm going to give even anything at all. I'm not willing to
in broad strokes, Nigeria is Wazobia now.
But in reality, it's not. Is it?
Yeah, but in reality, nothing is. But in broad strokes, is it not?
Come on, let's move on.
Man, but it's a reality now.
We are, because
all
that's
right.
the problem.
But T, for fairness and equity, though,
For
if you
fairness
look at
and
the,
equity, what are you?
if you look at the regions, not
Right.
I mean that is the only region. I mean, this is not even Wazobia or anything.
Right.
Just base it on the regions that Abacha
Can you-
created.
okay,
why,
can you-
why does Northwest has 7 and
That-
Southeast has 5?
Okay, that's my point. Okay, you give them an extra set. Okay, they have 6 now. Northwest still has 7. So how is that fair? So how do we correct that imbalance? Should take away 1 seat from them? They
At
still
least
have
you give them 6 first now before you talk about 7. If you give them 6, then we'll begin to talk about other ones.
Let's do it right now. Let's solve it at once. Okay, you get your 6, but somebody still has 1 more than everybody else. And since you are claiming fairness and equality,
No, we can.
One man. This is the reason why I tell you in this platform that an Igbo man cannot be the president of this country unless the
No, I cannot take the ethnicity out of it. Let's not make this Igbo.
No, it's not about it. It's not about ethnicity.
I want to explain. In the northwest, for example,
not ethnicity.
In the northwest, why is KB or Zamfara? Why are they a state? They cannot sustain by themselves. They're not economically viable. Okay. So why don't you merge KB and Sokoto together?
Now we
and in the southeast. And in the southeast, we can look at, forget space, let's look at population here. In the southeast, we can look at merging some aspects of Anambra, Imo, and which other one is closer together, Abia, and make it some state based on the population, if the population supports it. Because it's unfair. Representation, southeast is at a disadvantage.
Okay.
By representation.
That argument of shrinking the state in the northwest because it's not viable, that I can buy into that. That makes sense to me. That will okay. We have population. It's like having what is this close to Massachusetts? Rhode Island.
Rhode Island.
You see how but they have.
Look at how tiny Rhode Island is. Yeah, but they have a population.
Right, and they have the market. They have the size. Okay, if you shrink a state in the northwest, make it 6, and you give the southeast a state, I will buy into that because that makes sense to what you're claiming to be fairness and equality. That makes sense to me. But you cannot give them 6, and somebody still has 7, and you're still claiming.
No, we need to cut northwest to size because they have an unfair advantage.
That makes sense to me. That makes
sense. Beyond all this political permutation, legally speaking, that is my issue here. How do you create a state under the present constitution? The man that wrote a letter to the president should know, as of fact, that Nigerian president cannot dash anybody a state. It's not military days when the head of state will just wake up and create a state and put capital anywhere he wants. Under the constitution, under section 8, it's a very huge task to create a new state in Nigeria. First, you have a proposal. You are sending that proposal to National Assembly. But that's your proposal now. Before you send it, it must be supported by at least 2/3, right? Majority of every members that you have. That's the area that is demanding for the creation. Your members in the Senate must approve and support that proposal. 2/3 of your members in your House of Assembly in that state must approve that proposal. 2/3 of your local government assemblies must approve that proposal. That is at proposal level. That alone will scatter people around because of within even a state alone in Nigeria. There is this sentiment of, do you know within Adamawa alone they wanted to create, was it 3 or 4? Everybody fighting on his own. So before you can even have 2/3 of all these guys, their senator, their house rep, and local government coming together, and House of Assembly coming together to bring out a proposal, the entire tenure of one man is gone. Okay, when you now finish that, the next thing you escalate it to referendum. So now you go to conduct a referendum, and in that referendum, they're expecting 2/3 majority of people living in that area where you want to create that thing to accept that, okay, come and create a state for us. Then when you now finish with that, you now escalate it now for approval of a simple majority of all members of House of Assembly in that area. You see the issue? Then after that, you now bring it up and now table it on each wing of your National Assembly. You table it on Senate, you table it on Rep. So you see the intricacies. Then if you now get your approval, that's when you now take it to Mr. President. So if somebody is just writing a letter to Mr. President, I wonder, go and bring your proposal and submit it before the National Assembly and see if it will. In fact, before you even submit start your proposal first and let 2/3 majority of your House of Assembly, Senate, and local government and Rep in that area approve it first. And you
Sorry, Ogbeni, but it's already been put forward. Do you remember early mid last year when they were doing town halls around the Constitution, and then the idea for the 6th southeastern state was pushed very heavily, and then the idea for a split of Kaduna state was also pushed very heavily. So I think it's already in the works, and it's just trying to propel it to the top of the table.
Which one of which states do you think is before the National Assembly? Do you know that every state in Nigeria wants the creation within their state? Every state in Nigeria. And this is what I'm saying. So how many do you want to create? And don't forget that you need, and this is another thing, like somebody who said, oh, an Igbo man can never be president in Nigeria. And I said, no, why not? But you need others. That's one thing my brothers from Southeastern should start realizing now. You need others. Okay, to create a state, you see now that you need an outside man there that you always call Aboki to create state in your space. President cannot dash you, and you cannot dash yourself. You can't create a state for yourself. You need that man in Kaduna.
But then, Lawyer Kole.
Yep.
You see, the way you're sounding, you're making it sound like, of course, they should know that they need other people to win the election. But you're making it sound you're still playing this narrative of this last election. That's what I'm hearing. I mean, that's what I can deduce from what you're talking about.
No,
I understand what you're talking about. You're talking about state creation, the process. Yes. I understand that.
So why do you now think I'm talking about last election?
You said what, please?
Why do you think I'm talking about last election? I've only enlightened us on.
I know, but you just went a little bit off what you were talking, and then asked like throw shade, like, oh, you people understand that you need. Of course,
no, I'm addressing someone who said that an Igbo man can never become a president in Nigeria. I've left the issue of state creation. I'm now talking about somebody who just, when that person talked, you didn't say anything. Because I wonder how can somebody say, oh, an Igbo man can never be. And I remember Kulata was the only person who cautioned the people. I said, no, don't bring tribalism.
But it's a fact now. I cannot withdraw it. I know it's a fact. I know it's a fact. I can give you reasons to that.
Nnamdi Azikiwe has led this country before. Was he a Yoruba?
Well, how did he run? How did he become the president? Because he brought democracy, and it was ceremonial president was given to him. And he says the brain. Just forget that history.
One man,
somebody you gave him ceremonial president. That he was not even the president. You still have someone that was supervising his activities those days.
Who supervised activity of Nnamdi?
You still have prime minister now.
Ogbeni, can you give me 1 second, please? Can you give me 1 second? One man, please. This section is rowdy, man. So rowdy. Please, can we conduct ourselves, please? The interjection, people will just jump in, cut people off of their thoughts. Please now. Please. Thank you.
Are we on the same platform or you're on a different platform?
I mean,
that wasn't the experience, I don't think, Thomas. But
can I ask a question, one man?
No, carry on. Yeah.
One question. For everybody in the panel, just one question.
Yeah.
So let's just say how many. To you, your opinion, we currently have 36 states. How many states do you think Nigeria really needs? If they're about to shrink down the number, how many do you think ideally is okay enough?
10 is okay. 10.
I think we need more, not less.
More states?
10 states.
Yeah, because that brings governance closer to the people.
Yeah, local council can do that job. You don't need to have a state necessarily to bring government closer to the people.
But I think 10 is enough.
You know, you see, when we had 12 states in the 70s, they should have left it alone, and that's 12 states.
It
And
was Babangida, wasn't it?
no, that was
That gave us 36.
no, it was
One.
yeah, so Babangida that gave us to maybe 32 or something like that, and Abacha increased it to 36. So if they are left
30.
it alone,
30. Babangida gave us 30.
okay. So if they are left it alone at 6, and with the creation of local government, the way Obasanjo did it, if they had left it alone like that, it would have been better for us. Because
How many was it back then? You said it was 6, right? 6 states.
no, by the time Obasanjo hadn't over, no, it was 12 during the Gowon.
During Gowon, I
increased
think
it
Gowon
to
now.
19. Obasanjo increased it to 19. So if Obasanjo did not increase it to 19 states, if he had left it at 12, when they, took over government the way it was then, and him created more local government the way he created local government after he increased it to 19, I think it would have been better because the
But Ajanle Koko, can you tell us why they did not stop at 12? What begat the pressure? Because that may be the reason. You may think 12 is good because us that are Wazobia, we just ignore the cries of minority people and their sense of belonging and the sense for them to control their destinies. So if at 12 there was still a lot of pushback and request for more states, maybe did not satisfy a lot of minority groups.
Well, you could be right. You could be right. But if or let me say maybe at that 19, just leave it at 19 when Obasanjo handed over to the civilian Shagari. If they had left it alone, it would have been better for us because the more local government, the more state they created after then, divided us more against each other. We don't see ourselves as same people again. We are the more local government, the more state and more local government they created after then, we were more divided against each other. And
Adame Koko, the local government system has proven to be ineffectual within the Nigerian space. The only two effective form of governance we have in Nigeria is the federal presidency and the state houses. So those are the only really somewhat effective form of governance we have. So if you are going to look at Borno State State would easily be 3 to 5 states, or your state certainly 3. You know there are places in the north that they still think Gowon is the president. The governors just not getting to anywhere.
Yeah, it's because the reason is because you see our governors, since we came in 2019, never allow local governments to operate. If they have left local government alone to operate the way they were operating during the time of even Babangida, that is not too far away from us, local government was functioning very well during the time of Babangida. If these governors, these criminals have allowed them to operate the way they used to operate during the Babangida, governance will have been more closer to the people. But these people did not allow the local government to operate. They didn't fund them well. They just rendered them useless. That is why you don't see governance in so many places in Nigeria. So they should have empowered more, local government more to govern the people, and state will be on top of them doing their own. The way it is here in the United States, it is the county that run the government, and it is the county government that a lot of people rely on here in this country. The county, not even the state. The county, the local government, If you want to do the licensing of your plate number, it is handled by the county. The licensing of your business is done by the county. The education, the elementary and the secondary school of your your county is handled by the local government, and it is the medical, what do you call it? Your medical insurance that is handled by the state, but the education and the fed and the state and is done by the local government here. Everything that drives governance is handled by the country. So our creation of more states is just to satisfy politicians.
So you're saying that 19 should have been enough. 19 is the ideal.
That would have been the perfect for us.
Okay. Okay, do you agree?
And that would have been the perfect. And we would have concentrated on the local government to run the government. Local government should have been more effective, and all the problems we are facing today as regard, bad governance wouldn't have been an issue at all.
I'm not sure I agree. 19.
I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry. Can I ask that question? Ajale Koko address it, and then Kulata pick it up, because it was actually for Kulata to open up that space. So, but I think we already get the inclination that Kulata feels that for equity and balance. But can I ask your question? Ajale Koko respond, and then Kulata talk us through this request for a 6th state.
Okay, everything you said here was understandable and well articulated. But now they have moved ahead to create more states. Is there no need to strike the balance for the issue of equity and the fairness? Now they have decided to create more states ahead of what you just explained. So why is it a bad idea to create a balance now, giving each region the same representation?
Let me ask a question. What's the number from each region? Like in Southwest, how many of the House of Rep member or Senate do they have? Is it more than Southeast?
Southeast is presenting 15. Others are presenting 18 also.
Each other 18, or just?
Each other region is presenting 18.
Northwest is presenting 21.
Southeast is presenting 15.
Well, I think to me,
please, what do we mean by region? Which of the regions are we talking about? Is Midwest
the six geopolitical?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's geopolitical zone we are talking about here.
Yes, that is what he's talking about. Well, I think the nation is not fair to Igbo for not giving them 6 states. If South can have 6 states, why can't Southeast have 6 states?
How many does Southwest have? Only 5 now?
Only 6. We have 6.
Ogun, Oyo, Ondo, Ekiti, Osun,
Lagos.
We have 6 now. What is Pinat doing?
Lagos.
So Lagos is not Southwest anymore.
Lagos is no man's land. So the nation is not fair to. If the nation can give South, that is just, how do I describe it? It's a riverine area. They can give them 6. Why can't they give the Southeast that even have more population than them? Why can't they give Southeast 6?
No, South has more population than Southeast. Please don't misconstrue it.
How do you mean? How can South have more population than Southeast?
Southeast, your population is not in the Southeast. Ekene, look at you. You're in Lagos. Most people are like you, outside of the Southeast.
But we are Southeasterners now. Whether we reside in the Southeast or we don't reside in the Southeast.
It doesn't work that way.
Where you reside is not where you are from. They don't count you because you are Igbo living in Lagos. They count the people that stay in that location. That's how you get allocation and stuff.
But
yeah,
people
sorry.
on people, don't let us deceive ourselves. We know the largest
telling me
three tribes in Nigeria: Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, and Igbo. Those are the largest three tribes. So, on what account you want to say that Southside is bigger than? So,
the current population of residents of South is higher than Southeast. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah. Quick, let me interject real quick.
Sorry, Ajane Koko. Hold on, Ajane Koko. Let Prince come in. I think he's trying to insert into that space. Prince,
let me answer Kulata 1 minute. Because they have more state than Southeast, that's why they have more representation than Southeast. They gave them more state. And all of us that they gave more state will all have more representation than.
No, population, not representation. Population.
That's representation now. We are talking about representation.
Hold on, everybody. Let Prince come in. Prince.
Yes. Thanks, Woman. I think somebody mentioned it earlier. See, it's the Southeast population is transitory in a lot of ways. They may be more in numbers, but they don't occupy their region as densely populated as other places. And but I don't think I know what the representation in terms of numbers was like. What somebody said 18 or 17, and the Northwest has 21. But we're not going to the roots reason why they want an additional state. And for what I've understood for a long time is that it has to do with the allocation of money from the center, because the more states they have, the more money they're going to get. Now, is that not the case? Apart from just having the right representation, is that not part of the problem also?
It is.
Let me give you another indices. When you are talking about
sorry, you said that like it was a negative. They get the money to develop their area, which they are entitled to. You said that like it sounded like it was a negative. It's not a negative. If they want more
I'm not sure. Well, at least we know the reason why. I mean, it's not because they're trying to.
You know the reason why. That's not the reason why.
Hold on. It's not like they're trying to create another state in order to draw in Igbos from other parts of the country or contiguous states that may have Igbos in them. That's not the reason. I think at the end of the day, it's about money, which is fine.
No, it's not about money.
Let me say whether it's money or not. When it comes to politics, when you're talking about delegates that vote during the primaries, you get your delegates.
Which primaries? Like what primaries?
Party primaries.
What that Atiku is going to win? What does it matter?
No, delegates that vote during the primaries, they give delegates based on the number of representatives you have.
Yeah, that's what I said. That Atiku is going to win. So what does it matter?
No, you must have the number first. If you have the number, then you have the confidence that you have the number. Then you begin to pursue. But when you know,
can I have the point? The influence. I think what you're saying is the influence of Southeast is weakened, is low compared to other regions. You're right.
So that's why I said that the Southeast cannot be president of this country except the two parties decide to give them that ticket. Because when you come and you look your delegate is not even enough to even pursue anything.
That is I hate to use the word a lazy way to approach the matter. It's about politicking. It has nothing really. I guarantee if you give them 6 or 7 states, it does not even guarantee or they're going to play the right politics to even
let them
win.
Get the number first. When they have the number, then you begin to push that.
Well,
let them get the number first.
But
so when you really know you don't have the number.
You've not presented any sufficient justification for it. I don't believe so. I don't think they
present. Now when you're talking, I'm telling you how it works. When you just watch, whenever they want to do primary, just check the number, how they get their delegates.
Nah, it's more complicated.
That's why most of them they leave their region, they run to the northwest, seeking for vote from delegates. Because that is where the number comes from.
Have you, can you show from historical facts that the Southeastern almost got so close, and because of the delegates, they were not able to go to the next level? I don't think so. It's an excuse. We all know, and I know.
No,
I know.
it's
I know.
not an excuse.
Oh,
It's
I
not
know.
an
I know you know very
It's
well.
not.
Can I
Let's
also?
listen. The only way that's and I still maintain it.
Let me
Yeah.
ask Daddy Father. Let me ask you.
Okay, another one. Yeah.
Daddy Father, right?
Let me ask you, are you telling us that the country is fair to East to give them 5 states and against others that have 6?
I see. Sometimes when we get to the minutiae of things, that does not really serve the people well. Now, somebody's already made an argument that actually, based on numbers, actually, that the southeast region of Nigeria is the number 1 beneficiary of the state of Nigeria as a country. Okay, so the way, at the end of the day,
you are going on a different.
No, I'm not, because you're trying to corner me or put me in the corner to answer the question.
Prince, let me help you. Baba,
Answer the question.
No, let me help him out.
Is the
Baba,
country fair to the
no,
south?
let me help him out.
Yeah.
I'm from the southwest. We have 6 states. Is it fair to us that we only have 6 and Northwest has 7? Is it fair to us?
Well, that's a good point.
Yes,
Yeah.
No. You answer. Is it fair to us that we have 6 and they have 7? Is it fair?
It is fair.
How?
No, it is not. Say,
it is not fair. You can't do the same thing now. It's not
Hold
fair.
on. Why it is fair is that the Hausa Fulani that they claim that have more population than us are having the same number of states with us.
no, they don't. They have 7.
They have 7. We have
But
6.
which state have
Northwest.
7?
Northwest has 7.
Now, you didn't know that.
Northwest have 7.
7,
Yes.
There's
Exactly. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on.
They
They
have
have
7
the
now.
land.
You didn't know
They have
that.
There you go. Good point. They have the land.
It's
Yeah.
not by land, guys. It's not by land. It's by viability.
I know, but if you want to use that rationale to do the explanation,
They have the land. They have the population than us.
okay, but Southeast occupy the smallest geographical area in Nigeria.
How are you now making the case for Southeast? Southeast?
Huh?
No, you said Northwest. I just thought that they have 7 states. You said it's okay because they have land and they have population.
Okay.
But how can you then make a case for Southeast that has the smaller land?
Based on the same criteria? Yeah, how can you do that?
We're not doing the same.
Can I interject? Because I think it's even worse than you guys are taking it. Because look at Northwest, for example, they have 7 states. Now look at North Central, they have 6 states plus Federal Capital that has a minister. So that's additional representation. So from the North Central, they have 19 senators. And if you guys want to base your argument based on land, there's more land in the Northeast. Why is Borno just a single state that has land to support the entire Southeast plus more? So it's skewed. This picture is skewed. Let's say the truth. The Southeast got shafted. They are at a disadvantage from day one.
One second. Based on reality, you see, I think.
Let me chip in this.
One second. Angelica was making a point earlier. I can hold on.
Hold on for Prince. Yeah, carry on.
Angelica was making. I think Angelica or someone was making a point earlier. See, when they do population in the U.S., for example, or they're trying to allocate funds based on federal allocation, right? They look at where the population migration is. Okay, in the United States, they have what they call the electoral college, and it's a number assigned to each state. Sometimes, and they do quite often, they deduct, you can say, they deduct number or reduce the number of certain states. Why? Because their population has reduced and moved to different part of the country, and they assign that number to that state. Back to Southeast. Now, why do they want another state when, again, there's always a huge migration of their population out of that area? So, see, You see, this is the problem. See, if they should give Southeast, for example, an additional state, then, for example, Lagos as a state should be given twice the allocation because they do take care of a lot of people from other parts of the country, especially the Southeast, and they have enormous burden on the resources and infrastructure in the area, in the state. So let's not just base this fairness on just having 6 or 7 number of states, but based on the reality of how people are faring in different parts of the country. That's a fair argument.
Okay, let me
say this. What I want to say is this. Just like what, yeah.
No, please. One thing.
Okay.
Let me say one thing. Look, we in Lagos State got shafted too by number of local government given to us. We have more population than Kano, but they only give us 20 local government. Why Kano have 44? So Nigerian state is not fair to everybody, some kind of way. You know, you can point your own side that, oh, this is where they are not fair to me. So in the case of Lagos State should have had more local government than Kano State. But reverse is the case.
Well, thanks to your passenger, right?
Double of what we had. So
no, it's Abacha.
Yes, it's Abacha. Thank you. So they backstab us badly for not giving us more local government than Kano. So as they are not fair to the East in the creation of states, so they are not fair to us
in the West.
The creation of
okay, so what is your wait.
So why do you make them a victim all the time? Why you make them sound like they're victims all the time when we all suffer from it?
No. Look, it's just pointing out the area where the Nigerian state is not fair to them. The area
it's not exclusive to them. That's the point. It's not exclusive to one part of the country. Everybody is bearing the same issue. So, that's the point. It's not exclusive to you only.
But it's weighted heavily more. If we are going by ethnic stock, Babati, it's weighted heavily, and I think Kulata was presenting that argument as well. It's weighted heavily more against them than anyone else. Everybody has an argument for more, but they more so.
No, but the argument he was making was actually to my side, because remember, Baba said that we said they have 7 states in the Northwest, and he said it's based on he was basing it on land size and population. And I say if it's based on land size and population, which I don't agree with, by the way, but if that's what you are going to use as a yardstick for justifying the need for more states, then it does not benefit them. Change the parameters of the parameters of what you're measuring, that we can have an argument. But if you're going to base it on, oh sorry, I got a call. Sorry, let me hold. Yeah.
Let me give you this. Hold on. Let me give you this paragraph, Mr. President, reminding you that the Southeast geopolitical zone is supposed to have a total of 18 senators, not 15, as the case is at present. Analogous to telling, and then it tails off into something that I cannot read, but they are underrepresented is really the essence of it.
Yes, well, look at it. When you come to the negotiating table, you look at, the problem is Nigeria is not that the United States. I know Prince Daddy was making, Nigeria is tribal land. United States is no man's land, literally no man's land, apart from the native Indians. Nigeria is tribal land. And we negotiate based on identity and, of course, religion too. So when you come to the table, I come with 18, you come with 21, North Central comes with 19, Northeast 18, South 18, you come with 15. You are automatically at a disadvantage. So you can't even negotiate as a block. You are best used to distribute votes among the people with significant numbers. Forget about the fact that they don't play their politics right and all. But just by sheer numbers, they come with a weak hand onto the negotiating table, and we have to acknowledge that.
Yes.
Let me say something. Let me just Kulata just analyze everything, and that is the point. And I'm not a politician, but when you talk about politics, them that are politics, they understand what they are seeking for. They understand this is not the first time this argument is coming up, and they have explained it in this direction. It's not the first time. So when it comes, and that is why the only thing the Igbos are waiting now is the major party telling them, "I'm giving you the ticket." Apart from that, if they to begin to play politics the way they are playing it, Igbo man cannot be the president of this country. That is a fact.
Well, hopefully that's not a fact.
I don't agree with this narrative of Igbo man cannot be, because Igbo man had been before. I gave you an instance of Nnamdi Azikiwe.
Nnamdi Azikiwe was never a president. He was a ceremonial president.
And can be done.
Who told you?
The question should be asking Kole. Hold on. The question should be asking Kole. The question is this. You see, we always like to bring some narrative that does not even fit the time. And
why do you think it doesn't fit?
It doesn't fit.
Hold on, everyone. Rational Mind, we'll be needing a tour of your garage at some point. We want to see the Lamborghini Countach and the Eldorado Cadillac, and so we want a tour of that. But carry on, yeah.
I wouldn't be able to show you what I have because for privacy reasons. I'm sorry.
For privacy reasons.
Carry on. Anyway, so what I'm trying to say is that what the context of when you were talking about is different. It was at the context when we have regionalism, we have regions. So, and this time, what the argument here is that why would Southeast have 15? If they give us a reason that, okay, population-wise, as in currently people who reside, because you see, here in America, this Republican, they go by this, what they call redistricting or districting, or I don't know how to do this, their political calculation here. It's all about when they do census. If the Northwest, that we're talking about, that they should cut it down to 1. If they have what it takes to have 7 states, why not? But if they don't, then we should need to think about it. But then in the case of Southeast, you see the population more than 1 1/4 of 1/4 of Southeasterners are living outside Southeast. The only people remaining there will be like say 1/4 of the people of Igbo's extraction that are living in that space called Southeast. The majority of the Igbos are living outside. So if the Nigerian government or the Nigerian government decides to give them 17, 15, as opposed to the other numbers, if it is based on the population that are currently there, then I can understand. That I think that argument is understandable. But then that Igbos will be asking for 18 or the same equal as other people, then we should be asking some questions. Now, other places that like Southwest, where we have loads of people, because that's where the population is when it comes to people who are moving for greener pastures like Lagos. Should Lagos be given that consideration of having to produce even more than like 30 House of Rep members? Because if you have to zone it by population, because we're talking about population here, how many House of Rep members to what population, what size of population? That's what we should be basing it on, not like empty land mass. You have a land mass and then there's hardly anybody living on it. And then you're giving them a House of Rep member to represent or somebody to represent. It makes no sense.
Well, now you're talking, making sense. Yeah.
So if I can land on my point, If I can land on my point, this is the point I was trying to make. You see, there are a lot of things you consider when it comes to creation of states. And I don't think we are actually going deep and considering it here. One of the things you consider is population of that particular place where you want to create. They consider land mass, your geographical contiguity. They consider your socio-cultural and ethnic composition around that place. They consider your economic viability.
No, hold on, Ogwene.
Which country are you talking about?
Hold on, Bramberry as well. Start again, and then let's see where how the Southeast fits in.
Let me start with the population. Now
right, they have that. Yes.
Now you see when you say they have that, and that's the question I always ask. If you say, okay, Southeast has that kind of population, Southeast is the major tribe in Nigeria that's spread across Nigeria. So when they consider population, they don't consider your population as a tribe. Don't forget that you are not creating state based on tribe. You are creating state based on people who reside in that particular place where you want to create. So they have their population spread across the country. They are even adding to the population of other spaces where they are creating states, leaving their own space. Consider that, don't forget. Next thing you have to consider is their land mass. Do they really have that land mass? The answer is no, when you compare them to all these Northwest and Northeast that they always like to compare themselves with. You don't.
Who gave those land mass? Who gave those land mass?
What do you mean by who gave the occupied
Who share the land mass? Who share the land mass?
Nobody shares their ancestral land. Is their ancestral land now?
Is that okay?
Is their ancestral land?
Is their ancestral land?
Yes.
Nobody shared it.
Ogwene, the point that Kenna is putting to you is the state creation that cut off the regions, spaces, communities that were meant to be part of the wider southeastern space, and they went to south and whatnot. So that's what Kenna is saying.
No, it's simple. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this: if you pick Northwest, for instance, Northwest is majorly occupied. Let me say Northeast. Northeast is majorly occupied by Hausa, Fulani, Kanuris. Southeast is in fact, I can say South is the only homogeneous region you can pick in Nigeria. Tell me other tribe that reside with them there.
Igala.
The Igbos reside there. I know
Igalas.
The Agalas are in Kogi.
Then Enugu and not Anambra.
Igala is Enugu now. If you want to extend, you extend from Kogi State, from the Igala side now.
I'm just telling you what I know. Please, I know that Southeast is basically homogeneous. The Igbos.
Then is Southwest homogeneous too?
No. Southwest is not, because
then Southeast is not homogeneous because if Southwest has Egun, then Southeast has Igala. You have to acknowledge that.
I know. See what I'm trying to explain. I've explained. I've explained Northeast.
When he's not talking about indigenous shape, he's talking about people alien to the culture coming to be resident there.
They sell suya in Southeast now.
Ooh. If
they sell suya in Southeast, that means that there are Northerners that live in the Southeast.
What does suya have to do with what we're talking about?
No, because they're saying that the occupants of Southeast, they're homogeneous. And I said, well, if they sell suya, that means they can't be homogeneous. That means that the houses there too. They must have their own sabo.
I'm talking of the ancestral land. Is there any?
But even with the ancestral land, northern, southeast, they have Igala. For example, these dudes that they just picked at Navy, whatever, is ancestrally Igala, but it's from Enugu.
So that particular part of Enugu, is not part of Biafra land. That's what you're saying.
It's part of course, it's part of Biafra because it's in Enugu, but they're ethnically Igala.
Wait now, you're tracing another history. So if it's actually part of Biafra, that means not all Biafra are Igbos.
Not all Southeasterners are Igbos.
Wait now, I've left Southeastern. I said, is it part of Biafra land?
Where are you?
Yeah, I don't know about this Biafra. I don't know. Let's talk about Southeast.
They've distracted me from where I'm going. Where I'm going is this. I started with population. That's the first thing you consider. I moved to land mass. Everybody knows that Southeast doesn't have that land mass compared to
question.
Compared to Northeast.
Hold on, let us go in the land, Brownberry. Carry on.
Compared to Northeast and Northwest, we all know. I think Southeast has about 29,000 square kilometers or something like that. And all those places you are comparing yourself to, they are about 40-something, 60-something thousand. So the land mass, one of the major things they consider. Then the socio-cultural and ethnic composition and spread. Now, if you go to South-South, people will say, why do you have 6 in South-South? The sociocultural and ethnic spread in South, you can't compare it to Southeast because there are more other minority ethnic groups in South than Southeast. You go to South, you find different ethnic groups that ordinarily they can't even live together on the normal space without clashing. And you won't find this in the Southeast because you are Igbos.
So what's the argument? What's the argument?
It's not an argument, it's a conversation.
No, so what's the conversation about?
I didn't understand anything. I didn't understand this.
Oh, I know why will you understand? Because it's not supporting your point. I don't expect you to understand it.
Nobody
but
understands
our
it.
audience will understand it. Once our audience understand it, I'm okay.
Because the angle you're coming from is just like you're all over the places. But
no,
don't get me wrong, I understand what
my
you're saying.
point is made once the audience understand it.
Okay, your audience, your imaginary audience.
And if out of about 9 panelists, 2 are saying they don't understand, it means others understand it. I'm okay.
So who told you we're just two?
I'm a democratic person. I love democracy. Majority understand it. But the point I'm trying to make is just to let the House understand that there are indices they consider, and all these factors.
Who are these people that consider these things?
The indices that
it's embedded in the process.
That's what they consider in picking. That's what they consider in determining your rep. Now, you think they just dash? They just dash estate.
Yeah, in regards to the South has been homogeneous. I do agree with you because you sell suya on the corner in South.
No, I was being flippant. I wasn't serious.
One man can okay.
I'm used to Kulata now.
Let Brownberry come in. I don't think he can abide what it's hearing. Brownberry.
Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Carry on.
Okay. What we practice in Nigeria really is not that we practice representative democracy. That's what we practice. Okay, so I think it's very vital that South is be given one more state. So is also Lagos State. Is also vital that they also fight for more local government. Okay, so we cannot come here and say, oh, because you hate some people's face, you said you want to like that man said in that what's the name of that House of Rep member that went to Brecken and said, oh, economy is doing like this, economy is waving and waving and waving, so we cannot be waving here and there. And because it's also good for us from the south that if South they had one state to them, when the voting is when things that that affects us comes up, because we're always in disadvantage, because South is only have 15. Even if you want to pick some vote from here and there from some states in South.
Sorry, when I say 15, I mean 15 senators.
I know
5 states.
I know what you mean by 15 senators. I know that the rest of the states, the rest of the zones have 18, mostly in the South. I'm just talking about South now. South has 18, Southwest has 18, Southeast has 15. We cannot say because most of them live outside of their ancestral home that they cannot have representative. I think it's
they do where they live. Like in Lagos, is the case in point. You have those that are. Let me finish. Excuse me. You have.
Hold on. Let Baban say that. Hold on, Bamberry. Let me make the point and then you pick it up.
You have House of Rep members that live in Lagos that are Igbo that represent your interest in the House of Rep. So the reason why that is done that way is because it would be unfair to someone that where you live, you having a rep member there at the same time having the equal number from your own territory. So it has to be based on residency, not population size.
That's a great point. Yeah,
that is true fairness. Because imagine having half of, let's say half of Southeast.
You guys are thinking from the space of.
Hold on, let him land.
My point, so where I'm coming from.
Land the point. Coming after him.
My point. Let's say half of Yoruba land moves to Igbo land, for instance, and half of your seats in the House is Yoruba people that represent Eastern states in terms of rep, but at the same time, they now base the number of reps based on Yoruba numbers in the Southwest. So they're going to have half of them representing you in the East, in the House, at the same time, also representing themselves from their own region. So that reduces your own number in the House, which will be unfair to you. That is the hope. That's the reason why it's based on population size, residency, and not tribe. That you go.
But let's not.
Even at that, the population that is being discussed, even the population is even there in the southeast. You are even talking about population. Just check it.
Resident in the southeast.
Yes, that is even that residence. Go even that residence you are talking about. Apart from Lagos and the Kano, which other place is more populated than Onitsha and other areas?
What do you mean? Borno is not more populated than Onitsha. What are you saying? What do you think is the population of Southeast now?
Check it now. Even the residents you are talking about, how even just check it very well. Apart from Lagos and Kanos and Rivers and all those, then check Imo State, check Anambra State.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? So as of now, they base it on residency, population size, and some might say land mass. What do you think they should base? The argument you're making, should it be based on just tribe? Like, how should they change that requirement? Or if you get what I'm saying, should they move away from residency in determining
the criteria doesn't take cognizance of the ethnic peculiarity of the country, which is the central theme of the country. So nobody cares about all of these things. We are Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, and you have the Igbos. You have them tied to a state.
Do you know what that means?
At a disadvantage. That's the argument.
But do you know what that means, though? That means that the person that moves around the most will benefit there because they will enjoy the opportunities to run for office in other places, have their people there, but at the same time still have the equal number from their own region, which will be unfair to the places where they move in the first place.
Yeah, but Babati, though, going back to Ekene's original argument, like, it's gonna be tough or near impossible, apart from if you have a political maverick, for a president to come out of the Southeast, especially in the primaries of two major parties, unless both parties kind of like zone this to the Southeast. It's a tougher task to get a Southeasterner to be president than a Yoruba guy or a Northern guy.
Bro, I'm with you, but this is my frustration. Is the way that they are going about it is not the best approach. It might make sense to some people, but I think it's a terrible approach to come at it this way. This so-called fairness and equity approach is wrong, in my opinion.
That is the equity we are talking about. That is the equity. That's the equity.
Let's bring Ribadu into the conversation.
Okay, that's very nice. That's very nice.
Yeah, let's bring Ribadu into the conversation. So Ribadu, where we are is there's a sense of imbalance in the composition of the Nigerian state that the Southeasterners are in perpetual disadvantage due to reasons of underrepresentation. And representation, of course, is usually wrapped around the amount of states you have. So we're now just reflecting that does the Southeast need an additional state to be 6 states? So Ribadu, your thoughts.
Okay, hello everyone. 2 days. I hope you guys are doing.
Baika de Sala. Is it too late to say that?
No, it is not.
Okay, Baika de Sala. Carry on.
Well done. It's good to be here. And I don't know, I miss Rational Mind, he's the best arguer in the platform.
He's here. He's
good to be here. I don't know. Yeah, because even if they created another state in the Southeast, it's still the same population we are going to go by, So having at a federal level, if what's the implication of that in the federal level? It's mean additional 3 senators, maybe if you go by the population of the southeast, maybe another 6 or at most 7 or 9 members House of Reps, and then maybe one minister. So that is it. In a quantitative analysis,
I think Ribado has lost connection. Ribado?
One man, how many? I didn't get your own thoughts about my question. How many states did you think that ideally, in your own opinion? I never got your own response to that question.
Oh, you mean Nigeria?
Yeah, because this for so.
I think we can comfortably accommodate 52.
But
I think there's an argument for that as well.
But some tribes will still be left out since we have.
One man, you said 52 in Nigeria.
Hey, let's continue now. You are going. In fact,
Toby do Georgia Meji law.
We can break Borno state up into. Do you think there are 4 states in Borno? Ajande Koko?
There is no 4 states. Borno is just to be one state. Borno is not as big as the state of Georgia.
Can we go high, please? Anybody else? Do you have any studio? Do we have any other numbers? I'm seriously trying to get consensus. To be honest with you, do we have any numbers? Anybody else?
I don't know about others.
No. But just to let Babajala Ikoko know that Borno that you just mentioned now can go up to southeast as a region. I hope you know.
I know. I agree with you.
That Borno has about 70,000 square kilometers. The entire south is about 29,000. Just know that too.
Ogbeni, you see my point. So this so-called argument is what I'm not buying. You see my point. I'm not buying. It's not an argument you can make, in my opinion, to get more states.
Babati, this is the Nigerian map on your screen right here. So if you look at where my cursor is here, this is the southeast. This is the southeast. It's just you remember when Buhari said dots in a circle? It really meant they were just a tiny little sliver of a space. Mm-hmm. So if you look at that space, now look at Plateau State, you would easily fit all these 5 states twice into Plateau State. So you would certainly fit it in twice into Borno State. Okay. So there's an argument for 52 states or more.
Okay. So what would be the criteria for you creating that 52 states? What would be your criteria?
Well, land mass will be the central one, and then bringing governance. Look at the space
so that governance. You don't need to create state to have governance. You don't need to create state.
You're just blanking just because it's size.
Local government. Let us have well-functioning local government, and you have governance. It is not by creating state that we give
it is.
America.
But we're past that level, Ajali Koko. Now, just the way you explained before. Our governance system are past that level.
America, as big as it is like a continent. But for hundreds of years, the 50 states remains. The 50 states remain, and yet they have the best governance that you want to talk about.
Please, one man, please. You said
I'm not sure that it's fair when we are talking about Nigeria to be using America as a parallel.
Nigeria doesn't need states. We need good governance. Let the local government function.
How many tribes do you have in America?
Does governance has anything to do with tribe? Why do you have
state creation? State creation has
they have the Spaniards, they have the Italians, they have the Scottish, and the Irish.
Benny, we created local government in Nigeria to satisfy tribes. It's in consideration of different tribes.
Okay. I understand your argument now. Yeah, I understand your argument. Okay, fine.
Why we have local government, creation of local government. It's in order to satisfy each tribe, to have them, to carry them along in the governance.
Yeah, fair. I consider that.
So create more let local government.
That one I agree with you. But one man, you said land size. Do you have any other criteria in your list so I know where you're coming from? You said land size.
And population as well. You see, Babati, if you look at Niger State, for instance, that's the one showing in green where my cursor is circulating around here. Right. I think it is unfair and unreasonable to expect one person to govern this vast expanse of a space. And I think it's more so unreasonable and unfair to the people that occupy this, because all of this mass is occupied in some form by people. If you chopped it up into three, then governance gets closer to those people, because then there's a lesser supervisory area for him or her to oversight. Or am I talking nonsense?
One man, can I come in?
Yeah, for Fatai.
Yeah, I think landmass. I don't know. I don't think it's ever been. It's conclusive that it's like the most effective way, because Vermont is like Alaska is like 10 times or close to 10 times the size of Vermont, and they are one states. Vermont is one state. Alaska is.
Yeah, but Alaska has no human habitation now. It has no human habitation.
Yeah, I know. Like if you just, it's not only Alaska.
Well,
But
no,
Texas is one state.
They have people in Wasilla now.
California is one state. A lot of people is one state. These states are like several times bigger than Vermont, and Vermont is a very tiny state. We know only Bernie Sanders from there. But it's one state, it's state on its own.
It always amuses me how you laugh at your own jokes, Fatai. Carry on.
I have to make myself happy.
I know.
So I think pardon me, Ọ̀gbẹ́ni, pardon me. Kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀? Mo ń gbádùn ẹ̀ bóyá bó ṣe gbádùn sìgá tó.
Rational mind ló àwọn ẹlẹ́gàn làwọn ẹ̀.
Rational mind wey wan buga. Rational mind is showing his video to impress Dupsy Baby. You know, we the fans of Dupsy Baby, we are watching now. We are watching. So okay, I wanted to speak only to the narrow sense of the letter that was written to. So all of these things there's a lot of things that play into these things, right? But it's not straight for every society. It's not been a straightforward argument. Actually, it's a very interesting argument, actually. But it's never been a straightforward argument. What criteria you land to create additional state or less state or whatever. That's why we're all familiar with gerrymandering, right? So I think what's been the most effective is influence. Is influence when you get influential. That's why I don't know. The Democrats are always fighting Republicans for this. The Democrats want to make Washington a new state, and Republicans don't want all of this to happen. But my own point, the reason I wanted to speak to the letter is this. So this representative is writing to Tinubu, a new president. I don't think he's going to spend his political capital in that direction at this point. So wouldn't it have been better, right, if somebody from Southeast is right now the Senate president? Wouldn't it be easier at least to push it in the forefront? So when you see people arguing for balancing, and my argument is to the obedience, really, because when you see people arguing for balancing, right, you kind of shut up. When you see the likes of obedience, right, they don't. If Ojus or Kalu got half support that they gave to Peter Obi, it would be the Senate president today. Nobody said no, we don't want him. We don't want. He's not good for Abia. He's not. That's what you get. You gave the people who are talking about the other factors. You gave them power because you didn't support your own person, right? Right now, you could have your own man at the decision-making table, right? Whether even if eventually it doesn't happen, but at least it will be able to push it to the forefront of the debate. It's not. I don't think it's a new debate, right? I think Babati was mentioning Ijebu, right? So you can, with the right negotiation, you can find a way to push these things through. Even some northern people also want some states or more states. So I mean, I don't know, with the right negotiation. But when you don't support your person to be at the seat of the table, how are you going to push it through? You think Tinubu is going to be pushing this through, especially if like no strong push from other regions? Why the letter to Tinubu when you had a chance to push through your own person, whether you like him or not? It was the man right there, close to the position, close to the possibility of being at the seat of the table, but you backed away from him. I think if there is any one thing I don't like about Obi, they don't know how to fight, right? The election was over. Fight for your people. Fight for your own people. If you fight for your own people, you never know what happens tomorrow. What's going to happen in the nearest tomorrow, right? They say it's the God of old time that they take. The God of nowadays, not the take before you show up. Even we, especially even on this platform, me and Babajani Koko.
But Fatai, all Jews or Kalu is not a Baribi now. It's a Baribi that they like.
Exactly. That's my point. Even we that we are not from that region, we fought more for your person to be there than you. Hey, they're just everywhere. They're just laughing at the guy. It's your person. Whatever it is, he will fight more for your people than a Tinubu will fight for your people, than a Shetima will fight for your people, than a Akpabio will fight for your people. But you people did not support your person. Why are you writing letters?
One, can I interject?
Yeah, come in.
Okay, you see, the last speaker, I don't know your name. I would like to call people by their name.
That was Fatai. That was Fatai, yes.
Fatai, you are getting it wrong. You see, let me tell you, Augusto Ocalo has been there since, he has been there for at least like two terms in the Senate or three. A lot of senators, we've had Okadigbo as Senate President. We've had Pius Anyim as Senate President. And when they were all there, Southeast had only five states. Why didn't they agitate for it then? Why didn't they give it to them then? It is not,
okay,
it's
so
not about,
exactly.
Let me finish. It's not about putting them there. Augusto Ocalo at the floor of the House can still fight for Southeast states and additional states. It doesn't mean he has to go to the Senate. Even when he becomes the Senate President, it's going to be much difficult for him to even present that case. Because now it's going to be, you understand? Because the Senate leader has to be neutral. That's what you should understand. So it's not about having five states or having the Senate President to advocate for this for you. No.
The Senate President has to be neutral. So you think Akpabio, if he has to bring something to South or to the state, he will not push it.
Let me tell you something. Akpabio is not going to do anything for the South. When he was, what's his name? When he was NDDC, whatever, what was that? What did he do for his people? He did nothing. So the thing is all about
I get your point. When
it comes to Southeast states, you know why there are agitations for states all over Nigeria? It's because the states are not fending for themselves. If the states are fending for themselves, the northern state, that's 7 states in the northeast or not something, we bring down to 5 because they cannot fend for themselves. You understand?
Brother,
so
I get your point. I get your point. You are arguing towards the how do you call it? The infallibility of a person, of people, of individuals. But I'm speaking to the other point. Whether somebody is not a complete man or is not a complete human being or not, right? At least is your person. At least it's your person. You can hold him by the throat, right? If you want something from your area, to be pushed through. But you say whoever Pius Anyim or this or that is not there. Okay, so you mean you should never have it. This is the argument that these people, the opponents were making, and you were aligning with them. And now you don't have it, and immediately you are writing to Tinubu. Okay, if South Eastern is not there, why are you writing letter to Tinubu?
Hold on, Joseph. Sorry, you get to make that point, but Ribadu rejoins us. He has a totally different inflection on this conversation, because Ribadu is of the thought that even the 6 states adds nothing new, nothing. But Ribadu, yes, your system dropped. Ribadu.
Yes. Can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly. Carry on.
Yeah. So what I was saying is this. It's are we talking of the quality of representation, or just the number or the quantity?
No, the sense of balance. The sense of balance is really where people are. But carry on.
Okay. You see, in the creation of states, there is law that there is requirement for a certain geographical space to be given a statehood. Okay, and there is a lot of indices surrounding that law. That is on one side. So I think we should have a foundation we should have basis from that law first. Then also we can see. I think the last person that created state was.
Sorry, Ribado. Why don't we start from ethnic balancing and then go to the law? So first, the insistence on ethnic balancing in governance, which the Southeast has a shortfall, and then we go to the law, and whatever the law says, we change it to facilitate for that.
Shortfall, can you be more specific? Shortfall as in how?
On the representation in the houses, which then affects them at the primaries when candidates are being chosen for seats.
Sorry, sorry to interject. You said ethnic balancing. We need to be very careful. That means we must change the law that says if you move anywhere in Nigeria within 6 months, you can run for office. Because your ethnicity will also count if you live in a different area, right? You will still be from other places. So that is going to affect different laws. Because if you're going to base
geographical ethnic balancing, not individual.
Because what I'm saying, the person that moves around the most will benefit the most.
I like. Who is it?
Benefit than people that don't move around that much. So how is that balance really?
That was Babati. That was Babati. Yeah, carry on, everybody.
I so much love his submission. Babati, you are just on the point. Because if we say we are going to satisfy the ethnicity of Nigeria, I don't know how many states we are going to create. You understand? And before I go into that, I would also like to tell you that, do you know Nigeria of today compared to that of 60s and 70s? We have more division within ourselves. Because in the 60s, when we used to have a mayor office, there's a Kanuri man that was once a mayor, I think is it Enugu or one of the Igbo cities, either in Anambra of today or Imo or something like that. So can you imagine the possibility of that happening today?
That's impossible today. That's impossible.
That is the point. Sometimes we have to mature out of some, even though it's quite difficult, but we have to find a way to mature out of these sentiments, because we are going backwards. We are not moving forward. Let me tell you today, let me give you an example with the North. When we have the regional system of government, okay, North was doing, in fact, more than 1,000 times better than the North of today. I think it's a general knowledge. Then we used to have the North Bank of the North, which is a bank set by the Northern government. Then we have all sorts of universities like ABU, Zaria, and Bayero University. All these are regional government initiative. We used to have Northern Broadcasting Corporation, all those flour mills we used to have flour mills across the North. All because the government have these and worst, the best part of that was the human capacity. It's easier to pull the best mind from all angles of the region, be it north, south, it's very easier without any, will I use that word, marginalizations or something? Because now, if not the Yorubas, it's only the Yorubas were able to maintain some certain degree of that hegemonic structure or frame of mind. But today, just Viola from Adamawa here, I cannot come from Adamawa and come to Borno and become a commissioner. So I don't think it's in our best interest as a nation to keep splitting the country into smaller pieces, all in the name of a proper representation or not marginalizing Mr. A.
How do you address then the sense of marginalization from the Southeast, which is all wrapped in this underrepresentation that they've brought to the fore?
Well, I think they have about 5 states, right?
Yes.
Which Igbos are the majorities. Okay. So, I mean, is there any part of an Igbo state that feel they are not given due consideration? I mean, these are the same group of people. You understand? If now we break, okay, this to my own view, this is the implication. Okay. If now for the sake of this democracy that this current dispensation that we are going, we said, okay, since that all the other regions, they have almost six states, okay, let's give them the 6th one. Then, do you know currently now, the Babur people in Borno, they have been marginalized from day one, because since the era of
do they have the numbers before you tell us a bit their story of mine? Do they have the numbers? How many are they?
This is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, go on.
Since the exception, they have never had a governor. You understand? So, and these Borno people, they cut across northern Adamawa, southern Borno, and eastern Yobe. So they have the numbers. Because currently, as we're talking, they have Southern Borno, Northern Adamawa Development Association. So imagine, they will begin to say, okay, if this is the case, we too, we deserve. And they really do have, because if you cut Southern Borno, you merge it with some part of Northern Adamawa and some eastern part of Yobe, I will assure you that that population will be equivalent to any Igbo state you can find, with respect to them. Okay. So to me, really, if you ask me, I don't think this is the best formula for the country, because it's going to create a lot of agitation. Okay. I think what we should consider more is the quality of leadership that are coming from such zone. Okay. Because today you can give them you can give them ministers, but it's the quality of the people that will determine the role that minister or any position it's going to play.
But Ribadu, sorry to interject. I'm so sorry. But you think about this way, or answer this question. How does an Igbo man become the president of Nigeria in my own lifetime? How? With this unfair advantage that, for example, Northwest has over Southeast. How do you elect an Igbo man as president?
Okay. Do you really think is because of their numbers that is stopping the emergence of
emergence out of the primary system? Let's actually narrow it down to party primaries, to the two main parties that we have. How do we get an Igbo ticket in APC or PDP?
Forget the APC. Let's focus on the PDP. Forget the APC. Let's just focus on the PDP.
Okay. Let me tell you something. Just a few days back, I was with Max Unjofo. He's a very good friend, Igbo friend of mine. In fact, I consider him as a brother. I always used to tell you in this platform that I have soft spot for Igbo guys. Okay, I love those people. I love their food, their women. I mean, let me speak gently before my madam here. You know, they are just very nice people. Okay, but the issue is this. Somehow,
is that Ricardo?
Yeah, that's
wait. When he's talking about women, it's always
yeah.
isn't it?
I think you prefer the women more than the food.
It's too like woman. It's too like woman. Carry on.
You see, oh God, you even make me forget what I'm trying to say. Okay, what I'm trying to say is this: somehow, the exposure of an Igbo man make him not to somehow be. Can I say bend to other people? Because let me tell you something. For instance, if Obi was able to somehow calm himself down, say, okay, let me go with Atiku in this previous election that just passed. Okay, if they can have a VP, they have to start from somewhere. Okay, if they can have a VP And then along the line, maybe after the first 4 years or maybe the 8 years, they still have a very strong chance based on his performance, based on his ability to interact with the other people. So it's really what you ask. It's really difficult for the emergence of Igbo presidency, but it is not. It's difficult, but it is possible. It's not because of their number or the number of states they have. No, it is not. It's because somehow they lack the ability. No, I will not say they lack ability. That will be too degrading. But
they have not yet mastered the ability.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for saving me from that English. Okay, and because those people, if it's money, they have the money, and they have a substantial number to command influence, to get votes from other regions, from other, what they call them, those people that are doing the primaries, delegates. If it's money, they have the money to offer the delegates. But somehow, I think what the Igbo man lack is the political knowledge of the country, not general political knowledge, okay? But somehow they did not grasp, they did not put their hands around the sensitivity that surround the Nigerian politics. So to me, if you ask me, I think this is my view. They still have to be patient. They have to follow. They have to bow down to the people that they know they are better. Okay? If they can do something like that, just like the way a Fulani man or a Hausa man will look at what Kashim did. He followed Tinubu. He was the first person in the whole of Nigeria that's called for Tinubu presidency. Even though everybody knows Tinubu has that ambition, but he was the first person. And look at how he went up and down during the primaries. If you witness it during the convention, look at how he was here, he was there, he was everywhere. So did you see an Igbo man doing something like that to another tribe? I mean,
so Ribadu,
can I interject Ribadu?
Can I let me just make a very quick statement?
Yeah.
So Ribadu, you're telling an Igbo man with the culture that they have to stoop to conquer.
Something like that. You understand?
Okay. An Igbo man bows to no man. No, we all know that. An Igbo man bows to no man.
That is the problem. That is the problem. Because I believe, I don't know if it is genetics, because they have a lot of Oimbo genetics in them, the Portuguese and all those first colonizers.
That's not true. That's not true.
You buy into that?
No. We cannot. I'm not saying I'm 100% right, Kagan, but it is history, man. It's history. You understand? But what I'm trying to tell you is, I always say this: we are missing a lot without trying these guys. Okay, we are really missing a lot. I would really love to see an Igbo presidency, not just because of the equity or something. No. I think I sent you one clip about one Yoruba guy talking about Igbo people, right? One man. He was saying, right? He was saying, he said Yoruba man, they said Yoruba people are lazy. But an average Yoruba man, you will find him with 3 degrees because they like books. But he says, a Yoruba man will wake up by 7 o'clock. But by 4 o'clock, an Igbo man is up. You will open your shop by 7:30 and Igbo man has opened his shop by 5. This is how they work. That is the mentality of an Igbo man. It's pressure, like an Israeli people. You understand? They are like Jews. Their brain work at a very fast lane. So it's really beat my logic.
In Yoruba land, we say Ogbon ju agbára lọ, Ogbon o ju agbára lọ.
So
that really means the pen is mightier than the sword, but carry on.
You understand? Yeah. That is one thing that you got us, the Yorubas. That's just the weapon you guys have that are beating us with it. You understand? But go to Abuja, come and see estate. Before you see one estate of a Yoruba man, you'll see 5 that belongs to an Igbo man. Don't even bring Hausa man close, okay? Don't even bring a Northerner close when it comes to money. If these people have this intellect of accumulating this wealth, everybody knows how difficult it is to make money in Nigeria. But these guys, they are billionaires. So I wonder, what is it that they cannot at least for once say, okay, it's enough. We have been trying all these noises for years. We have been trying these fighting for years. We have been making noises. Maybe this formula we are using is not right.
Roberto, let me just say this. You see, I think we might well see an Igbo president sooner than we all imagine. You see what this Peter Obi narrative has done? It has actually opened us up to the possibility of an Igbo president. It's something that the Nigerian state never entertained before. Forget Nnamdi Azikiwe and all of that. It's something that the Nigerian state never entertained before. But with Peter Obi now, people can actually see it as a thing that can happen. So I think we may well be closer to, of course, it's not going to be Peter Obi, but now the Nigerian state, I think they've been desensitized or sensitized to the possibility, and I think they are accepting it as an inevitability. You cannot say we are all of the same country and continue to exclude them from governance. So yes, I think we are closer than we think.
Yeah, I would love to see that. I would really, had it been even Peter Obi himself, had it been the guy is a bit patient enough, we would have seen something, because all Atiku wanted is just that is very similar to that of Tinubu. Just the last cap in the wardrobe that they need to wear. Okay. And even now, if not because of all this drama that they cycled allow Peter Obi, that guy, he still has his reputation intact, but it was all this obedience of a noise that is bringing his dignity down. Had it been he just kept quiet and sit in one corner and say, okay, let's see next 4 years, and when he came to pick the VP, he did not do his homework very well. Okay, because that tea does not have roots politically in the north.
He's a Mauritanian now. He's a Mauritanian. We all know that.
Yeah, and apart from that, he's more of an academia than a politician. He spent just a year or two in the Senate and he was kicked out. Okay, had it been he came into the core north, look for somebody vibrant, somebody that has at least a good track record, I think they would have gone far.
But
so hopefully
he did try though.
No, absolutely.
Kwakwanso was a silliness, but he went to Sokoto to go and pick from the Shagari family. And in the conversation, the Shagari guy that he wanted, he was not convinced that Obi was viable. So he started from the top of the pyramid and he landed at Dati, who a lot of people said Obasanjo gifted him.
Yeah, of course. You're very correct in your theory. I buy into it. But I really hope we will witness this Igbo presidency, because just like the way Tinubu is proving people wrong, I also have this strong feeling that when eventually we get a Igbo presidency, we'll see more of a threat-oriented regime, more of a innovation, industrialized, a regime, something like that. This is my view, actually.
All right.
Mr. Ribado, do you think that if PDP has given the Southeast the ticket, don't you think that they would have won this election?
As in who? Peter Obi?
If the PDP has, I'm not talking about Peter Obi, I'm saying if PDP has given Southeast the ticket, don't you think that they would have won this election? Because PDP is a well-formed party, developed party that if they have gotten candidate for Southeast and well supported, I think they would have won this election. Don't you think so?
If I can interject real quick, if you don't mind, I don't think any Southeast person can fill in Peter Obi's shoes. I don't think so. Either person.
Now, don't ask me a question. Whether Peter Obi, okay, let's say Peter Obi. If PDP has given Peter Obi the ticket,
it would have had
because I know, Peter Obi saw that he didn't have a chance to win that primary, and these are one of the issues. These are one of the issues. He
on the
cannot
PDP.
contest on a primary that he has already know that, even in his own region. That
No,
even if the whole, if the
that's
whole
what I was saying.
delegate in the South
Hold on,
decide
that's what I
to
was saying
vote
earlier. That's what I was saying earlier. That look, Atiku will always be the nominee. I was being facetious at the same time, being serious. Say it's not about having 6 states or having the numbers. It's about how you play your politics. I guarantee if
no, it's
something's
not how you play. It's not how you play. You must first of all have the number. See, this thing is what you look into. It's not all these politicians understand it, and that is why whenever they come in, whenever that time of primary come, you see all these Southeast those that would declare for presidency. You see them; they are just like they're so sluggish. They're not eager because they know once they look up, they see that the numbers are not coming from the north, and they know their own region. They don't. You're already weakened. That is my point.
Okay.
So
Having
is that so that's why they take the money all the time and don't play politics?
No, it's not. How can you play politics? You are telling them to wait, and they know that they have to wait.
So
they continue to wait because you know that in the next cycle of election, if the North decide that they will give the ticket to the Northerner, they can do it.
Well, let me tell you.
Even if it is the son of the Southeast, then if they not still decide to give it to the North, they can do it.
Do you know how to build a coalition? You must build a coalition. That's what it boils down to. You must find them to have your vote for
gentlemen. Gentlemen.
Hold on. Let Babati land, and then Ribadu come in, and then Ajaleko Babati land.
What I'm saying, what I'm hearing is that you have the inability to build a solid coalition or reach out to other people. You must appeal to their interest for them to vote for you. It's not a matter of having the majority number. Or no, that's not going to happen. What is this about? You reaching out to other people from other part of the country and say, "Listen, we need to do this." They will tell you what they want. Then you appeal to that interest. You find a common ground. You must do the hard work. It's difficult. It will not be give it.
See, let me tell you, people will always, if you know politics, this kind of politics they play in this country, they will always play on you once they know that you don't have anywhere, you don't have the numbers to do anything.
Well, quick interjection.
They will always play on you. That is just look at what happened in the last election. Definitely, PDP should have known that if this ticket has gotten to maybe either P2B or any, they have supported a candidate from the Southeast and give that person a good vibe from the North. They would have walked away with this election.
All right,
because they know the Southeast.
Did
you fight for that PDP ticket as a group?
Babati,
they fought for it now.
What I can say to you is that it is an easier journey to 10 from 6 than it is from 4. That's what he's saying. It's an easier journey to 10 from 6 than it is from 4. But let Ribadu come in. I think he wanted to insult.
I think Ribadu had the floor. Let me say this, then Ribadu can.
I can say something before I go.
You see,
hold on.
An Igbo man will be president one day. But what you are going to see, that person is not going to be a person chosen by you, Igbo. It's going to be a person chosen by Nigerian state.
And they will hate him.
Just as the way Nigerian state choose Obasanjo for us, when you were clamoring for Yoruba presidency after the annulment of June 12th, our own backed candidate back then, Olufalaye, couldn't win the election. It was Obasanjo that was chosen by Nigerian state that won the election. So, and that is what is going to happen when it gets to the
that is still my argument, Ajali Koko.
Yeah.
It is still my argument that an Igbo man cannot be president except
you are right.
the two major party. It's still my argument now. Except they wake up and say, we are giving this position to the Southeast, no matter who that person is. Do you understand what I mean? Then they will not, maybe, because if that person will not have the opportunity to gather the vote maybe from the North and the other region. But the Southeast to support that person is another question to answer. You understand?
Okay, guys.
Yeah, let everybody come in, everybody.
All right, gentlemen. It's a very interesting discussion, but see, power is an illusion. Okay, power resides where majority of the people believe it to reside. We in the North, we have known this for the past 50 years. Okay, so, and the element of power when it comes to Nigerian politics, as far as we in the North, what we know is this. One, does the personality you are bringing forward has that the charisma to make people believe that yes, he is suited for that power? And let me convince you. When Tinubu wins the primaries, when he says Kashim Shettima is his VP, do you think at that very crucial time, if the whole APC governors comes together and says, no, we did not agree? Because the whole APC governors, even though they have their differences, but they play it as a team. So do you think if the election or if the selection of Kashim Shettima met some opposition within the governors, let's say maybe 50%, do you think it wouldn't have created a lot of headache or a lot of problem for Tinubu? That was why Tinubu has to be sure that the person he is picking, it's going to be acceptable to all the governors and all the major players in APC. And for a player of that magnitude to emerge, he must have capacity, which Kashim Shettima has proved beyond. Okay? So, what I'm trying to say is this. What the Igbo nation or any other, or even South, or any other part of Nigeria, has to understand is this. The president must have 2 to 3 attributes. First, he must have track record beyond doubt. Then, second, he must have that enigmatic personality that people cannot say, no, we know he's this, we know he's that, we know he's weak there, we know how to do this. He must be, how will I put this? He must have that aura of invincibility around him.
Are you telling me that all the presidents that govern this country have all this quality before the Northerners elected that person?
What I'm trying to tell you is this. Okay, allow me to finish. Then maybe perhaps you may understand what I'm trying to say. Okay, that helps a lot. Okay, if you can have an Igbo man from the Igbo nation and have a VP from the North or from the Yoruba nation that is sellable to at least 60% of Nigerians, okay, then the deal is done. This is it, okay? So it's not just, because at the end of the day, it's the personality of the candidates, the ability to have a persuasive strategy, persuasive mind, to talk to people, to connect to people, to make people feel at ease with them. That, okay, if we give our support to these people, at least we will be expecting this and that. I think a few days back, somebody was corrected me, which I appreciate. He says that the Igbos has been in support. They supported Jonathan, they supported Buhari. I forgot who was that person, okay? It's only in this previous election that they stood as an opposition, which he was correct. You understand? But what I'm trying to say, the point I'm trying to make here is, most of, when Kashim Shettima was selected as a VP, it was against all odds. Because apart from Abiola, this is the first time Nigeria has witnessed Muslim tickets. okay? And no matter how fraudulent that election might be, is their ability to project power, to talk to the ordinary Nigerians that believe, oh no, let's see, these people, I think they come from a different angle. That was what sold them. So if eventually an Igbo man will have a backing from any party, if he has that personality and was able to do his homework and pick a VP from the North or from the Yoruba part that has the same attributes, I think it will be good for them. So it's all about equation. Yeah, numbers does matters, but who are the people you are selling out? On what platform? What are your manifestos? How good are you in talking to them, to the Nigerians? So
my point is this, Mr. Ribado. If you are talking about the Nigerian politics of today, the major party that are aligned with the Igbos are PDP. You don't even talk about APC. You understand? So if you're talking about the party that have robbed Igbo the presidency, you talk about PDP. You understand? So it is the party position right from before they even conduct a primary to decide and to make the right choice.
This is the point. Listen, let me tell you. Do you think
if they have not been able to make a choice that this is Igbo time to
Ekene, let me be honest with you. Atiku will still run again. Atiku will still come back to PDP.
He will still come back again. That's my point. He will still come back.
Okay, see, maybe she gets allow me like 2 seconds. I wanted to make a point about that right there. You see, this past election, I was so upset with PDP for the reason why they did not nominate a Southeastern candidates. See, the PDP have always taken advantage of the Southeasterners, and I don't know why they don't see that. See, it would behoove me to see Atiku come back again. That would be the height. That would be the height of disrespect at the highest level for anything. If he doesn't come back to PDP and fight for a Southeasterner, hold on,
he's coming back.
Well, if he comes back, he's coming back to fight for a Southeasterner. If he comes back and run, that would be the most disrespectful thing ever in this world. See, Peter Obi should have been in PDP in this past election, and Atiku should have been the one running up and down, fighting for him and to become the president. So they didn't do that for them.
There was this statement that he made in the Southeast, which he didn't know that he destroyed his even. That statement was even a very wrong statement. Telling the Southeast that he's the stepping stone for an Eastern presidency. Many people didn't buy for it. It provoked a lot of people. If you follow the politics of that campaign very well.
Let us be very realistic here, please. I would like us to have a very realistic discussion. If not because of Atiku that has picked Peter Obi on the previous election as a VP, he wouldn't have commanded the votes he commanded. That is realistic, okay? And what he says by that his statement is...
But Southeasterners, they're not charity people. So this is the time for him.
The time that he picked Obi, did anybody from the South contested with him?
No.
Then what are you telling me? They made the decision that this power is coming to the North. It was easy for him.
Listen,
then why couldn't he now make the same decision that this power is coming to the South? Because I could remember that during the time he picked Obi, nobody from the South contested against the Northerners. That's my point.
All right. Hold on, Ekene. Hold on, everybody. Hold on, Ekene. Let Ribadu counter back, and then after Ribadu counters back, let Ogbeni have a window to have parting words. I think it's about to leave us. But Ribadu, to you.
Okay. See. Okay. Let me summarize it here. Okay. See, party. This is an internal issue within the party. Okay. And for PDP, you don't expect PDP to drop a former VP of the country to take a former governor. You understand? I mean, look at it, man. Look at the structure. It's not just possible. That is wrong.
After 8 years of power. As what?
as a governor, right? Okay, you understand. After 8 years in power as a governor, and you cannot compare somebody that has been in power for 8 years as a VP. And let me tell you something. Let me give you this comparison. APC accepted Tinubu because they don't have any candidate that is better than Tinubu. Okay? Because he can match any other candidate naira to naira, dollar to dollar in this country. That is one. So eventually, if you want PDP to take an Igbo man as a president, I'm very happy with that. But you have to understand, that man must have more CV. You understand? He must have something to show more than anyone that is coming from the north. Because the party cannot just gamble because they want an Igbo president. Mind you, the party always want to win. Their sole objection is to win power back. That was why they gave Atiku. It's not that like he's the most qualified guy, because he is the best within the midst at that very particular moment. Unfortunately for him, he made a mistake. In terms of him to give Wike the VP, and had it been Peter Obi himself was patient enough to say, okay, let me go with this man at least. I mean, it would have been a different story. So we have to, the party politics is different from the national politics. You understand? So we have to put all this in their own places before we will be able to analyze what is going on. So let's the person that
I
wants
would
to
have
go.
I would have loved to
Yeah, you can in a moment, but let's hear from Ogweni first. But before we hear from Ogweni, just a short little answer, Ribadu. What breed is your dog? We can hear him or her in the background. What breed is your dog?
It's my neighbor's dog. It's not even mine.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Ogweni, are you there? Have you got Ogweni?
Yes, I'm there.
Yes.
One man. You see, when Ekene always talk that they should give it to nobody gives power. Nobody gives power to you. It's a game. You just have to flow by it, play by it, and then ensure that you are up to your game and you will win. No country in the world, including Nigeria. And that's why I always refer to Nnamdi Azikiwe, but let's leave Nnamdi Azikiwe. As anybody ever, as in all our primaries that we'll be having in Nigeria, they've all be contesting it. Whether some of them are stooge, they are just there to break some people's votes, so that they break delegates, what Tinubu did the last time. We just sponsor one candidate somewhere to go and break their delegates there so that you'll be able to get my majority. That's what they've been playing. So nobody consider because it is the time of so person. In 1999, PDP primaries, Alex Ekwueme did not withdraw for Obasanjo, despite all the we are zoning it to Southwest. It must be Southwest because of Abiola. He still contested, and Obasanjo won that primaries. In 2003, Alex Ekwueme came back again to contest against Obasanjo in 2003 primaries. Obasanjo won again. So now, when you now pick and say, because Obasanjo won, then because you have Obasanjo, therefore somebody should step down. No,
that's an incomplete story, by the way. That's an incomplete anecdote.
Okay. Why do you say it's not complete? Why do you say it's not complete?
Because Alex Ekwueme was the vice president to Shehu Shagari.
Yes,
the agreement, the understanding then was that when Shehu Shagari has served his full complement, Alex Ekwueme, the power will transfer to the south, and Alex Ekwueme would then get a go. But then, of course, Buhari struck, which truncated that arrangement. So Alex Ekwueme, he felt a sense of an unfinished business, and that was why he was insistent. So it wasn't just an ethnic.
Woma, you see the issue now. When I try to connect 60s with what is happening now, you all say, "Oh no, leave Nnamdi Azikiwe, leave the 60s." I wanted to start the story from 1999. You are connecting it back to 79. You see the issue. So And that's the complexity in Nigeria history. Some people just want you to start the history of the country, political history from the middle. You don't want me to connect it, but you still want to connect it when it suits your own narrative. It's not done. So the point is, military truncated the entire, whatever they built during Obasanjo. After all, it was him, Obasanjo, that handed over the government to them, right? But military truncated it. And then we had military interval for a very long period. And then back to the Third Republic. And it's okay, we are starting afresh, right? And in 1999, everybody knew that MKO Abiola won that election clearly in 1993. The only region that didn't vote for that guy was the Southeast region. They voted massively against him. And by then, everybody, majority of them said, let's give it to a man from that area. But a man, Alex Ekweme, said, no, I must contest. He is from a region who believe that we should be stepping down for each other. But he contested. And Obasanjo emerged. In 2003 again, another bounce back, but Obasanjo emerged. So for such a politician or that particular region, you lack the moral stance to still come and say, step down for me. Because when it wasn't your own time, you didn't step down for anybody. That's just my point. And if you fast forward it, it's not limited to Southeast. You remember 2015, when Jonathan was contesting, and they said, leave this thing to Jonathan. Some people still contested against Jonathan. Mrs. Sarah Jubril contested against Jonathan. She said no, I think from, was it Niger, or I can't remember her state again, somewhere in the North Central also. She contested. And don't forget, even 2003 election, that everybody said, many people, don't let me say everybody, many people say, okay, let's leave it to Obasanjo as second tenure so that we know that South has completed that. Odumegwu Ojukwu contested that election. Don't forget, 2003, he contested it. He went to court and contended against Obasanjo. So nobody is stepping down for anybody. You fight for power, you get it. That's the point I'm trying to make here. So many times when people talk about equity, let me tell you, where you find equity is where people give and take. It's not done that way in terms of this power sharing. That's just the point I'm trying to make here. So still, Obi would have become the president if Obi had played his politics. And let me tell you, I don't know how people permutate and calculate and everything. Obi is the very potential president in Nigeria. Not because it is the turn of the Igbos. No, because he's playing his own politics. And if he gets to that state, he may become, if he plays politics well. And lastly, this is the point I want to make lastly. You see, the fact that you are having to delegate from your area is inconsequential for you emerging as the president. The reason is this, because whoever is going to emerge as the presidential candidate of any party is not going to get vote of his own. It's not the vote of delegate from his own area alone that will make him to emerge. It's not possible. You need others. You need to woo others. For instance, can you say it was only the vote from Southwest that made Asiwaju Tinubu as presidential candidate of APC? No. The same way you will say it was only the vote of the North that made Atiku presidential candidate of PDP. No. So yes, I know tribal politics we play in Nigeria can't. But let me tell you, if a political, like Ribadu said, if a political party realize that this person, irrespective of your tribe, we give them the votes they need, see, they will pick you, and an Igbo man will emerge in Nigeria. So for me, if we are saying an Igbo man has not emerged now, they are being marginalized. Sometimes we are not even fair to our own political space. There's no marginalization anywhere. They are contesting and they are trying their best. They are trying their luck. And one day, one very big politician who other parts are comfortable with will emerge, and Igbo presidency will emerge.
Let me come in and have my thoughts, Mr. One Man. I've not had my thoughts.
No, come in and then don't run away. I have a video clip that I want to throw at you, but I'll carry on.
you see, everything Ogbeni has just presented here, the way it is, it's still my view in terms of politics. You see, whenever a party make a position, it goes a long way to capture the public. Do you understand? When the PDP came and said that the power is going to the southwest, that the power is going to OBJ in particular, at least it is for the people from the south contested. It's all about south, but everybody know that it's going to the direction of the southwest, OBJ. Then Ekwueme is a single person. He can decide to run. But the many people in that party, because you want to obey your party policy and all that, have bought into that idea. That is why, first of all, OBJ was able to get the ticket. It now goes a long way that people from the southeast also supported him, because they know it's the right thing to do, that the party has taken a decision. The same thing happened during the Yaradua time and Goodluck Jonathan. Then in 2019, the same thing happened. If not that Buhari was in power, Atiku would have been the president today. In 2019, nothing could have stopped that. They came together and said this power was going to the north. Some people from the north also contested, but they knew that Atiku was the person to get the ticket. Atiku got the ticket on a platter of gold. Nobody contested with him from the south. Then coming to 2023 election, PDP know that it is the right thing to do, and nobody in his right sense will, from the south, will allow a northerner to rule for 16 years. It's impossible, whether the person comes from APC or not. Then they now feel that they can still retain the power. Throw it to Atiku. Expect to give him vice from the south. When they know the position, before then they have taken some Igbo people has taken a decision that nobody from the southeast will take the vice president, because that vice president would have gone to Emeka Ihedioha. But because of that order was issued, because a lot of elders has begun to fight against it, and they didn't even want to understand that direction. So first of all is the party position. The party position does a lot of things. If a PDP has come to the southeast to pick a presidential candidate, give him because the party can always PDP has a very big upper hand. They can help either Obi or any other person to get a good vice from the north. Then organize their campaign. I tell you, whether Jagaban or nobody, this is their election. It's a walkover election.
But
so
Tinubu
I know what I'm saying.
Tinubu never loses, though. That's the thing. Tinubu never loses.
No, I'm saying if they have done the right thing, if the PDP have done the right thing, it would have been a difficult task for Tinubu. Just check it now. Tinubu was able to get this election just because of all the nonsense that played between the PDP and the
PDP did the Southeast wrong.
So what are you telling me? What are you telling me?
Is this Ekene?
Yes, yes.
Is this Ekene? Sorry to interject you because I'm about to go to prayers, but let me tell you, what you said is perfectly right, okay? And you know, the boss Mustafa, the previous secretary to the government of the federation, and Babachir David Lawan, his predecessor, they are all from my state. These people, they came out on the national TV and fight the Muslim ticket, and they were members of APC. But what happened when it was sealed, it was finalized that ticket will stand? They went back to the party and supported the candidates. So yes, the party decision is supreme. And one thing, why is it that nobody in the southeast or the southwest are thinking of marrying a ticket? I mean, must it involve the north? You know, let me tell you something. As I always tell you, I'm a northerner. I'm proud to be a northerner, but I'm a patriot Nigerian, okay? Are we not going to see an Igbo presidency and a VP from the Yoruba nation, or vice versa?
That's impossible.
No, let me tell you something. One man. See, can't you see? Okay, let me give you this expo. The North. It's not like I'm anti-North war. No, the North is not invincible. And if there is anything, this last election has shown it to the Nigerians that anyone from the part of the country, if he has the skill, he can get a lot of contribution from the North, even though he don't have a northern backer. I mean, look at what Konkoso did. He turned his back on Atiku, a northern brother. You understand? So what I'm trying to say, eventually, our democracy is growing day by day. We are becoming more sophisticated in our calculations and in our predictions. So it's left for the elite from any part of the country to sit down and say, okay, let us see how we are going to view this from different angles. Okay? Because if Konkoso will raise a brand new party and make a very big impact, I mean, why not? Look at how far Labour went, even though it's not a new party. But look at what they did. They did it very well. And we have so many underdogs especially in the Yoruba nation. Look at Bankole. Bankole is somebody that has a lot of acceptability across the country. Look at former Lagos State Governor, what's his name? Akinwumi Ambode. Ambode is even here in Maiduguri, if you know how popular Ambode was, when he couldn't get his re-election, we were all sad. So the politicians need to do their homework and research very well. There is so many young, vibrant politicians that can do wonders. If they have what it takes. Okay, now imagine what's his name? This African Development Bank head. Akinwumi, if you think you can, what if somebody will bring Akinwumi as a VP? Imagine the kind of impact he will make. So I think now the politics is more of a party-centered, calculated strategy. If you do not get it at the party level, just forget about it. Okay, so
that would be a combination, wouldn't it? Akinwumi and Kwakwanso. I think that could be a winning ticket, could it not?
Or what of Obi and Akinwumi?
No,
you understand?
They are too lightweight, both of them.
One man, can I say something, please? If you don't mind, please.
Yeah,
yes, Kolata make a comment when we're talking about, he said PDP is not fair to the Southeast. I just want to push back a little bit. Do you think PDP will go and give Peter Obi the ticket in Labour Party?
You're taking us away from where we are, though. That's a different conversation.
No. It's about the conversation. Kolata just made the comment now that they didn't do good. Yes.
Gentlemen, I think at this stage I will take my bow. So it's been nice hearing from you and being.
Feel myself.
Yes, brother.
Join us again tomorrow, Ribado. I think Ribado dropped. Yes, you wanted to flog Kolata, so go for it.
Yes, so let me finish, my brother. If a military man is talking, you wait, let him finish.
Who taught him no military?
So when Peter Obi ran away from PDP, when Peter Obi ran away from PDP, how will the ticket get to him? Even though he's the most nearest person to get the PDP ticket. So that's what I'm saying.
So two things. First of all, the writing was on the wall that PDP did not want Peter Obi. Even his own kingsmen in PDP
about
did
the
not want
writing.
him.
Why don't he contest first? Forget about the writing.
No, you don't.
Is it better he contest and lose? Then he cannot go back.
It's going to lose woefully, and then he'll lose that aura. I mean, it's still better off now losing as a Labour Party number 3 than having contested PD. It will have just been a carcass of the process, a waste of the process. So that's number 1. Number 2, Peter Obi is not the only Southeasterner that's in PDP. Why couldn't they give Emeka Ediola, or why didn't they give? I mean, who else is a politician?
Pius
in PDP? Pius. I mean, there's so many politicians from the Southeast that they could have given outside of Peter Obi.
Or did
It just wasn't
Why
fair.
didn't Pius Naim
Or
and the
did,
rest step down for him? Why didn't Pius Naim and the rest? They had meetings now.
Pius Naim contested now.
Pius Naim contested. They had meetings. So why do you know? Let me give you a good
yeah,
example.
but Patrick,
sorry,
Before
before you give that, sorry,
let me
Patrick.
land on this.
One man, I have a low battery.
Sorry.
You said they have a video to play. I have a low battery.
Everybody hold. Rational Mind, make sure your mic is connected so I can log you on. Yes, let Patrick make that point, then I'll play that video clip for you.
Now, when we say that, why didn't they agree? You remember when Tinubu was running? Do you know how many series of meetings the Yoruba elders had to make sure that they present only one front? And every other person in the Southwest stepped down apart from Oshibajo. That's what we are talking about. So if they had, at that point, they had only 1 meet or 2 meetings and that was all, why did they keep putting pressure? Call all the leaders, all major leaders.
How many people even contested in PDP? It's only Obi and Pius Naim. Who are that else now?
No, there are some, but the rest that even didn't contest, they didn't support him. The rest that
You
did
are
not
supposed.
contest,
That is where you're talking about the number. When you don't have the number, you're already weakened.
no, the rest that didn't contest, they didn't support him. If did all
That
the,
is when you. That is where the issue of delegate come.
Did all the delegates vote for Pius Naim at the election? No.
See, when you're a royal party man, and you know that your delegate cannot do you anything in the primaries, you don't have any choice than to support the winning delegate.
No, you see, that's the point. We are trying to make a statement.
If you see all those ones that were in PDP, somebody like
let me give you a good example.
Somebody like let me finish. Like those ones that are in PDP, this Iko Bosi that was in PDP is one of, at least he's a prominent member in PDP from Southeast. He was not abusing, he was only saying that it will be a damage to them to waste that vote. At least let them still see that they support Atiku with their so that they would still give many people didn't buy to other idea. That was their reason for supporting Atiku, not just that they supported Atiku with all their chest.
What if the Southeastern people have told the North that look, it's either you allow or we go for Wike? Wike would have won that primaries now. It was Sokoto, just one state, that made Atiku to beat Wike. If all the Southeastern states have said no way, it's either you give us Obi or we will not back Atiku, what do you think would have happened? Atiku would have gone back to do his calculation and see that look, without the Southeast and the way Wike is going, I will still have lost. They would have tried to find a middle ground. You have to, even if you don't have all the votes.
The only thing that gives you confidence in a primary is your delegate.
No,
and that is why that is why you come up. If you have an extra one state now, and you have the same delegate with other people, you will come to the primary with more delegates. Then when you are talking, you talk with all confidence.
You are not listening to me. This is what
I
I'm
listen
saying.
to you.
Listen first now. Look at the way the last primaries went. If the Southeasterners say, okay, even with these 5 states that we have our own delegates, Atiku, we have been supporting this party. If you don't support our person, then our delegate will not be for you. That's a whole 5 states. The same way the 5 states now voted for Labour and Atiku lost, they would have voted for Wike and Atiku would have lost in that primaries.
See, let me tell you, whenever the Northerners look, whenever those delegates from the North look at the delegate in the Southeast, they see them as nothing. Whether you vote them or you don't vote them, they have the number. But let me tell you this. If a Southeast have the same number of delegates with the South, it will be easy. What you need to do is just to go and rub in the South, rub in the Southwest. Then let's go to the North and see what happened. So but when you don't even have the number to rub your follow south.
No, wait. For example, in the PDP, there was no Southwestern candidate now. So why is it difficult to love the Southwest?
Patrick, I think you should hear Ekene out a little bit.
They have delegates.
Because what he's saying is, as a block. If Southeast, if they even coalesce as a block, it's almost like they joke because
It's
the
a joke.
numbers is small. It's a
No,
joke.
Kulata, hold on. You see, look at the outcome of that primaries in PDP. What played out in the national election would have played out in that primary. If the Southeast say, okay, during the general election, the Southeast just voted for Obi and Atiku lost the presidency. If they had made their position known that, look, all these are delegates, so if you don't give us this ticket, we are supporting Wike. Do you think Wike would have won? Wike almost won Atiku now, if not for Tambuwa. So you can imagine 5 states now supporting Wike.
Good point, Patrick. That's a good point. Yeah.
Wike would have won now.
All right. Hold on, Patrick. Ekene's battery is running low, and I want to because I'm not sure you were here, weren't you? The other day, Patrick, when Ekene was making this impassioned speech about the Tinubu convoy and just the level of waste that was just wasted on that convoy. And so say all of us, it was so impassioned and it made such an excellent speech that we were all subsumed by it and we all rallied to the emotions that it was expressing. The excesses of the oligarchs as they weighed down against the downtrodden men. So now I'm going to play you another clip and hopefully you are as effusive about this as you were that. Ekene, this is for you.
Confirm! Jesus! Obi for life! Come on! Where am I? Which one? We don't give Sisi. Where my card there? Yes. Woo! Yes. Confirm. Woo! We move. It don't pass. Our president. Yeah, intimidation.
So I counted about 300 cars in our Obi's convoy there, and then I stopped counting. Ekene.
Hypocrisy every day.
Okay, what happened there, one man? Who welcomed him there, and where was he going, and when did this happen?
No leading by example there. He was telling us about leading by
example.
I
want to know. Let me tell you. Let me know now. I'm not trying to defend him.
300.
I said, where was he? No, I said, where was he going and what happened and what happened there?
What all that passion you had about the Tinubu clip? Where are we in a different?
No, I still want to counter his own video now, but I need to understand what this Tinubu came to Lagos and the governors they say came to welcome him. Where was Tinubu? Where was Obi going? And yes, that's what I want to understand, so that I will counter him now.
But that's a weaker argument, Ekene now.
Can I defend Ekene?
Okay, was going to somewhere in the southeast.
Ekene, please let me help you. Ekene, let me help you. I have an answer.
Don't help him. No, don't help him.
No. Let me help now, please.
You're not obedient, so you cannot help him.
Before you help him, Kulata can help him. But before you help him, hold on. Before you help him, Kulata.
No, Kulata cannot help.
Wait, Adanle Koko, hold.
Trying to do
Adanle Koko, hold. Before you help him, Kulata, with the Tinubu narrative there was the explanation that you had all of these VIPs who were padded into that convoy to make it about 120 something. But Obi was going as a solo driver, and he had a convoy of at least 100 vehicles. So help Ekene then, Kulata.
Okay, here's the thing. You guys are conflicted issues. The Tinubu argument is about waste of state resources. Obi is going on his own dime. He's not wasting anybody's money. If at all, he's wasting his own money. Why should we have a problem with a man spending his money and they decide to spend it on this convoy? After all, he made this money as a private businessman.
No, that's an excuse. We're talking about the optics.
Hold on.
We're talking about the optics.
Hold on. Tinubu's excess is at the expense, is at the dime of the state. So Tinubu is wasting my taxpayers' money, lining up 55,000 cars on the road, while Obi is wasting his own money. I don't have a problem with Obi wasting his own money because he's actually contributing to the economy.
But even at that, one man, I think you play this video for me. I still want to understand. I still want to understand where is Obi going, and who are the people that welcome him, so that I will know what to argue now. That is what I want to understand. At least for Tinubu, I know where Tinubu went. And the people that were, they say governors came to welcome him, senators and all that. So I want to still understand, where was Obi going? And who are the people that welcomed him? That is what I want to understand.
I don't think where he's going at or removed from the 200
No, I still want to understand it now, because I know this video. I know this video very well. Okay, I know this video very well.
You guys are twisting the argument. You guys are twisting the argument.
This video was his campaign in Imo State. The day he went to Imo State.
Can I wait? Hold on a second. The argument is not because of cars on the road. That cannot be the argument. The argument you guys were making yesterday was about cost cutting and the optics. Yes. Like you're telling the country to suffer. Meanwhile, you guys are showing opulence by having 55 million cars on the road. So Obi is not going at anybody's dime, even if at all. Maybe Obi has one personal or two personal cars there with a few security cars, and then the rest are just people that are Obi's fans.
You could have given the money to charity. What about that? If you so care about the poor people.
Hold on, Prince. So
I'm defending Ekene sincerely now. It's not every time that I'm doing that.
Well, we don't hear that sincerity in your voice, but hold on. You know, the argument, the debate, actually, the conversation is about excess. So you are saying Obi was traveling on his own dime. So if he's traveling on his own dime at that level of opulence, then are you saying that if he becomes president, he will narrow it down to 1%?
No, that's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow. It does not follow. It does not follow. I will expect Obi, being a frugal guy, to be careful with his show, because let's be honest with ourselves. Out of all the presidential candidates we have in recent memory, there's no presidential candidate that has shown empathy as Peter Obi. And I believe that he understands the strength of empathy and he will want to project a frugal image. And he does that all the time. He's actually perfected the art.
Also,
one man, can I have a response? One man. So
how do you define empathy?
At the eyes of his campaign,
empathy is showing. I mean, check dictionary. So at the height of the campaign, when his main thrust was, they give shishi. He had a 1 million convoy. So when he becomes president, that is when he will become frugal. But those are volunteer. You don't know if those are volunteer vehicles following him.
Frugality, what is made.
One man.
I know they give you.
Can I
those may be volunteer vehicles.
It's just the hypocrisy. It's just the hypocrisy. That is the argument.
You will still. One man.
Hold on.
Can I land it 1 second and leave it? Can I land it 1 second and leave it?
Hold on. Anybody can land it, but it's just the one voice we need. Land it and then let Rational Mind come in after you.
Yeah. And like I think I was saying to Thomas yesterday, actually, it's not really. It's a culture in Nigeria. All these things. It's a culture for everybody. So the hypocrisy of that yesterday was. That's what we see right here, right? It's a culture. We could debate like outside of a security necessity, these people should cut it down, right? But this is the answer. It's a culture in the space, right? All of them are doing it, right? So I don't know. I don't know really what was happening with Tinubu. Maybe it was not only him. If it was only his convoy, maybe it was excessive. If it was other people, I don't know. But I'm not working there to know exactly what's going on. But this is the point. It's a culture in the space, right? So the Peter Obi cannot jump onto that tweeting. Oh, look at the convoy. Hey, you see immediately. One man, you are very wicked. Immediately, where did you find this video now? That's a lot of convoy now.
I have sources everywhere. People send me stuff.
For somebody, one man, that was the time he was preaching. No, they
I've not been following that space. But is Obi's argument the length of the convoy or government waste? What's the argument?
They are both interlinked now. They are both
one man.
interlinked.
Government waste is actually a minor argument here because they are wasting even if it's not by convoy, they are wasting government money from their lunch.
Yeah, but for Obi's convoy, Obi is not wasting government money.
Is the optic. They are wasting government money by just going to sit down and eat. They are wasting all our money. Everything they do, they are wasting.
But Tinubu's convoy is normal.
The larger point is the optic.
I'm not going to argue the optics. I'm not going to argue the optics. But I thought the overriding argument, because yesterday I was super busy, so I was just following small. But I thought the overriding argument was Tinubu is making everybody suffer. Meanwhile, he has a gigantic motorcade. I thought that was the argument from yesterday.
Yeah. It's a nice argument.
That was the debate. Yeah.
So Obi is not spending anybody's money now.
Yeah, but
Obi came out. Nice argument. It was a nice argument. The problem is that today is the hypocrisy. It was a nice argument. Everybody.
Hold on, Fatai. Obi actually ran commentaries on Tinubu's.
Exactly.
Okay, you hold on, please.
Yeah, I'm not following. I did not know all that stuff.
Obi ran commentaries on Tinubu's motorcade, and he spoke about excess in the middle of wanton need. And that was
what excess? Is it number of cars or waste of money?
One man, this same campaign period.
Both are interlinked.
One man, this same campaign period. Tinubu also had his own convoy in Lagos. Nobody talked about it. The reason is because he's campaigning.
Tinubu is not condemning excess now.
The reason is I don't want to back you. Those that live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones. But I still support you. But I just want to tell you that.
But that campaign period, all of them that on their campaign knows they are running for campaign.
Guys, one voice at a time. Baba, come in. Yeah.
Look in the case for 1 minute you have 4 engaged.
All right. So
there is not. Tinubu also, we saw his convoy in Lagos when he was campaigning. It is nothing to anybody. Nobody talked about anything. But now he's assisting in the affairs of the nation. That's the thing.
Hold on. You see, it's so ridiculous sometimes how these bad fight people just come here and just always.
I don't know.
Just argue about it. You see, this is campaign. Tinubu, when he was having entourage, he was having that number of people driving with
in Lagos. We saw him here in Lagos.
Sorry, Ekene. When somebody else is made, let them land. Don't layer your voice on top of it.
So you see, nobody criticized him then. That look at this convoy. I mean, now because Tinubu is being criticized, you people have to go and dig. This is so ridiculous and so I don't know what kind of English.
It's not. It's called research.
Is that what? It is what?
It's simply go to archive to go and dig things out.
What are you digging out?
Why would they dig it out?
In what context? Actually, are we still in election? You see,
he's a public figure now. People must talk about him.
Why Tinubu did the same? Did we criticize him for that?
Yes, because they brought it out. Is that not the reason why you people criticize on platform?
Let's be objective when we are arguing. The argument is like Kulata said, which I'm so surprised today that Kulata is taking the side of the obedient today. I mean, I don't even know where it belongs. Anyway, let me just go on. I'm just surprised that you people who come here, the argument is that taxpayers' money, Obi during the election, Tinubu during the election, they were using their own whatever money they got from people who contributed to their campaign. And nobody criticized anything then. But just simply because some people have started criticizing Tinubu for wastefulness or whatever, so wastage, taxpayers, this is taxpayers' money, not their own individual campaign money. And now you people have to suddenly go and dig out you see, why people do this so ridiculous thing? Or you people are hypocrites. I mean, look at the hypocrisy yourself you're even talking about. You've also guilty of the same hypocrisy twice during campaign. And this one, the one we just saw a few days ago. Okay, let's assume like let me take a lawyer call it with what they just said. Obvious hypocrisy on this is just one. So 2-1, which one is bigger? Come on, we can be doing this. We can be doing this back and forth together here.
So you are mayoring.
Yeah, we can be doing it. So it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
Rational mind. Told you about shaping. It's hypocrisy. If you are criticizing what you do,
I beg you, argue senselessly about me. I mean, what kind of argument is this?
Good night, rational mind. Good night. It's hypocrisy.
But you people have been up the same hypocrisy twice. Obi is only once, right? Let's just assume that it's of hypocrisy. It's just one, and then you people twice. What are we talking about? Are we here to be doing? We're talking about the issue on ground. The president-elect or the president sworn in, which is Tinubu, is using. He's talking about. He's telling you and I.
Rajaman, please correct yourself. Say GCFR. Say GCFR.
Okay, GCFR. Okay, GCFR. If that's what you want. So GCFR, and now he is the president, and I was still acting like we're still campaigning, like as if, goodness, taxpayers' money. Them are going in convoy. They are being protected. They are eating fats. And now you were here excusing and trying to look for some stupid excuse and flimsy excuses that doesn't even make any sense. Come on, guys.
And the one man, you should know that anything that Tinubu does now affect me. That time, anything that Tinubu does, it doesn't affect me. But now, anything he does affect me so much. So whatever Obi does now don't affect me because he's not piloting the affairs of this nation. Well, it's Tinubu that we're talking about as my president now. So whatever he does now affect me.
I don't know how you obedient really like. So honestly, I don't understand you guys. You point finger at somebody, and the person point finger back at you, and you're calling the person.
Which pointing of finger is there? Two of them campaign.
You are calling the person hypocrite.
I saw Tinubu convoy in Lagos. No, it didn't affect me at all. I was not moved.
No,
I saw his campaign.
Rational mind is calling people. No, not you. Rational mind say okay. Rational mind is saying the people that brought Obi's convoy, they are hypocrites. What the heck? They are the one proving that the other side is the hypocrite. You point finger at somebody, point finger back at you. Why are you calling a person hypocrite? You shouldn't have point finger at the person if you don't want to. So they shouldn't point finger back at you. They complain about Tinubu's convoy, and they say, okay, look at your own convoy, and you are saying they are hypocrites. You didn't know the definition of hypocrites? Ridiculous.
All right.
They didn't throw stone. They just say, look at his convoy. That's it. There's nothing ridiculous about showing you a convoy.
They didn't throw stone.
They just say, look at the convoy. All one man said is, look at this convoy. That's it. He didn't say anything, no. He just said, look at the convoy. You're calling it ridiculous.
One man. One man. You see, the reason why people would complain about this Obi thing was because of the way he spoke when they put that question to him. You won't expect that man that spoke in that clip can have this kind of convoy, whether in a public office or a private life. You will think he's one Spartan that will only, in fact, drive himself and only go alone.
He rides a bike now.
No, I'm just giving you because you see the way he spoke. He spoke like one. To me, he spoke like Baba Jashin of the 80s that would drive their own 504 to governor office and drive himself back. That was the way he spoke because he said, as a leader, you must lead by example. Is he not a leader? Do you think leadership is limited to public space? And that's why I want Kulata to go back and watch his clip. His clip was not limited to public office.
I've not watched the clip.
Okay, I want to ask question, Ogbeni. After this campaign, at least we have seen Obi in many occasions, seeing him coming to court and all that. How many convoys have you seen him that come with him in the court and all that and everywhere he goes?
First and foremost, your question is faulty because nobody has verified that is campaign. It's you that want to ensure that we believe that it's campaign.
It's a campaign in Imo State. I know. What are you telling me?
Verify that.
You can go and verify. You can ask. Okay, what are they saying there? What?
So don't build question on what we have not verified.
Go and verify it now. If you don't verify a video, why do you throw it in the public? If you cannot verify
So when
a video.
Tinubu was campaigning, was he driving 300 convoys?
Oh, God.
We saw him in Lagos now.
What are you people
300 convoy like that? When
we
he was
saw him in
campaigning,
Lagos now. At least I was in Lagos when he came to Lagos. He came with a lot of convoy. What are you telling me? And it doesn't affect me because he was campaigning. What am I there to? Now I'm talking about my president. I'm talking about my president. Whatever he does now affect me.
So you are saying your president Obi would do that convoy before becoming president. When he becomes president, I no longer make convoy.
If Obi becomes the president tomorrow and they portray that kind of
he will no longer do convoy.
I will lambast him.
Can you play that video again and let us see the flag, the LP flag there on top of it?
Now.
All right, hold on. I'll do that, but check the private chat as well. Rational Mind.
Confirm! Jesus! Obi for life! Come on! Where am I? Which one? We don't give Shishi. Where my card there? Yes. Woo! Yes. Confirm. Woo! We move. It don't pass. Our president. Yeah, intimidation.
So, Mike,
that was a presidential convoy, not a.
So you didn't see those flags? They are those Labour Party flags. They are one man.
Again, he said we know they give shishi. Where did Obi started using that slogan? Did you know Obi to be using that slogan before the election started?
Sorry, Rational Mind. Did you not see the irony in those words? A fleet, a motorcade that would have made Vladimir Putin envious, but they know they give shishi. If they were giving shishi, they would be flying Concorde all over the place.
But one man, obviously this is a campaign because even when Obi was the governor, I've had cause to fly the same aircraft with him then to Abuja. His cover as a governor is not even up to 1/10 of this. You understand? I boarded the same flight with him to Lagos from Abuja, to Abuja from Lagos. So I'm sure this is a campaign, and at times can't even the party is the one that plans all these things, or the campaign committee be the one that plan all these things and stuff like that.
So how do you know it was Tinubu that planned his own convoy? Maybe it was the presidential people.
Plan it.
How do you know it wasn't? It was Tinubu that decided to say, "Hey, I want this money convoy."
You just argue blindly sometimes. I don't know.
What is blind about the argument?
You blind sometimes. That somebody is telling you, they're giving you proof. You ask for proof, and we give you proof. Did you see the LP flag? Did you see the guy say, "Well, they give."
It's the proof that what?
That was a campaign. That was a campaign.
So did I disagree whether it was a campaign?
Hello.
You see who's arguing blindly? Did I disagree whether it was a campaign? Yeah, arguing against me that it's a campaign.
Nothing has even showed that there is a campaign.
I didn't even argue against whether it was campaign or not. Yeah, all I said was
the guy to land. You just say he's arguing blindly.
What exactly?
Arguing blindly because
what is blind? Okay, tell me tell me. Tell me my blind argument, please. Tell me.
Listen to yourself again.
No, you tell me.
You said that was not. We don't even know that's a that's a
Hello.
You just come here. You want to come and spin.
No, he didn't say
Every,
that.
Please, stop putting word in my mouth.
No. Let's not segue into that one. But hold on. Hold on. One microsecond, Dewale.
okay.
Just give me actually make that point. I just want to find something.
Let me come to this space of entourage, convoy, whatever you want to call it. See, we are hypocrites. Nigerians are hypocrites. If we don't know something, we should learn or ask or Google or do research. See, since 1993, I believe, the global national security has increased, especially against the public officials or public office holder. But you see, we are always quick to criticize. Well, you should reduce number of his entourage to how many? 2, 3, and all that. And I tell you this: there's no joke globally around when it comes to protection of the VIP and government official. Now, even if the number, the vehicles that were shown that people were criticizing Ebola Ahmed Tinubu for, it was already debunked that, other dignitaries were also involved, the Senate president and the rest. But I tell you this, like America, they don't joke with their president. When America president is leaving Washington, D.C., it goes with a fire truck, ambulance, medical personnel, name it.
And the
and not apart from the vehicle.
How many now? Don't come here and be telling us what.
Have you ever encountered the president driving down your street and see how many people? Hold on, even the advanced team.
Biden came to my city here.
Okay.
Months ago. How many? Besides the beast that followed that he rode, how many convoy was there on his convoy?
Name it. You won't see less than 12 to 15 with him.
No, it was no more than 6.
Look, that's a lie, Rational Man. And also, this whole thing will depend on, and this whole thing will depend on the security threat as well.
A pure lie. You cannot find less than 12, 10, 12.
And most of the people in those 6
even hold on. You know why you can't tell me? You know why you can't tell me it's 6? You know why you can't tell me it's 6? Each police officers. Let's say a vehicle holds 2 officers in the vehicle, but most of the states, especially rich states, have 1 officer in 1 vehicle. Okay, and you tell me that 12 people guided Biden in that area. Is it possible?
You guys see? Let me even kill his argument. Even the ex-president.
This is no longer 1960. If a president have a convoy of 20, let me just put it at minimum of 20. And in Nigeria, you will have at least in 1 Tangoro car, you will have maybe 6, 5 police officers in it. And I tell you what, it is worth it because the level of security threat against these people, even Obi himself dare not walk around without having security with him.
Do you know that even American ex-president
it's just ignorant submission when I hear people saying that it's going with too much, it should reduce the convoy. Reduce convoy and
even Donald Trump, when he was going to court, he was ex-president though, his convoy was more than 6.
I just Googled it.
And this guy is telling us Biden is only has
40 to 50 vehicles.
What are we talking about?
Where? In what situation? In what situation? You people go talk, come here.
Without counting the advanced team, the advanced team, you cannot have less than 15.
One voice.
Deal with it.
50,
so to me, if we don't know something, we can go and research it. There's no way. Even tell me, is it the prime minister that you use in Switzerland or president? I'm not so sure. Even without having any issue with any other country, they still have their own national security. They still have their own security guarding the head of the state. So when I hear people criticizing, so if we don't know something, it's not everything we criticize. Yes, it may look so ostentatious, to us, the optic, but at times that is what is needed because you need to have a show of force, or else. Look at what is happening. The bandits, the kidnapper. I don't even talk about the what do you call it? This Islamic fundamentalist stuff. Not even talk about mercenaries trying to get to you. So if you don't know something, we should just be. And I tell you this: it's global. It's not just Nigeria only. Even the Ghanaian president right there can't tell me that he's going around with just 3 vehicles. There's no way. especially because the level of security against public officials has increased. There's a data even to that has increased since 1990 or 1992, if I'm not mistaken. And every nation, every country try as much as possible to protect their head of state and their official dignity, so that at least you minimize.
We saw the Japanese ex-president got assassinated recently. Let me say this real quick.
You see that man that was killed like a chicken.
Yeah, the real reason, rational mind and obedient are upset. It's not.
Hold on, everybody. Just one voice at a time now.
Mike, let me go read this question.
And I tell you this: if Obi is declared president of Nigeria today,
carry on.
If Obi is declared president today, hold on, Thomas. If Obi is declared president of Nigeria today, and he says he wants to reduce his number of convoy, I will criticize him. I will even curse him, because he can't do that. He's the president of the country. He cannot do that. He needs to be protected and safeguarded. So for those who are saying it was too much of escort and all that, give me a break. In fact, you don't even have enough.
Adewale, one man, please, can you just put it out there? Can somebody verify how many cars Peter Obi has? I don't want anybody on this platform because they are biased people. How many cars Peter Obi had convoy when he was a governor of Anambra State? Maybe we'll just tap it there. Maybe we'll just see how many cars does he have then. Then Adewale, you made something now. Does even president have the power to take the security agent, not to bring go with him with number of? They have their protocol numbers. Am I right? They have their protocol number. Tinubu doesn't even have the power to stop them.
There's no limit. There's no limit when it comes to
security. SSS determine the security threat, and they will determine how they will security.
It's not the president. It's not the president.
We all know, Thomas. We all know why. Thomas.
Even as Obi is now, he dare not walk around without protection because he's still an asset to the country.
My brother, we all know why rational mind and obedient are upset. They all upset because Tinubu didn't put himself in the position for him to be assassinated by them. That's all. That's why they are upset. That's all you are upset. Like why this guy opened himself up so obedient can take his, because you guys wish the man to be dead. That's what you guys have been wishing. You've been wishing the man to all over your space. Even you going yourself.
You talk about what you have. The evil.
1 month ago, was it a few weeks ago on this channel? You were wishing the man to buy.
What happened a few weeks ago? What happened?
You were saying something about Tinubu to buy. I mean, in that line. So we all know how you guys feel about the man. You were just wanting to.
I understand.
But it's okay, Shah. It's okay.
We are here to banter. But don't come here and twist my words.
If the man is not your candidate, what's your business? What is driving? We let his own people criticize. That is
not because I caught you red-handed.
You didn't vote him in, so it's none of your business what he drives.
I asked no man to play that.
All right, let's not personalize the conversation.
Even Donald Trump, former president of the United States, it takes more than 6 convoy. Even when he was being arrested, it took more than 6 convoy. Being arrested
after the
everybody look at this one now. This Joe Biden now moving. You see the
in what country? What country was this? On what place?
In your country.
And I won't move goalposts. Now shifting
in America, he still move with this retinue of convoy. Come on, man.
America with the best police in the world.
I tell you, the one I saw here in my city during the campaign, election in my own city, when he came to support the governor here, the governor to be. So he came here and I counted it. Because we don't have
Google it. Which city do you
say was 6 vehicles? Come on.
Was 6 vehicles. I mean,
there's no way a president will leave Washington, D.C. with 6 vehicles. There's no way. There's no way. Even a poor state like Mississippi would dare not give a president 6 vehicles.
Let me tell you how no rational man is lying about Biden coming to a state with convoy. First of all, the president doesn't go to another state with convoy. Go with Air Force One. They go with helicopter, and he doesn't drive convoy through states. That's why rational man was lying. You lie too much.
This guy.
No, don't say that. Otherwise, you trigger him.
This guy.
Hold
on,
I hope now. The president the American president don't take convoy through states.
I said
you never seen
when he landed here at the airport here. there were 6 vehicles that took him from the airport. That's what I said.
The president will not fly to the airport.
He came here on Air Force One. He landed here at our airport.
No, he won't land in the airport. He land in the military base in our country. In every
you
that
know
place.
how the airport looks like here? We don't have any military base here.
There's military base in almost every.
We have
yes, and the president lands Air Force One right there.
It's attached. You see, this guy, you just welcome.
That's his personal vehicle, the Air Force One. The only place where they use convoys like within that Washington DC.
You sometimes you just act like you know.
I know more than you, man. Are you going to tell me?
Every state is unique in how they design their airports.
No, when he's leaving that White House, he take that helicopter. That helicopter right there, and that Marine guy will salute him. He gets on it.
Some of us are not Americans, Ejo.
So this me, I know. I mean, this rational I think I come and deceive everybody.
Mama, just move on with these American people. Let's just move on.
Rational mind power for now.
All right. Yeah, have the last word, yes, I have the last word. I want to go back. I want to go back to our talking points. I have the last word on that space.
We have this. We have this fighter jets here. Can I join my call him? We have this fighter jet here that takes off from the runway, the same runway that we use here for our other normal civilian aircraft here. This is a fighter jet. It's F-150. F-150. I mean, is that a fighter jet? If it's starting like this, the kind of noise that vibrates everywhere. The same runway. So if this guy come as Soroni, more the how each state local airport or how they design everything.
Did I say anything about the design of any airport?
You said,
all right. This guy's a spinner, man.
All right,
that information you gave, rational mind is irrelevant.
Man spinning me. You like spinning?
Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's just move on.
You have not made any argument.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. Let's just move on. I don't think we'll land anywhere there. But let's move on to this space. You'll be surprised that Kulata still has the floor. He doesn't even know he still has the floor. But Kulata,
I never had the floor. Honestly, you just promised that it will come to me. I've done.
No. I came to you with the 6 states something, and then everybody took it over because of the passion of it.
I thought I was interjecting.
Yes, you know you were being interjected, and
Kulata, you are a controversial person. You know you are a controversial person. So
all right.
I want you guys to check the comment section.
No, guys, please just hold the space for Kulata. It says so talk us through this headline, Kulata.
Okay, what's the headline? Who is buying and selling Forex? Oh, okay, this one. Yeah. Okay, so apparently, even though Tinubu has given the directive to kind of like unify the rates, it appears the actual trades that happened in the I&E window, some people, I don't know how, by magic or not, still sell dollar. They still offer dollar at 460 naira. So it means there are elements that are offering money and selling it to themselves in CBN still playing the same old game. So in reality, the enforcement of this single FX regime is not being successful because they're still bastardizing the system. So that's why you're seeing the Naira right now is undervalued. We should really be somewhere in the high 600s or maybe in the early 700s, and sometimes it's getting to 800 or something. And I think it's because it's getting engineered still in the CBN, and by one way or the other, people being able.
What you are talking about is outright fraud, isn't it? Really,
it is fraud now. It is fraud. It's fraud.
Nigerians, right?
So technically, some people are making a 400 naira spread, in spite of Tinubu telling them to unify the exchange. So our CBN is beyond redemption. They need to get rid. I don't know, firing Emefiele.
Let me just say this. Before Tinubu $1 Australian dollar to Nigeria was nine four.
Hold on, Thomas. Let Kulata give us the full explanation of that space. Yeah, Kulata.
So I think getting rid of Emefiele is one thing. Emefiele did not act alone. It's obvious. All the deputy CBN governors, all their heads should roll along with Emefiele because they were all involved. They were all involved in this shenanigans, and the people under them, and the people under them. So they need to get rid of the entire leadership. I don't know how they're going to do it, and CBN survives. But if you really want a clean shop, you need to do more.
Do you think this is happening at leadership level or mid-level functionaries? This sounds like mid-level functionaries.
So look at you as an orga in an organization, I mean, you have a bunch of people that will report to you. Those bunch of people are reporting to them. The people who are reporting to them are the worker bees. Those are the people doing the work. You will give top line direction like bye, Neil. And if you want to do some shenanigans, you won't have to say you are doing shenanigans. You just give top line direction. Those are the people that will do the execution. So you kill the head, and now you take some of his deputies. You move that person, even though he's a Yoruba guy. I don't know whatever that means. You bring that person to the head. He's still part of the crime because Emefiele was not doing that in a vacuum. CBN has deputy governors for different areas, and all of them they're all in it. So the people deputizing those people are still able. I don't know how this is possible if this is not policy, because I thought the directive should have turned to real policy, that this money will be offered based on real market rates, based on real trading. But
I was surprised when I was reading it. They were underselling by
criminal rates.
100%.
Yes.
Selling at
460.
460 and then closing at 840.
Look at the spread. Look at how much. 380, right?
No,
is my math correct?
Explain that, Kulata. Let's explain that. You see, when you say when you talk of intraday rates, it could mean that the market opens at 460.
It opens up at 460.
Yeah.
Should the market ever, Patrick? Should the market open up? If it opens at 460, and people wait now, Patrick, in where the rate is close to 700 or something, who is going to make the trade? Why will you offer that 460? Is anybody supposed? Are you supposed to be able to offer dollars at 460 if it's not engineered?
Wait now, this is what I'm saying. You see, when you say the market opens at a rate, it's not as if the CBN brings its money to market.
If you read it, it trades at that 460. It's not just open, then bam, it goes up.
Let me explain what I feel.
Explain, I'm listening.
Patrick is saying that demand increased in the course of the day, but not by 100%. Not by 100%.
At a particular rate. And then activities begin to happen at the market. Now, this is an indication that the market is now free. So we are looking at in the future where dollar might even get to like 400. So the window is wide now. You see how it's opening at this, it's closing at this.
The window is criminally wide because
it's not the CBN selling that money.
The window is being manipulated.
It's manipulated. No. So, Patrick, look, who is demanding dollar at 460? Let's be real.
What you should be asking is who is supplying dollar at 450?
No. Before you supply, there has to be demand. Why will I go? No, Patrick, you look at it this way. I sell Mercedes Benz, right? I have a range of money that I can sell Maybach or whatever. Then I now take Maybach. I say brand new Maybach, Banjo price. And people that don't know Yoruba, Banjo is what's Banjo in English? Giveaway price. Cheap. And I'll say, giveaway price, Banjo. Am I in my correct senses? When I know the value, of the Benz.
That's you selling now, right?
Why will you sell something that's ridiculously priced? It doesn't make any sense.
Let me tell you what is likely to be happening now. People who have money, hidden. They probably were the one that forced the market open at that rate. It's not the government money. The government money is now with NNPC because NNPC is the one that is collecting dollar on behalf of Nigeria.
NNPC haven't collected dollar. They hold $3 billion
they hold their dollar.
To these
So
people.
NNPC, CBN cannot just sell NNPC dollar. If CBN decides, okay, I'm selling at so and so rate. If tomorrow NNPC calls for his dollar, CBN has sold that dollar at a rate that is far below what NNPC will
Patrick, answer me this question before we go too far. Who are the off-takers of that 460?
The people that are offering it at 460, you mean?
No, the people that are buying it at 460.
No, I'm
asking you.
If somebody offer me 460 now.
But they said it trades. The trading starts at 460.
If I come into the market, right, and somebody is offering me 460, would I say, oh no, this is crazy? It best should offer me 600. I'll take
that's
it
what
now.
I'm saying is, that's what I'm saying is
so people have dollars.
No, Patrick, it is gamed. It is gamed. CBN, let me explain how I think it may be working. I may be wrong. CBN is offering CBN 460, CBN official and CBN backdoor. Offering 460, a trade will be made, and then the legit trades will now come in, and those legit trade, of course, will be at the 700, the 800, the realistic value. Meanwhile, CBN will have traded them to themselves at a ridiculously low rate and then sell it at those normal rates, the 700s, the 800s. That is cheating.
And that's exactly what's happening. And that's fraud.
No, CBN should not be selling dollars now.
These are
what do you mean? CBN opened the export and whatever it is there.
Yeah, CBN is going to be a moderator. CBN should be moderators.
Who is offering it? Let's read that article.
Yeah.
Okay, let me speed through it so that we have context. It says who is buying and selling forex at intraday rates of 460 and 840? Where does it start? Foreign exchange traders at the official investor and exporter window expressed concerns over persistent forex trading at intraday lows of around 460 to 465 to the dollar, suspecting possible foul play and market manipulation. The exchange rate between the naira and the dollar closes at 763 to the dollar, but experiences intraday lows of 467 to the dollar and intraday highs of 841 to the dollar, creating significant disparities and rising suspicion amongst traders. Traders and experts believe that while some of the traders may be linked to remnants of previous policies, no, not traders, but trade. Traders and experts believe that while some of the trades may be linked to remnants of previous policies, the prolonged duration of these disparities calls for investigation, and regulators are prepared to launch an inquiry if the trade disparities continue into July. Foreign exchange traders at the official investor and exporter window have raised concerns about the persistent trade of forex at an intraday low of approximately 460 to 465 to the dollar. The exchange rate between the naira and the dollar closed at 763 to the dollar on Tuesday, June the 27th, 2023, but experienced an intraday low of 467 to the dollar and an intraday high of 841 to the dollar. The significant disparity between the intraday highs and intraday lows and the closing rate has left traders suspicious, with some suspecting foul play, according to sources from Nairametrics. Investigation by Nairametrics have revealed that these trades are indeed real, as some individuals have bought forex at the intraday lows and highs, further fueling suspicion. A currency trader speaking anonymously to Nairametrics to avoid penalties, expressed concerns that the trades do not align with market realities and should be subject to investigation. They questioned, how can someone buy and sell Forex at rates as high as 840 to the dollar? The trader also suspected that the trades may have been orchestrated by Forex dealers seeking to weaken the exchange rate. Another trader voiced concern over the intraday lows around 460 something, which significantly deviate from the closing price of 763, pondering, if someone is buying at 463 to the dollar, then who is selling? They also questioned why such low prices still persisted even after 10 days trading. Nairametrics also interviewed a foreign currency market expert who shed light on the reason why the exchange rate continues to be sold at around 460, even 2 weeks after the revision of the foreign policy of the foreign currency market. According to the expert, these trades stem from the remnants of the old RT200 policy, which was in effect before the central bank amended the market rules, effectively cancelling it. However, some of the contracts had already been agreed upon, necessitating their settlement. In February 2022, the CBN officially announced the launch of the RT200 FX program, aiming to accumulate US 200 billion in foreign exchange earnings over the next 3 to 5 years from non-oil proceeds. The policy offered 65 naira for every dollar repatriated and sold to authorized dealer banks through the investors and exporter FX window for the third-party use, and 35 naira for every US dollar repatriated and sold into the I&E window for its own use in eligible transactions. So that just gives a backdrop to it.
So it does look like this, the abuse of this program, because why will a bank offer a bank that is supposed to trade or a forex trader sell at 460? Patrick, answer me. It doesn't make any sense. So it's still coming from the CBN shenanigans.
No, it's possible. I think what I've seen now, I think there's a manipulation in the market. For example, if I'm a big player, a Dangote, maybe a bank or a bank's client that has an oil company, all of them can put their money in that market now. The treasurer or the treasury guys in the oil company, they move to the market in the morning. Oh, we have 300 million to trade. So, okay, let's push this 100 million to the market in the morning in tranches of 25 million at 400, at maybe 400. Now, people say, oh, there will be panic. Some people say, so it's happening. So another 1 hour, I release another 25 million. People say, no, it's maybe people will start picking it. Then another 1 hour, I release another 25 million. I've released 75 million. People will start pushing, people that have money, they will think, this Tinubu policy is crashing the dollar. They will push in their dollar. You understand? Once they push in their dollar, at that 450, I've put 75 million in the market, right? I'll just buy like maybe 200 million from the same market at that for 400 now.
Are you buying from yourself?
I'll buy in the same market.
Oh, the market.
You know what I'm saying?
See.
No,
you offer at 4 something and people buy it. Wait, hold on. You said you offer the first tranche at 4 something. People buy it at that 4 something. People are willing to buy that same 20 million, the first tranche, at 700.
No, wait. Now, this is what I'm trying to do. I am throwing 20 million into the market at 400. People buy. I try another 20 million. People buy. I've thrown like 80 million. People are buying. Now, it will force every other seller in the market to crash because
So you want to crash? So that will make sense if you want to crash the dollar.
You want to
I want to crash the
panic in the
dollar so that I
system.
can move in.
You
and
want to
mop
create
up.
panic? Is that what you're saying? Create
Yeah.
panic in the system.
Yes,
Then people will
I will
start
crash
selling.
that market. Maybe by
Yeah, but
12 to 1.
the thing is, the opposite is what is going on. The dollar
wait,
is
now you
getting
will
to
see what is
800 and
happening.
something.
Let me land. You see, by 12, 1 o'clock, I've crashed that market to 400. Other people who came to the market thinking that they were going to sell at 600-700, they are forced to now sell at 450. You know what I've invested was 70 million. I cannot go into that market and buy 200 million at 450. And by the close of the market, I'm selling it off at
Then you
600.
now sell it at 800 and something.
Yeah.
Okay, makes sense. Okay,
That's
okay.
what they are doing. So it could be treasurers and
all right. All of that went
other
over my
companies.
head. You know, our Olodoba.
So if they are doing that, it's more like they want to control the market. So
And that's the
it's like
problem with that kind
lost
of market,
leader,
actually.
lost leader, trap everybody. Now trap everybody, force them to sell low. You sweep it up. Then later in the day, you now
You
sell
move it.
high. You sell everything high.
Yeah. So what's going to happen? What's going to happen is that the federal government with time, once they study that, they are going to hold some dollars. So if there's such a leader in the market that is selling at that price and they want to crash the market, the federal government will just release some money in the afternoon. So that person that is hoping to sell at
Well, now
460 will lose money. So next time he won't try that. So at that point, we'll be having small interventions.
so lost leader is a lost leader strategy.
Yeah.
All right. Allow me a short window. Let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. The super chatters, as you know, Ayo, of course, you know that name always comes up, and it doesn't come up once. It usually comes up twice. Not only does it come up twice, it comes up 3 times. A lady, and it's not a lady, a gentleman, so it comes up 4 times. And that's Ayo doing it 5 times today. So that's Ayo keeping it 100, making sure the lights are switched on the One Man Went to More platform. And to add the bulb to the light switch, Prince Daddy comes in with his super chart. With the super stickers, not once but twice. So thank you to both you gentlemen. Keep them coming. So it's been nice and pleasant, but now strict rules apply. The military administration of Major General, to attention, no, is everybody in the salute position? The military administration of Major General.
Please, can we find military song for the Thomas?
I will do that, but every day I think of it. That I have to bring martial music. To bring in Thomas. So tomorrow I'll make sure I have that at the ready. The military administration of Major General Thomas. Thomas, to you.
Mustafa.
Mustafa. Thank you, Mama. Thank you. Kolata, I think we still have the floor. Yeah, so all these
give the floor to someone else. The floor don't take with me, even though everybody was talking. I didn't even know I had the floor.
Yeah. Thank you so much. You can still interject intermittently. Don't run away. Yeah.
Can I say something, Thomas?
Yes, rational mind, yeah.
Patrick, are you still there?
We hope so.
Patrick, let me see.
Patrick is here.
Okay. You said, but then there should be, the Forex should have some kind of regulators. So these people, whoever, when it opened and allow these people to come sell at that price, those regulators should be held responsible. But in this sense, I think the CBN is the one in charge of it. So whoever is bringing that amount of money and injecting it into the system, so as to create that panic, so other people can sell and start mopping it up, then it means that it's working in cahoots with the CBN, who is the regulator for Forex. So I think the CBN too is part of this scheme, or whoever the desk or the department in the CBN would have responsible for this, because how would they allow them when they know that in the parallel market people are selling for $800 or even $700, $800? I mean $800 naira per dollar. somebody just came from nowhere and said, "I want to sell it for $400." That's to tell you that there's something going on. So the whoever is in charge of it, the DG or the DG like we have in the SEC, Security and Exchange Commission, that we should be responsible for that. They should hold him responsible.
Rational mind, can Emefiele, the CBN governor, or everybody be sacked? Is it possible? Because as Kolata rightly said, it's not only Emefiele that is doing all these shenanigans.
No, I think, let me explain to rational mind what you see. When you leave the market when you leave forces of demand and supply to begin to play in the market, you can never really avoid this kind of situation. Somebody brings his dollar to market and say, I need this money badly. Maybe an oil and gas company now that has dollar stock and say, okay, I need to pay some of my Nigerian debts. I need Naira. I can't wait. I might lose this. Maybe I have to pay this much to be able to access another further loan. Maybe the bank say, okay, pay 400 million, pay 1 billion so that you can get additional loan. So the man wants his money. So that's okay, let me just trade it. So as CBN, you are leaving it, you are not regulating it as that much. It's not so you are monitoring, you don't want terrorist funds to come into that system, you don't want proceeds of crime to enter the market, but you are not looking for clean, you are not looking out for clean player who decide to sell their money at the rate they want or buy money at the rate they want. After all, that's what you want. Now, if at the end of the day you now see that this gap is just growing between opening and closing and it's unusual, I'm going to look it up in other markets now and see what's the average gap between opening and closing. So maybe later I'll feed the house back on that. When you begin to see that, you only have to intervene. You don't go grabbing people. If not, then you don't have respect for that market. People will be afraid to even sell their money at a price that is very low if they so wish. You understand? Genuine people say, oh, I want to sell this. This is what I think I can get. This is what, you understand? So it's going to be somehow. If at the time you keep arresting players, you understand? I mean, you are not allowing the market to really flow. So the only thing you can do as a market, as a lead, as a regulator, as a country, is when there's such, you can have some intervention. You also bring your money to the system to stabilize it and close that gap. By the time market manipulators try to do that, and they score, they suffer, they get their fingers burnt. Even when they want to manipulate market, they won't do it at a wide window like that. It will just be small, you understand? And then it will be stable, and so people can take decision. We are not looking at the wideness, we are just looking at stability in the market. That's what we are looking at. So
price manipulation is allowed. That's because I mean that's price manipulation.
It happens, but what I'm saying is that if eventually you don't want to manipulate the market,
you don't want to over control the system. You don't want to over control, like you don't want to have too much of influence or too much of over regulate it. I understand what you're saying, but if we are to allow it like this, there should be some kind of a policy or regulation that should be put in place to checkmate these kind of things. Because if that panic, these people were to succeed to create that panic in the system, and a lot of people.
Yeah. So if they now notice it, one of the earlier when I was listening to market experts when this policy came in, one of the fear they had was manipulations, but the other side of it, they say, okay, if there's manipulation, the government will also intervene with their own dollar stock and be able to stabilize the market. So it's expected in another few months. You know, this is still new to us. In a few months, the government will be able to know how to intervene in those markets. By the time all the structures are in place, we have a Minister of Finance, we have a substantive CBN governor, then Minister of Finance have meetings with major players and stuff like that, the banks, and you will start seeing that all these things will normalize, and with time, I'm looking it up now. I want to see.
Do we have a Minister of Finance now?
We don't.
Okay.
We don't. Rational mind, good news later join.
What
Okay,
I
that
what I
yeah,
heard you
because
say
of it,
we have substantive CBN government, we have Minister of Finance. I was like, okay.
no, we don't have.
Okay.
Yeah. So they don't just, we should not, I think Nigeria, because of our experience, we're always very suspicious. Oh, these government people, they should be arrested. No, that's not always the response. You understand? we have very high suspicious index now for government people.
Because the person we have
It's
there,
understandable.
Hold on, because the person we have in there,
No, it's understandable. It's not because of the person, it's because of the experience we've had in the past. So we just carry that experience and say, oh, this thing is like this, you know. But it's not always like that. Don't worry. If there are actual manipulators that are identified and they investigate them, I'm sure they will pay for it. They'll pay for it. Because we cannot allow that to happen. People start losing money and then the market might crash and there might be problem and stuff like that. So you don't want that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, somebody wants to say something?
Oh no, I was wondering if you're still there.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah. I think the news today is so very scanty. Did anybody have anything, any news that catch your attention?
Tinubu save is it 300 million or 300 billion or 400 billion? Can I save?
No. Give us the feel.
They said for the past how many weeks now that he has been there, he has been able to save is it 400 billion so far.
Oh, wow, that's good.
You didn't hear it, Patrick? Didn't you hear it?
I didn't hear it.
That's supposed to be subsidy savings, but is that real savings? It's just he's avoiding borrowing. It's not saving. Because
he has borrowed already now. He has borrowed about 800.
Buhari borrowed that Buhari already borrowed that. What in essence, the fact that we're not borrowing to pay subsidy is the savings that they're talking about. I don't think they're real actual savings. It's just less borrowing.
But Kolata, the issue was this: that you and I think you and I or somebody will argue that here, maybe me and Simba or someone person here, that the plan was at the end of this month, which ends today, I'm sure, subsidy will cease. But they've already started collecting this subsidy removal since when he announced it. Was it last 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago? So the point is this: why would you do that? Because the initial plan by Bubu was that at the end of this month, which is I think ends today, from tomorrow, you can jack up the price. They will start saving. So we'll start saving that subsidy. Start saving whatever. They will start selling at
the problem that I see, in my opinion, is
why would Tinubu do that?
Yeah, that's what I want to explain. In my opinion, I have no facts to back it up. It's more like if he gave a month to now say, we're going to remove subsidy in so month. The people that are making money from subsidy will have time to galvanize and get the labor and get all these people, and then it will turn to a mass protest. People will think people are protesting for welfare and all that stuff, but meanwhile, it is engineered by the cabals making money from subsidy. And that's the way they've been doing it. And that's why Jonathan could not remove it. Because the guys making money from subsidy, they just gang up and use all these labor unions and all these youths and co. They use it to riot. And every government will now kick the can down the road. So Tinubu, we needed an element of surprise, even though it came at a huge cost of people suffering. If Tinubu did not do it the way he did it, when everybody was surprised, they would have wrestled it away from him, and he won't be able to make that decision. That's what I think.
Rational mind, Kodata, before you run away, what do you think about the Tinubu and Ambode, everybody uniting together in Lagos? I'm about to ask you that question.
Honestly, I like it, and I want to suspect that maybe Ambode will be given a parastatal. I'm not saying a ministerial, maybe one of these government parastatals to run. because you can see that Tinubu has fired all the boards in all the parastatals, apart from some listed in some part of the constitution. It's on page 152. So I won't be shocked if Ambode is brought to run one massive parastatal. Let me just say, for example, I'm not saying he's going to go there, but for example, if they give him an operation like custom, those kind of just massive operation, because Ambode is an excellent administrator. He's a first-class graduate of whatever school he went to. He's a brilliant guy. He had some shortcomings, as in from the power got to his head, and the likes of Babeta and all those people that control Lagos were not down with him. He had his own personal shortcomings, but you can't take away the man's abilities. He's a naturally brilliant human being, and you could see his performance. Like, look at the way he transformed Bushodi. The guy is just brilliant. Let's not lie; it's just overall brilliant. So,
who do you think offend each other? Is it Tinubu offended him or he offended Tinubu? Why do I ask that? Because
honestly, it's not a Tinubu thing. People think it's a Tinubu thing. It's not a Tinubu thing. He collected food from a lot of Lagos stakeholders, and one of the biggest one is Visionscape. If everybody remembers Visionscape, Visionscape is supposed to be trash collecting one thing, but he knows that is where a lot of the Lagos stakeholders make their money. So he took the job from a lot of people, and they were angry. And any little thing that you do after taking food from people's mouth, they're gonna have to. It's gonna get exaggerated. Like, you piss them off. So any small mistake you do, it will be overblown. And there's a cabal that controls Lagos. Tinubu may be the head of the cabal, but it still has to listen to them. And if people that work for those cabal, they're grumbling that your guy is doing this, is doing that, then Tinubu will be forced to weigh in. And it did not stop at that. His wife or something, she was also an egomaniac. I think she slapped someone important. I can't even remember the details. And Ambode too, the thing got to his head. He started not following some of the laid out plans. He was trying to make his own path. And that doesn't really last long in Tinubu Lagos. So Tinubu was forced to act. I don't think he would have forgiven him, but he was forced to prevail on the situation. And that is why he did that. So I don't think there's any personal beef between Tinubu and Ambode, but Tinubu had no choice but to take him out.
So what are you telling us, that Tinubu is not even acting on his own volition? They still have cabal.
On Lagos matter, there's a cabal.
Wow.
There's a
This is the
cabal.
first time I'm hearing.
Lagos is a teamwork now.
Everybody has made mistakes. They think Tinubu is just controlling everything. There's a cabal.
Thomas. Good morning. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Yeah, sorry. Why do you need to? I don't think there is any cabal. I think what happened that time between
there's a cabal. Go find out who Baba Eta is. There's a cabal. There's a cabal.
You cannot call that one. You cannot call that one cabal. When
it's not just one Baba Eta. There are many of them. You need to find out from the people that are close to them. There's a cabal.
You can't run any society without a group of people now. One man cannot just a governor. You have to have you guys call it cabal, but you have to have a
Mike. That is why I don't want to call them cabal. I don't want to call them
cabal. It doesn't have to be called cabal, but it has to be a group of people that work together to either build a society or destroy a society. But there has to be a group of people.
Mike, Simba, and Kulata, if you remember one video that they were asking Tinubu that what happened to Ambode, Tinubu said it's beyond him. If you remember that video, they were asking remember. He said the people say, I was saying, who are the people? So maybe they are the cabals.
Thomas.
Yeah.
If you are a leader and you have people that are under you and they are giving you that respect, don't you have rights to also respect their opinion to even to be a good leader?
Even Tinubu himself.
Yes. So if Tinubu want to maintain his relevance, he must also listen to his people.
It's
But
got
if
to.
he
It's not.
believes
It's not
that,
alone.
if it's not believing like as if it's an autocracy, that is me and me alone, do you think it will work?
When
So
people say
for people to not
Tinubu
term those
is the
people that he
sole
listen
kingmaker of
to as
Lagos, I
cabal
just laugh.
is something that I don't want to believe.
Yeah. Look,
Simba.
Simba.
Yes, Kulata.
I know
Yes.
the word cabal is kind of like a pejorative, but let's just, for all intents and purposes, the way those guys act is like a cabal. You can call them stakeholders if that makes you happy, but let's be blunt about it. If we can call the people around Buhari a cabal, those guys too are a cabal. Because I know some details I can't share on this platform because it won't be nice for me to be talking about those things.
But you
But the
have to
way
give
they
us a definition of cabal first, so
What
that way we know
details
which
do you have?
context.
well, that's why I said let's just call them stakeholders if that will make you guys happy.
Okay, that makes sense.
What details do you have that you want to share that the people don't know?
I'm not going to start
They give
saying
you
all that stuff. No, it's not necessary. But the bottom line is, it just doesn't act like that. It's of course it's the most powerful person amongst them, but that's not the way the man even acts. Tinubu doesn't act that way. He seeks consensus, and the consensus was Ambode has to go, because if he decided to keep him, he still had the ability. If he wanted to force his will, he will have, but then he will have lost power amongst that stakeholder group. That's why I'm
That's
being
what
careful.
you
I'm
are
not calling them.
saying. That is the hallmark of a leader. That's the hallmark of a leader. He must listen to his people. So for us to not label
operations
those
of
people,
that group is akin to a cabal. If we can call Buhari's inner circle a cabal, I believe we should be fair and call Tinubu's inner circle in Lagos a cabal. I'm a fair person. It's just because some people may like Tinubu on this platform doesn't mean we should refer to some guy's own inner circle as a cabal and not refer to Tinubu's own too as a cabal. Let's be fair.
That's why I say in what context, because it may be in two different contexts. It may be like the cabal, the way people describe the cabal of one area, maybe that okay, this group of people that are just colluding to loot, not doing anything, or and then we are saying in the context of Lagos, the group of people that are actually stakeholders. I mean, it's two different contexts. You understand? So that's why you have to define it.
Access to power.
Me, I can call a group of armed robbers cabal.
Let's simplify it.
And then a group of businessmen, if I use the same word cabal,
let's define it.
One voice, please.
Let's define it. Let's define it. Unelected stakeholders with unvarnished access to power. That's my own definition.
But if you look at the people they call Buhari's cabal, those are more like political guys, typically like Northerners or something like that. Like they are just working together. But
let me
so it's completely different from the ones that are talking in Lagos. Where these are just a bunch of businessmen and group of investors and things like that. So it's two different definitions. Just like I said, I can see a group of armed robbers and say, "Oh, that group of armed robbers working together, robbing people. Those are cabal." And then I can see a group of businessmen working together to make money. I say those are cabals. It's the same word, but it's two different contexts. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me quickly insert this video into what you're saying.
Your Excellency, you've not told us the reason why you pulled out your support for the governor for this election and your support for Mr. Sanwo-Olu. Why, sir?
Who did I support 2014?
The governor, Ambode.
Life is dynamic. If the party who made me the leader of the structure in Lagos says what they want, it's only if you have followership that you are a leader in democracy. If I look back and don't find them again, if I don't respond to them, if I fail to accede to their request, I will have failed the leadership test. It is not personal. It is beyond me as a person. To every democratic constitution, you have we the people. It's preceded by we the people. That I have to submit myself to the wishes and the yearnings of our party.
The implication of the general election, sir.
No, even when you look at it the other side, from the other side, you will find out this is an elixir for the general election. Ambode Akin is doing well. Yes. He has to be a good party man. Not only the glamour, not only about brick and mortar. Talent is determined by character. For you to become an influential person, you have to respond to the yearnings of those people. This is politics. Democracy, one man, one vote. It is yours today. Tomorrow, if they change, you have to abide by it. You don't bring the roof down. You don't bring the house down except the foundation is bad. And the exercise you have witnessed today is equally good for the general election of the party. You see how they trooped out for Buhari's endorsement to continue. Only 1.9 million.
That is it.
That's
That is
it.
it.
That was
it.
it.
Thomas.
Yeah, that was the video. Yeah, that was the video I was referencing. So
and you can see it goes with what I'm saying. As a leader, you have to listen to your people. And if you have a leader who's not doing,
that's the official
if you don't have,
version. You don't expect him to go on TV to say
no,
he has a group of stakeholders. What do you want him to say on TV?
Come on. You even if you have a president that is not listening to people, if you have a president,
political statement.
Thank you, General.
Hello, what I said earlier is what Thomas just re-emphasized. Is a political statement to defend his to defend what he did.
It's shenanigans.
And as to why he kicked that guy out of power. What effort, the question we should ask is that what effort did he make? What effort?
No, Rashman, quickly, sorry. Is it
let him land now? Let him land, please. Let him land. Please, sorry.
Let him land, please. Yeah, please, Daddy, sorry. We will come to you next. Let Ajale Koko land. Please, yeah.
What effort did he, as a leader, make to put Ambode on the right track, to ensure that he abides by the rules of the game as far as their party is concerned, and him particularly as a leader? What effort did he make until before he didn't make any effort.
Why would you know that?
Hold on. He waited till the 9 minutes before the primary. He galvanized all the political structure within the party to kick him out. So he's laying claim that it's the people. He tells us that he did not make any effort. He waited for everything to scatter on the head of that guy.
You don't know if he didn't make any effort. You are not there with them the whole time. So there's no way you and I can know what they were doing in the background.
Let's go to the context of his statement. It is the statement he made. He said the people said they don't. He cannot resist the people. That's a lie.
How did you know it's a lie?
How did you know? How did you know it's a lie? How did you know it's a lie?
Tell you,
That's what Nigerians do.
is that as a leader of the party, he have a big role to play.
It should be authoritarian,
Exactly.
He has a big role to play in ensuring that crisis does not.
And you think he has not played that role, and the guy refused? You think he has not played that role as well?
Let me talk now.
No, we are allowing him to talk now.
Rational mind. You are not the one talking. It's Ajale Kuku. So keep quiet.
Oh my God.
This is the guy that sponsored every House of Assembly members, every senators in that state. And you said he doesn't have that political power to stop all of them from removing that guy from power.
But nobody said doesn't have political power or not. What we are saying is, how do you know the facts of what you are telling us? Do you have facts to it?
Emma, try láti máa gbọ́rọ̀.
I'm gbọ́rọ̀ etí wa òdì. Àwa náà sì lọ́gbọ́n lórí.
I am telling you,
you cannot be telling us because you are not an authority.
But listen to what I'm telling you, and you can pick the fact out of what I'm telling you. He sponsored everybody that have political, elective office in that Lagos state.
Including Banky W.
Forget about Banky W. In his party, Tinubu is the power behind that person. Without his consent, you cannot be a candidate of the party. So if you have so much power, you want to tell me that he doesn't have the power to cool them down, to say, okay, if he really wants somebody to go, I think he doesn't have the power to talk to them to say, no, everybody calm down.
Let's just even remove the power. Even persuasion. He can persuade them.
Thank you. Have the power to persuade them.
Okay, why do you think that you need to persuade them and the guy does not need to yield to their own demand also?
What you said? I can't understand what
you are saying. If every one of them wanted him, and he will not turn against every one of them, or because he will risk every one of them turning against him.
Because of one guy. Because of one guy.
He doesn't have this magic stick where he can he just have the absolute power like that. Because if everyone in that Lagos turn against him, his relevant Lagos is gone. Just like Oshiomhole in Edo State, when he wanted to be authoritarian. What's his name? Obaseki and the rest of the Edo State Parliament just say, okay, we know what, Oshiomhole, okay, yeah, we know you are the godfather, but we are against you now. That's it. That was the end of Oshiomhole. If all of them really were against what the accusation are given that Tinubu single-handedly was just this way, and every one of them was against it, trust me, they would have just cut Tinubu off, and that's it.
Mike, what they don't understand that the way the guy is listening to the people that support him, that is the reason why they are still following him.
Exactly, and they respect him for that.
So they want him to be authoritarian. Then later on, they will say he doesn't listen to people. You know the way they will be spinning things. I don't even understand what they're even saying now. Why the guy that is working, just one guy that is working against the party structure, and then you want Tinubu to now subvert the interest of every other person for one guy.
Understand the politics behind it.
It's you people that are rationalizing. You are the one. You are not in the party. You don't know what is going on in the party.
They don't know what they tell us. This is what's happening. This is the fact.
If you are in there, you know what is happening. You know where people are coming from. So we cannot listen to you.
Can I ask you? Sorry.
Have you played party politics before?
Have you?
Can I ask Mike?
We are all the same. You two have not done it before. You have not played party politics before, so nobody can claim that.
Listen, I have done it before. I am telling you.
Which Sowore party is that a party? Sowore party. You want to go come and be telling us how many party of 10 people that you are talking about?
Hold on, you don't know what he's about to say. You're just saying. See, but when did you become all these things? A stubborn fire like this. I don't understand.
No. I'm not a stubborn, but you know me. I don't want you people to spin this one. And that's why I'm behaving like this. Rational right.
Let me ask you a question.
Politics. Some of us have played the Owambe party many times.
Mori,
Bàbá Ajayi Koko, ẹ má di rational mind tí ó mọ̀ sọ pé gbogbo sẹ́lù ti ṣe o. Ẹ má sọ pé.
You're in trouble today. Rational mind is the Andy man of this platform.
Andy man. Let's hear from our rational mind position to Simba. Yeah.
Sorry, let me just make this point. There are two questions I want to ask Mike and Simba. Is there anything that Tinubu can do that you people will ever criticize Tinubu for? That's one. Then the second question is going to be a lengthy one. Now, the question I want to ask you for the second one is that comparing this guy that replaced Ambode to Ambode that he replaced, who really did a lot of work in transforming that Lagos? Because we're talking because some people just said here, I mean, it's not as if it's new to me. I have a friend who works with Ambode. In fact, it's my schoolmate. He worked with him. He went to LAG. And so what I'm trying to say is that he works with him. So he told me, he gives me lowdown as to what went on. It was a gang up against him. True that Ambode.
How are we supposed to believe this thing you're telling us?
Okay, don't worry. I think somebody has said it here already, which is not yesterday.
You know somebody that.
Thomas, you were here yesterday with debate. Was it yesterday we debated it here yesterday?
Yes, I remember. Yeah, I remember. No, after don't let us deceive ourselves. There was gang up. There's no equivocation about that. There was gang up.
My question is this: the first one is that would you ever criticize Tinubu for anything? That's one. Then something is that what is the difference between what Ambode did and what Sanwo-Olu that has been there now? What has it done? Can you people talk about it?
Ambode departed from
not you,
the plan.
I understand. Well, you are now on the same page on what really went on with Ambode. I'm asking Simba and Mike.
I just came from Nigeria. Now I went last year and I went this year, and I saw the brand new rail. I saw a brand new bus terminals. I saw other roads. I saw things. So the performance has been there since the beginning, especially from that Fashola time to today. It's all Lagos has consistently, they've drawn a plan for Lagos. So they are going by that plan. And the plan was drawn way before Ambode came in. So they are following the plan. So whatever happened during Ambode, maybe he decided to start doing something that was not accordingly, or whatever happened between them, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is they're going according to the plan. Even Ambode too, we saw things. So things that Lagos plan was drawn during that Tinubu time. They sat down, a group of people, they drew the plan, and they are going according to the plan. So what are you talking about? What has Sanwo-Olu done? Anyone that comes, as long as it's going by the plan, they will do something. So during Fashola, we saw something. During Ambode, we saw something. During Sanwo-Olu, we're seeing something. So I don't know what you're talking about, man. You're asking me what are we saying? We saw go to Lagos now. Maybe I'm one of those people that haven't been to Nigeria in 25 years, and you guys in diaspora.
Mike, I was in. Mike, I was in Nigeria November to December last year. I saw level of infrastructure. I said it on this platform. I go to Agege.
Did you see this thing they are building, the train terminal they are building in Jibo area, going all the way to Cameroon from there, in the middle of Lagos.
When Ambode was there, were you there? When Ambode was there?
No, he wasn't there.
Everybody knew now. What did Ambode did any magic? He just followed the template. He didn't do any magic.
That's the problem. You people don't know. Somebody worked.
Hold on. Can you quantify 4 years of Babajide Sanwo-Olu and quantify the 4 years of Ambode? Who will you say perform excellent?
Ambode did more than
No. Sanwo-Olu did way more, man.
Hold on.
No,
70% of the projects that Sanwo-Olu has commissioned today are the leftover of Ambode.
That is continuity. That is continuity.
It's continuity. But what I can say Sanwo-Olu is better is Sanwo-Olu rapidly, the rapid of.
We are telling you a lot of job that this guy embarked upon, Ambode embarked upon, that he could not finish as a result of these crazy people that kick him out of office. Those work, majority of those work that are completed today are Sanwo-Olu's, Ambode's job.
Ajale Koko,
They just told you the template.
Ajale Koko, can we also say there are some leftover projects of Fashola that Ambode finished as well?
Let me tell you something now. Hold on, Baba.
Can we say that?
Okay, hold on. Let me answer your question. That is one of the reasons they kick Ambode out. Ambode had problem not only with those people that Kulata mentioned. He had problem with this Aregbesola, because Aregbesola too has some contract. He has some company that used to get contract within Lagos. He blocked that. Then, what's his name? Fashola. That rail track, that railway that goes from Orile, from Marina there to Orile and all of that passes to like my 12. My 2. Is it my 12 or my 2? I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, he abandoned it. Why he abandoned it was because he felt that it was a white elephant project. That they were just not really doing what they were supposed to do. My money was just being wasted. So what he did was that he started his own project. That was why people started hating him.
So that is his downfall, because he wants to work out of the template.
No.
Exactly.
Hold on. No. It's in the templates. It's in the template. But he was doing something that was entirely different. He did not continue Fashola's work. Most of the work he did was his own fresh work that he started from scratch.
How do you know that, Rational Man?
Oh God. Go on, check.
How do you know that? Did he sit down with you and tell you that, okay, I did fresh work? You guys just verify from where? Tell me. I'll go and verify. Tell me where.
You are online, right?
Tell me where. Online, okay.
I'll go to court.
Boy, carry your laptop or you Google, type it. What are Ambode projects?
Type what?
Boy, don't
go ahead, I'm listening. Go ahead.
I'm not going to answer you again. So my point
no, tell me what to type to where Ambode say is this so fresh. Right.
You spoke here and I didn't interject you. I have to ask you. If you want to ask me any question, please just let me land, please. So that was what got you into trouble. Those
he was telling me to go and verify somewhere. Now he can't tell me.
Thomas, will you please mute this guy? I'll meet him.
Mute this guy because of what?
I'll meet you, please.
You can't go and verify. I'm asking you what to go and verify. I'm telling him to mute me.
I'm not going to address you anymore.
You are a spinner, man. You are spinning.
Thank you. Yeah, let me land. So the point I'm trying to say, because it's getting late here, I don't need to raise my voice. So the point I'm trying to make is that he deviated somewhat from. He did not continue with most of our Fashola's project because he realized that those projects were being used to sign for money. That was what got him into trouble with some people within.
How do you know what you are telling us now? How do you know?
The same
brothers.
The same way I'll be asking. Hold on.
You sound like those obedience. They'll just make up stories and be telling each other. You can't do that to us here. We are not stupid now. Those people, they'll just make up stories that doesn't exist and start telling you.
When I was speaking now, you people did not ask him, how did you know? Did you ask him?
Who?
When Kulata was speaking now, telling you about
he didn't make up any story. He didn't say this is what happened. This is, and some people suspect, so you can say, okay, my theory is this, or I think this might be the. But you tell us categorically like this is what happened. If you tell us that this is what I think happened, we do suspect. We can accept that, but you can't tell us that this is what categorically happened. Like it's a fact. I was like, were you in the room with them and you tell us go and verify? I was okay. Tell me what I can go and.
So please, this guy is just something else. I don't.
Something else in what sense? Explain it.
Would you allow me land? Please,
Mike, please let it go. Just let Rational Man life.
Kulata was talking now. You people did not ask him. How did they find? How did they know that he did not give about whatever? Lamata, is it what's his name? Is it Lamata? These people that are these people that carries a dump and
Sanwo-Olu is his friend, that's why.
So is that what?
Sanwo-Olu is his friend, that's why.
Sanwo-Olu is his friend, so Sanwo-Olu was giving me all the information, right? I mean, I that I have a friend that works with the Ambode, Ambode office. But what
is your uncle? What
of his campaign? Who campaigned for him? And he got work in Laos out there. And you're telling me, you're asking me a question. How did I know? Mike. Okay, don't worry. You'll find out very soon. So my point is this: that
if you start calling me now and I respond, you tell me to mute.
Now you just had
Mike, please now.
Thomas, you gotta be a better moderator. You calling Mike,
You just
let it go, my brother. Let it go.
You have when they said that even the Lamata, or what they call them, these people that carry this refuse, it deprived some of them contracts. You heard them when they said that. That's one of those Tinubu Fashola project that they were on ground before. That he felt that it was a means by which, a conduit by which they were milking the state, the Lagos state. So the thing is this: I agree that this guy has his own problem, his own personal problem, maybe with ego or whatever. But the point is that he worked. He was very accountable for all the money that he made during this time, and he used those money to embark on projects, which Fashola did same. But what really saved Fashola was that he had to, because he got into trouble in his first term. Now they almost deprived him of second term, because the same cabal, same people, maybe not the same cabal, but the same people or the same strategy they were using, that Fashola was just doing Akowe. He want to ask you for every money that he has to spend. He will ask you to spend it very well. He will ask you before you even sign money. People were the same way they reported this guy, because the only thing about Fashola was that he was humble. In some ways, he was humble. He allowed himself to be corrected, and then he went, and then they allowed him to have second time. So the same.
Let me ask you this, then you can carve it up. When you are in a group of people and you set a template for a project, and you said, I'm the leader today, you will be leader tomorrow, Mike will be leader next tomorrow, but this template that we've set, this is the formula we are going. This is the pace we are going. Then I came, I did my part, I'm Fashola. Then it comes to your own turn. You are Ambode. Then you are trying to deviate from where people started from. So that group of people, do they have the right to kill that kind of person out of power? Do they?
They don't have any rights. They don't have any rights. Because it's working for
the people.
Hold on. It's working for the people. It's not working for the few people who want to continue making money. I understand
Can I interject real quick, Thomas?
Oh.
You see, when you want to do a project, you draw a plan, you draw something like, let's say you want to do a construction project, you draw a blueprint, and everybody have a copy of it, and everybody invest in it into that project. Now, can one project manager like that's hired decide, I want this blueprint, in my own imagination, I think, let me change this side of this structure in this area and that area, and begin to make his own changes? You can't change the blueprint. It's already drawn. You go by it, because now you can even create disaster by doing that. Because those that planned it, they know what they've calculated, they know what they've, studied and things like that. So you can't tell us that Ambode will come in and start, changing the plan. Well, which may have a right to do it, but if the party, the group of people, let me line. If the group of people that is a part of decide that, okay, we don't agree with that, I want to take you out. They're supposed to.
Let me give you a background. What you don't understand about Lagos, because I'm from Lagos. I was born and raised in Lagos. Hold on. You see, when Tinubu left there, Tinubu manages that state based on the money he was able to generate within Lagos State. The money that he was expecting from federal government, they did not give to him. When Fashola came in, Fashola met surplus in the sense that money that federal government failed to release, Yar'Adua released it. He gave it to him. That was one of those years that Nigerian oil was booming. The work that the Obasanjo has done in the reforms that he has done was now materializing itself during the first part of Fashola's tenure. So Fashola met surplus. He was able to execute so many projects. Many of the ones that Tinubu could not execute because it was cash strapped and he was really managing to pay this the salaries of the civil servants. It was all he was just concentrating just to make sure that his house is in order, so that he doesn't end up a failure in the sense that he's owing civil servants, he's owing some party men that will be doing some project for them. He made sure that everybody's okay. When Fashola got in there, he made surplus because the money federal government was owing, they paid them eventually with the internally generated fund and even the oil boom of that time. They all sink for Fashola. Now Fashola was able to start embarking on some massive projects, which of course we will know that maybe Tinubu has already drawn that. But now Ambode came into the picture. Ambode, I know maybe don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that what he did was right or was wrong, but everybody wants to create their own niche. Everybody wants to create their own history, their own profile. If he had continued with Fashola's something, Fashola will eclipse him. Like we're all saying about Ambode, I was saying about Sanwo-Olu today. Sanwo-Olu continued from what Ambode left. He could not do anything because he was cash strapped. He came at the time whereby Bobo was there and we had several recessions. Lagos also was just struggling to pay.
There was no time when Lagos was struggling. Sorry.
Yeah, Lagos was struggling. If you don't know, I will
really?
We'll come to that later. Don't worry. So my point is this: that he felt that if he have to continue with Fashola because he has his own reason, maybe they were siphoning money through that place. He doesn't have enough money. The little money that I'm having with me, I have to make sure that I do some project that will be in my own name. People will recognize me too, because if I continue with Fashola, it will continue to be the conduit for that money. With that money, they'll be siphoning and going down the drain into the pockets of some people. He felt, let me start my own project in my own name. That is why today people talk about Ambode. If Ambode had not done any project of his own, he continued that of Fashola, forget it. People will not know him. People will not recognize. It will be a failure like Sanwo-Olu is today. So the point is this: that
a failure.
I won't blame
Sanwo-Olu is a failure.
It's a failure in some way.
Why you
that's why we went on the streets.
Why are you doing this? That's why sometimes I don't. My brother, Sanwo-Olu is a failure.
Go and talk to people in Lagos. They will tell you if it's a failure or not. Go and see the drainage.
I've been to Lagos. I actually talk to people all the time.
Go and see the drainage.
Even Uptown come here. Uptown, that's anti the Tinubu. He came here. Yeah, he come here to tell you that Sanwo-Olu is his guy. That's Sanwo-Olu perform. You that you have not been to Nigeria in 25 years. You are the one telling us that is a failure.
Even though I'll be telling you, I went to
Uptown lives in Lagos. He's an anti-APC guy. He came here to tell us that Sanwo-Olu perform. You haven't been to Nigeria at all. Talk less of Lagos. You haven't smelled Lagos in how many decades? You are the one that telling us.
National Mike, can we just be? Can we just?
Lagos for 25 years.
My mama that alone.
No, because he's
let's go home.
Ajali Koko, hold on, please. National Mike doesn't sound like somebody that's been in Lagos in the last 5 years. He doesn't.
I know how to exactly. Based on the way he talk, I know Nigerians diaspora. Based on the way they talk, I can say how long they've been in America. They haven't been back.
National Mike cannot cope. He's used to the cold in Alaska now. He cannot come to Lagos again.
I was in Lagos about 7 months ago. I was in Lagos. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Mike, please let me have conversation with Rational Mind one-on-one. Rational Mind, you are just talking fallacy.
No.
You are just talking. No. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. We know you ate Tinubu.
It was in Lagos in January now during the cash trap. I mean, is that what you are telling us now, Rational Mind? 7 months ago, you are in Lagos.
I was there. God, you people just want me to review things.
Rational Mind, let me
true. It's not true. What you are saying is not true. It's not true.
Rational Mind,
you have never missed a day on this show for the past 2 years, so we know where you've been the entire time.
I wasn't here.
You've been on this show with us, and there's no way you have been in Lagos and not tell us, guys, I'm in Lagos right now.
I know you, but the 5 people, you people, you just want to discredit me. No problem.
You've been on this show with us for the past 2 years, so we know 7 months ago you were not outside of America.
Let me ask all of you a question. Thomas, all of
you. You don't let me land, though. I will not let you talk. Don't let me land.
Go on.
Let me land, please. Yeah. What you are saying is untrue. I don't want to say it's a lie. It's untrue. We know you don't like Tinubu. Anything that came out of Tinubu is you don't like it. We know, but let's just take the fact. You are telling me someone is a failure. How did you quantify your failure? How did you quantify it?
Okay. All right.
I don't get it.
Okay, good. Hold on. Now let me ask a question. The three.
No. Don't ask question. Answer my question, please.
If you don't want to answer it. If you don't want to answer, no problem. If you don't want to answer it, I don't. It's not by force.
Oh, but you are not. You haven't answered mine.
That's what I'm saying.
But you want to give the answer yours.
Thomas.
I'm holding on. Yeah.
I'm trying to answer your question. So, but I'll ask a question at the same time. But if it's up to you, if it could be rhetorical.
Yes, that's all right. That's all right. Yeah, I'm listening.
You want to spin?
Oh God. Let us take
Mike. Let's have this conversation. Yeah.
Let us take Tinubu out of your question because sorry. Because if I start with Tinubu now, you people will say I hate Tinubu like you already said. So let me take Tinubu out of the picture. Now, from the three governors, the two governors before Sanwo-Olu. Now look at Fashola, Ambode, and Sanwo-Olu. Ask Lagosians today, who among these three governors are the performing governors? You will see that Sanwo-Olu will come third. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
But does that mean it's a failure?
It's a failure. Yeah, it's a failure in the sense that he has no projects that he does on his own from scratch on his own. It's all Fashola project that he's trying to finish. He's giving them.
How do you know that? How do you know?
That is a lie. Oh, that is a lie. Rational mind. Let me say this, please. Let me say this. Agege Bridge. Hold on, please. Agege Pencinema Bridge. Let me speak now. Is it not a project?
Oh, God.
What are you talking about?
Thomas, Agege Pencinema project you are talking about is Ambode's project. It was like.
But who did it? Who did it? Who did it?
Hold on. Somebody took an initiative. Somebody started it, and left it at 70% to completion before Sanwo-Olu came in and finished it. So
if you want to criticize somebody, criticize them. But no, you can't tell me.
Rational mind put all the three of them, starting from what do you call it? Fashola, Ambode, and Sanwo-Olu. Just put all of them together now. That if you really want to choose the best, and the second and the last, Sanwo-Olu will come last.
Based on what?
His own judgment, by his own judgment.
Tell us contrary.
Well, they're asking me. I'm here now.
Choose as number one. Number two and number three.
And Baba Jayekoko, let me say this.
Answer the question. Don't talk story.
I will not.
You never even live in Lagos. You're not supposed to even speak to this. You live in Kwara State. Kwara Logbe. Tuwo de miyan. Tuwo ni.
That is discrimination.
Baba Jayekoko, I will go to Cordova in them.
Èmi náà pé ẹ padà jẹ́ bó bí kèwò rẹ bú mi lẹ́ẹ̀kan ni.
Get me, girl, seriously.
Any governor in Lagos State, any day, any time, I would take Lagos State governor before any governors in Lagos and in Nigeria, because there's no hiding place for the Lagos State governor. You know, there are some states that their governor has no option than to perform. So whether we rate every governors in Lagos State low or high, they have performed beyond standard. That is my take. Whether one performed more than another, that is not my issue. Sanwo-Olu continued where his predecessor stops. The same way Ambode started where Fashola stopped. And if we see the same party, the same structure kept producing these fantastic, intelligent human beings. So whether we see them as failure or not, they have performed in my own way of judging or marking their performance. They've done excellently well beyond expectation. So for you to be able to govern Lagos, Lagos is the heartbeat of Nigeria. If that state goes under, Nigeria is ruined. That is why, whether it's economic issue or social issue, Lagos State will always be the leader, will always lead, will always be in the forefront. So Sanwo-Olu has done excellently well. I was in Lagos 3 years ago. Excellently well. And by the time this railway system completes, Lagos State will be transformed. And I can tell you this, it won't be the Lagos State some people left behind 23, 40 years ago. And they're here telling us stories about Lagos.
Did you notice one thing? Sorry. Adewale, did you notice one thing about Ambode? That most of the project that Ambode started within his 4 years, most of the project he finished them.
Yeah, but the thing is that you can multitask. You can't just micro zone to certain thing that this is what you want to do, because as an executive, you have a capital project, or also there are some other things that will just spring up and you have to tackle and will require resources, money wise, and and human beings. So but I remember going to Lagos then when they started constructing this rail line. At first I thought, well, were they trying to build bridges? But I noticed that it was narrow, and my brother told me then that it was meant for railway system. I was marveled at hearing that at least someone for the first time. But these are the things that have been in the pipeline since 1999 that Bola Ahmed Tinubu constituted his cabinet, and all these people that have been taken over from Lagos has continued from where it stopped. So government is a continual business. Ambode did it best. It's unfortunate that the cabal, so-called cabal, the Lagosian. Ambode's mother was the one born in Ekpe. His father is from Ondo State. His younger brother is my brother's friend. They both went to Yaba Tech together. And even campaigned for Ambode when he was contesting. But he told me categorically that the man fumbled. Governance is different. Politics, part of governance, is the most difficult job. For you to appease and please all these egghead, it's very, very tough. You will say, how do they say it? There's some people that are bent to make life difficult for no reason.
Adewale, sorry for that. Will Tinubu allow him to even destroy the legacy he has laid because of his shenanigans?
Tinubu liked Akin. He liked Ambode. He truly does. But if you notice his body language, then when he was asked about the trouble he was going through, so well, the party said they don't want him. What can he do? Yes, he be the leader, can't force the party to accept his wish. People say, well, his wish is a command in Lagos State. Well, we could say in Lagos State to some extent, because Igiko Dagbushi, you have to see there are a lot of people that are not in the limelight, that they are the power broker. You and I probably will never hear about them forever, but they are the real voice behind that masquerade. And they said they don't want him. What can he do? He ran from pillar to post. But he was trying to save face as a sitting governor being not returning. It's a disgraceful thing, especially in Lagos. If it is happening, even
Adewale, see the way he even addressed him during the meeting in Ogun State. The guy, he welcomed him. He addressed him like his brother. I say, Akin.
You see, if Femi Pedro, who else? Tell me somebody who would never think that will go back to Tinubu's camp. Femi Pedro.
What about Banikoro?
Obanikoro and Ogunlewe. These are the people that people never thought in million years that they would be back in the Tinubu's camp. But today, they are the one even spearheading the attack in the media and all that. So yes, Femi Pedro thought that he would be able to flex his own muscle then, being coming from banking, but he realized that no, even this Ekotia, you still have to listen to those people who have been there before you. And now he's back. During the campaign, he was with him everywhere.
What are you talking about? What narrative are you trying to rewrite here about Femi Pedro?
That if somebody like that could be back in the camp of Tinubu,
okay,
Akinambo, they would not find it difficult.
But Tinubu was the one who removed Femi Pedro now. The same way. You said what?
I didn't hear what you said last.
Who removed Femi Pedro?
Yeah.
Who removed him? Who removed him from being deputy governor?
It's Tinubu. It was impeached, I believe.
No. It was Tinubu. It was Tinubu. The same. Well, let me not start another one.
Yeah, but yes, I didn't dispute that it was Tinubu that orchestrated it. Yes, he didn't want him.
First time in the history of Nigeria for a governor to have 3 deputy in his 2 terms in office.
Yeah.
So, but you will defend that to the high heaven.
No.
And your man for 8 years, Babajari Kuku, your man, Obasanjo uses 5 Senate presidents, He removed governor at will, Obasanjo, your man.
Forget about governor. We are talking about deputy.
Say the same
deputy metaton lórí governor Ẹyọkan.
The same king to whoop the first wife.
Predecessor, he wanted to kick out Fashola. And what he couldn't do of Fashola, he did it on Ambode. And people don't see anything wrong in that man.
No, see,
you want to continue to champion him.
Fashola did not even want Ambode to succeed. Fashola objected to the candidacy of Akinwumi Ambode. He objected. That is one of the issues that they had. He wanted somebody that he could trust. And the party structure in Lagos said no, because Tinubu himself brought Akin Ambode. He was the Accountant General, I believe, at that Auditor General at that time. He brought Akin himself. Not that, who knew Sanwo-Olu? Well, people knew Sanwo-Olu in some sector, but not everywhere. That was why it wasn't that popular when it was introduced.
Adewale, so your point now is that Fashola doesn't want Ambode to succeed him.
No, he didn't.
Yeah. So, but Tinubu make it possible.
Yes, and the party also supported Tinubu.
And the party follow him. So when it comes to removing Ambode, the party cannot follow him. Right?
No, see,
he couldn't tell the party that, this
Ambode.
is my beloved. Hold on. Gbogbo yìí tẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀ sókè sọ̀rọ̀ sílẹ̀. So he made it possible for Ambode against the governor, which is then, and the party supported him to make Ambode to succeed Fashola.
Yes.
But when he wanted to remove Ambode, he couldn't stop the party from removing.
Ambode
These are two scenarios. These are two scenarios. Hold on.
Tinubu can resist. Tinubu can resist the party and the governor then, and make that and make Ambode the governor. But when it comes to removing Ambode, he cannot stop the party. The party overwhelm him.
See, let me explain something. This is a different scenario. Fashola was with him during AD era. And when the party transformed to AC, Fashola was still with him. Okay? At that moment, Tinubu had a mission to expand the party beyond just Lagos and to capture the entire Southwest. So he was flexing his muscle. At the same time, he needed money and every party apparatus that he could use to capture and to get this thing done. Now, at this point, he needed somebody that would be able to work for him. As at that time in Lagos State, it was more or less the de facto he was in charge and all that. Now, expanding and extending to other states in the Southwest region takes more than just Lagos State local champion thing. And while he was busy doing that, he can't leave Lagos State to just be in the hand of somebody who will be seconded by the governor. So he needed somebody he himself would trust. And by the time he brought Akim Ambode forward, of course, Akim Ambode was privy to the establishment of Alpha Beta and Co. And most of this revenue coming from the Alpha Beta's consultancy and auditing, right? So he needed somebody they could trust because he uses the money to build a party in across Southwest region. So he was using those money. And at the end of the day, Fashola felt that, not that Fashola didn't know that, this party belongs to Tinubu, but he just felt that, at least he had needed to, as a city governor, he needed an input. But at that time, the party was going from AD to AC, and that was when he realized that, okay, you know what, I'd rather be on the side of Tinubu than be on the opposite side. I mean, it's been written, he himself even gave account and, grand interview. He didn't go into main details, but he said, look, you don't want to be on the wrong side of Tinubu because the person you see on TV is different from the person that get that one-on-one when it comes to inner caucus party meeting, because he will dress you down. He will give it to you point and blunt. And every one of them knows that. And if you think you can fight him, guess what? He already have all these people surrounding you. And that is why every single one of them that has been turning against him always circle back. Now, people that also have a fear of one-man show that they will turn Nigeria to one party, that's a very valid fear. Let me tell you this now. But at the end of the day, Fashola knew he had no structure. He had no party structure in Lagos State other than his godfather himself. So fighting him is like a lose-lose fight. So he had no choice. So he circled back and they reconciled before he got out of the office. And Ambode was installed, right? And the same cane that was used to beat his brother Fashola was the same cane that was used to beat him too. Well, Fashola was able to manage to get second term, but he himself said it that your loyalty may you pray that your loyalty is not tested, because at that moment you realize where you belong. So everybody has his own. I want to believe everyone around Tinubu also have something or certain things to contribute. We're all useful for something. If you're not useful, you will be discarded one way or the other. So as long as you are not contributing financially, or perhaps you are just anger on another, you can be discarded at any time. So, but Tinubu himself loved Ambode. He loved him. During the issue when he was granting interview to the media, he didn't portray him in a bad light. He said, he said, what can I do? His hands were tied. You can't force somebody. Yes, he said he can personally install Fashola at his own expense. Because if you're trying to lure someone over the Lagosian or to the party in Lagos, they could decide. And if you don't have the backing in the state, guess what? You'll be exposed. So why not toe that line? Listen to the. I want strongly to believe that Ambode will be compensated during this time of his godfather. I want to believe so, one way or the other. It may not be a ministerial position, but in some ways he will be compensated and put it on. At least just to save it. The man has been humiliated too much, to the point that they attacked him in his country home in Ekpe. I mean, for what? For working for Lagos State. And he knew for you to belong to that circle, you have to circle back to your godfather. Other than that, hey, you're out in the rain. So, and
no, Adewale, don't mind these people that even fight. The person that they are fighting for is coming back, and so I don't know what they are saying now. The man knows what he's supposed to do, and he's doing it. So he's back, and he wanted some position, and they will give it to him.
He's been out in the out and
he
dry.
Supported Labour Party during this last election.
Yeah,
and they still welcome him back few weeks after. So what is the fight now?
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, what Akinbode did there, even if it is just genuine, at least he showed that we may disagree, we may have a different opinion when it comes to politics in Lagos State, but at least I still recognize you as my benefactor, and I will be there to celebrate you. Even if you decided not to publicly support Tinubu in any political event or whatever. But what he has done is to at least come around, just like what they did to Thomas' uncle, Bode George, right? Bode George is granting interview to TVC and singing a new song saying they should pray for the president, to the point that he was, saying that he's ready to second people to Tinubu's cabinet. Then that is to tell you they send emissary to him. The time of all those shenanigans is gone. Now let's come back. This is our tia. So we need to talk sense to ourselves. We know you are getting older, but you are not going to be out there criticizing your brother while he's in Nasoro. So we need to temper that tone down and pipe low. So they know how to get, rally each other. I mean, these are Lagosians. They know how to break that gap and bring everybody back home. I mean, nobody is asking anybody for feeding money, but relevance is what is the center core of everyone's fight. You want to be relevant, you want to call the shot. But I hope and I pray that for that optic alone, Tinubu is able to find something for him at least. I mean, when he should share already, so if he doesn't get appointment in the federal government, he will be afraid. He's a big man. He was once a governor, but at least for future sake, let him give him something, even if it's ambassador.
So why will Femi Pedro, my former boss, be? How will it be?
You see, as a politician, you don't necessarily have to be in the office for you to benefit from government. There are a lot of people that would rather not be in the public eye, but have people that are working for them in government. Okay, and they make their money. They make money silently without being, because not every godfather wants to be subject to all those scrutiny of asking questions and all that. No. Yes, Femi Pedro is a big shot, he's a big man, right? But he has been with Tinubu, probably will benefit maybe from businesses and all the handling stuff for government, not necessarily want to occupy. Or how many people can even Tinubu put in office? How many people from Lagos State? Because he will be too nepotistic now. He will continue to bring Yorubas, especially from those cycles that we all knew with him before. He needs to start expanding. I mean, and he's a man that cut across, so he needs to start looking. Apart from ministry,
they're already talking about Lagos Cabas. They said he's bringing Lagos Cabas. They are calling them Cabas. That Cabas has different meaning in Nigeria now. Anybody cannot be. We even have Cabas in one man show now. We have Cabas.
Ribadu was born in Lagos. His father, I believe his father was either the former IG or minister. It was somehow a former federal government official. It was born in Lagos. He's a Lagosian, Ribadu. So, and when you have the likes of him and the Dele Alakes and Co, those are the people in his carcass. So we can call that Kaba as well. But after all, Sai Baba and what is his name? One man's friend, the Kaba in Aso then. Who remember his name? The one that went with him to London now. I forgot his name again.
Okay,
Mele Kyari?
Yeah, no, not Mele Kyari. The Kaban in Aso then, the one that is always
Boss Bello.
No, not Boss.
The one they call Tunde, the one for the
Tunde.
The one that way they sell the shaka before, where it can't turn to billionaire.
These are the power broker. These are the one that determine who sees the president, who talks to the president, which idea president is going to take, who one we have to send away. So yes, but that's why we need to pray that wherever we're going to be whispering to the president here will be someone who has the fear of God and who listen to the yearning and pains of the people. Because if you have policies that are targeting poor people and yet doesn't get to the poor people, and people go to Aso Rock and say, oh, our policy is working right, then Tinubu will be living in a bubble and his legacy will be going down the drain straight to the Atlantic Ocean. So we pray that those cabals will listen to him. By the way, I have a question for you guys. Have you guys noticed Ganduje lately? The way he do like hanger on whenever there's an interview being conducted, he will be like somebody hovering around the interviewee and as if he's just dropping or something, smiling, grinning from here to here. Have you guys noticed that? Hello.
The guy.
Ganduje.
I think he's behaving like that because he know that maybe they want to orchestrate him somehow. So he's just trying to be relevant.
I thought I'm the only one paying attention. I'll just be well. Maybe I'm just too, body language is very key, because I'm very observant. I just watch him like hovering around whenever there's an interview being granted, as if he has something to contribute. I just don't. I don't know what is.
How about El-Rufai? We've not heard from El-Rufai for the past how many months now?
El-Rufai has remained silent. He has not even been public space for immediately after that video. El-Rufai has remained silent after that video that they released.
He already told you that.
We have not even seen him in the public space. Maybe he has gone to school.
Yeah, but also with that damning video, you need to cool off a little bit too. Control the PR. Maybe his consultant, tells him to calm down a little bit for now. There's a way you appear and disappear. All your sins will be forgiven. But we don't need all those.
I know that El-Rufai has a temper issue. That's one thing I know about him. He might have spoken out of temper because you guys remember the election.
He didn't speak out of temper, Kaka.
Remember that 2019 election when the guy was threatening foreign. Let me laugh now. If I cut you off now, you'll be crying. Cool down.
You just like to justify some.
Am I justifying anything?
Hey,
guy, let me talk, man. Can you show a boy, man? Cool down. No one is justifying anything. I said the guy. I'm trying to tell you what I noticed about the guy. That the guy speaks with temper sometimes. The guy in 2019 during the electoral campaign, the guy was threatening all the superpower. Say if any of them come and interfere in the Nigerian election, they will leave in body bags. I'm like, this guy, cool down now. The guy speaks with temper sometimes. Maybe the Christians in Kaduna were provoking him. He started
He's just a showboat. It has nothing to. Somebody who's trying to play to the gallery so that we look as if he knows what he's doing or he's in charge or he has power. He ain't got nothing. But as it is, FBI is not going to be trailing him or following him around. So because he knows.
If you look at Rufai very well, he has some anger issue, and that's why even you see it on his face sometimes when he's talking.
Yeah,
I don't think. Okay.
Your president, if you've seen him one-on-one, but those who have been in a gathering that has nothing to do with.
But Rufai, the difference is that Rufai own. I mean, is both public and Hina whatever. Even in public space, you see him expressing that.
Then you have a sound. Oh, sorry. Let me use the sound word. If you have a matured politician, mature politicians know how to be measured in the public. Their temperament are measured because they want to come across or perceive to be this cantankerous, stubborn head, strong head individual. You want to be seen as somebody who can take it, who have a thick skin, But behind the closed door, they're putting their fist up and punching the walls and all that, calling each other's name and using terrible derogatory words against one another. These people are terrible. I'd rather see the types of Rufai being loud-mouthed in the public than somebody who will go behind and be saying assassin to somebody else. Because these people are deadly, super deadly. They know. I mean, they understand the security system of the state. So, and they also have friends everywhere. So, sometimes when they are a little bit quiet in the public,
one thing, Adewale, you have to realize that you cannot be a politician and being the gentleman. It doesn't go together.
It's possible.
It's not possible.
It's possible.
How?
It's possible to maintain that that personality in the public, but you know how you do things. And I give you an example. Obama
But
was
being
known
a gentleman is not only in the public. If you are gentle in the public and you are not gentle inside, that is deception.
No, man, come on, man. You're talking about politicians. You think politicians are going to heaven? Come on, man. Politicians know how to control the way. You have to be in charge of how you come across to people. You know, to the people, you are like an angel. People flock to you, right? And I give you an example. Mr. Peter Obi, right? Now he has followers.
I don't want to mention Peter Obi. That's why I was just.
I'm using that image as somebody who is being known or seen as somebody who is not like a regular politician that that is kind of down to earth and stuff like that, right? But back home, him and his wife, when they are having an argument or they are fighting, don't be surprised if fry pan is flying up left and right, right? I mean, you could tell when he was having shouting match with Dino Melaye during one of those town hall.
Have you ever seen Peter Obi laughing?
Of course, I have seen him, laughing or laugh. Some of the video that depict him.
Very rare.
He didn't come across as a.
He's always come with a very serious face, with talking.
This man is not a saint. That's what I'm trying to bring out. That these people, they know how to project themselves to the public, but behind that, after everything is said and done, I mean, you catch them out or you see them at the close proximity, you realize that they're just human beings like you that get irritated and lash out and get mad and get angry and all that. You want to compare somebody like Kayo Fayose to Obi, a loudmouth like Fayose. Fayose has nothing but mouth. He more or less like a tout when he was a governor of Ekiti State. If, as a matter of fact, he was even becoming an embarrassment to the state. That of all the highly learned people in the state, it's only somebody riffraffs in Ibadan, who doesn't even live in the state, who was born but never lived in the state, now became their governor. So we all knew Fayose as a loudmouth. The same way you see his brother in River State then as a loudmouth.
Right? Wiki.
Yeah. And these are the people that can't control their temperament in the public. They say things the way
if come and see the way Wiki is trending in Nigeria. Wiki is trending. That is song, It's in everybody's mouth now. Everybody is shouting. As they paint them, it didn't they? As they paint them, they shoot us. Now the real song, in fact, if he released the album, will have made millions.
Yeah, but it's just for that moment. After he's gone out of office, now you started saying that most of the press will not be covering Wiki anymore. He won't really make that much, and that's why Peter Obi is doing everything possible to remain in the public arena so that he will be seen. Because the moment it seems you are no longer, or you disappear, or for just a few times you are no longer heard from, my brother, they will move past you. And for someone to upstage a certain president.
But the only thing that is still sustaining Peter Obi in that space is his pending court case. After the court case, what else will keep him in that space? Nothing.
He will remain in the Twitter space, I believe so. And also, I won't be surprised.
Well, Simba, I think Peter Obi maybe will go to London somewhere, go and cool off after because this is their case is just total nonsense. So I don't think he's expecting anything.
Let's just imagine that the tribunal said they should cancel the election and redo the election, and Tinubu not going to participate. How would everything work?
That will not happen in our lifetime.
You think the judges will be so dumb that they will plunge our country into that kind of mess again? Do you think we can sustain that? Where is the money? Where is the let me tell you, nobody will ask for another election in Nigeria. Even the political climate is not even suitable for that now.
You don't think if the judges are from the southeast, they won't do that? They will, like, because I see some
Even
Nigerian
if they are not from Southeast,
what's that man say? That man. All those top elites, the way they are all still talking about court case. I'm like, are you guys that obedience to? Like, you never know. Someone are very emotional about that thing, So those judges from the northeast,
not necessarily judges.
If there's anything that will change from the status quo now, the only thing is to hand it over to somebody else and look for whatever reason they want to give. But for anybody to ask for any election, it's not possible.
That would be a tough one, especially with this time the government is cash strapped or no money now.
That election will be too bloody. Believe me, Adewale.
Tinubu has already put his loyalists now, appointed the service chiefs, the IGs, his former security chief security officer, and EFCC former spokesperson.
What about that judge in Abia that told the federal government to pay Nnamdi Kanu 100 million naira? So anything can happen. Though.
I think on that I said Nnamdi Kanu. Tinubu should do something about the case and should get it resolved on time politically. Because the reason why I suggest politically is that shortly after the case ended in the court and his mandate is affirmed, I would like for him to, as part of, spreading olive branch across the country, not just to other contestants, is bringing people to talk about how they can have a soft landing, just like they did to the likes of Asai Dokubo and Tom Polos and co. They find a political solution to it whereby some certain negotiation will happen, and at the end of the day, he will be released. It may be not necessarily fully, but at least temporarily, whereby it will become like the likes of, what is it called? This Ajanle Koko's younger brother, Showore. Before Showore was only restricted to Abuja. Now you can go anywhere. Go ahead.
So, how many people did Showore kill? I don't understand. Nigerians don't believe in justice.
This is
so if the people that can as killed, if they were your family member, will you be telling them? We just do this over and over and over and over.
But the thing is this.
It's the same thing they deal with. I don't know why Nigeria.
No. It's the Oyinbos that dictate to us. When you see somebody who has killed so many people, then at the same time they will tell you that fundamental human right. I don't know the right that somebody
who has killed so many people. Go forgive anyone.
No, they do it. You remember what happened when the soldiers are killing the Boko Harams? They are still saying they should not kill them. They should not do this. I don't understand the way they reason sometimes.
Oyinbo is when Igbo country, when America go to war and they win. Hitler was all the Japanese head, they put them on trial. Like, you don't get away. Bin Laden, anything. Once you've done something that took as a crime, they don't forgive once you lose a war. Okay, for example, Nigeria keep doing this over and over. For example, when Ojukwu launched the country to war, millions of people died. The same, why people like where Adewale talk, is the same way 12 years later they were talking to the Nigerian government, hey, let's do this soft landing. Let's just allow Ojukwu to come back to Nigeria and let's move on. So the Southeast can unite. That's the argument they were making, that to make the Easterners unify back with Nigeria, they need to let Ojukwu back and forgive him. So they went ahead and did that. They didn't change anything. What about the millions that died? The thing is, we don't, the way we do things in Africa is also backward.
They will always say, in nation building, there will always be collateral. I'm not saying that, you see,
collateral.
Hold on 1 second. The previous administration, give clemency to the Boko Haram, the jihadists, in the names
It's a
of
lie. No,
reforming.
they did not.
No.
They did not give clemency to the Boko Haram leaders and Boko Haram.
Yeah, but for those,
What you can argue is
if you are as a follower, I tell you this, as a follower, even the what do you call them? The people that created Boko Haram, if they had repented and genuinely repented, I bet you this government would have perhaps keep them, reform them.
I would have been against that 100,000%.
Yeah, but I tell you this, those who were their followers, who knew maybe they too have killed before, but they were given second chance, right?
No, listen. No, if your argument here is that the people that are kind of brainwashed to follow him to do those crazy things, those young boys, they captured them and then they rehabilitate them and forgive them or something, I can agree with that. But if you are telling me about someone that deliberately created a disaster, like someone like Abubakar Shekau, the leader of Boko Haram, or Nnamdi Kanu, all these guys that deliberately created the disaster, you're telling me you capture them, now you want to put them out back in the world and forgive and move on. What you are doing is you're encouraging, wait, you're encouraging someone else to do the same thing in the future, create disaster. You don't forgive the creators disaster. No, you can. The people that follow them, you can call them maybe victims because they were brainwashed.
But the thing is this: we are still a country, with the rule of law. You can't continue to keep him in custody without trial. You cannot.
No. He's on Adewale. He's on trial. What are you talking about?
No, he's on trial, but the last time the court make judgment that he should be released, that he was acquitted.
No, it's not. No. Okay.
That's another case already. That's another case.
No, the what happened is kind of lawyer present the motion that they can't go to trial because the way it was brought to Nigeria, I guess they didn't go through the eternal right process in Kenya to bring him. So because of that, they can't go to trial. And if they can't, and then they put in another motion that they should now release him. And then the Nigerian government now put in their own after the court saw Kanu's lawyer's motion. They said okay, release him. And the Nigerian government now put their own motion to the court that for this grant we can't release him because of the threat to public and things like that. And God also approved that. So it's not anything illegal here. But the kind of people will come and tell you that they only tell you about the one that they presented first, that the court agreed that release him. But they won't tell you about the second one that the government also presented to the court, that the court agreed that you can keep him. They won't tell you that.
Yeah, but the thing is that whether the court make a pronouncement about keeping him in custody perpetually, there's no problem or issue on the ground that it cannot be solved politically, or they cannot find solution to it by applying.
But do you believe in justice? Do you believe in?
I do believe in justice.
So my question is, the thing is, the way we don't empathize with other people in Africa, especially Nigeria. That's very bad. And I ask you a simple question: if the people that have fell victim to what this man did, if he was one of your family member, will you agree that? Would you be saying this?
See, the thing is this. We are Nigeria is judiciary sector in Nigeria is the one section that.
No, you are not answering my question. I say if it was your mother,
as a victim of a crime, you wouldn't want the perpetrator to be let.
So why are you not empathizing with the victims then? Why you?
My take is this. See, whether we like it or not, this guy still with much influence in the southeast.
Who cares?
Who cares? Who cares?
Who cares?
Who cares? He can go to age.
Because
I don't care.
You are not head of state. That's why you guys talking this way.
No, Adewale.
Wait. When America arrested a terrorist, they will say because they were Bin Laden because they are influence in Afghanistan.
The most difficult. Come on, man. The most difficult policing scenario is where you.
Adewale, hold on, please. If we Yorubas we don't spare Igboho, who cares about Nnamdi Kanu? He can go to age. I don't care. With the atrocity he has caused in the southeast. Who cares about him?
What always frustrates me about Yoruba people is I don't know. Maybe that's the reason why people always refer to us as these docile people. And
No, because they
I
have
don't
been
even know.
bullied.
We
They have
just have
been
this one
bullied.
mentality that first of all, we don't
They
mind our
once
business.
once they cry a little like this, all of them will be shivering and they will say, no, it's not fair. For equity and justice, you have to give them extra states. You have to give them extra. You have to release Kanu. You have to. That they are all falling to their ranks and
They are the first to fall into their rubbish. It was that's how Juku, after killing 3 million, was the Europe, particularly the Yorubas that were telling the especially Obasanjo then telling Zachary, let's say we need to let's forgive.
You will never see an Easterner that will be speaking for Yorubas, but you see Yorubas say, it's not fair for them now. You know, we have 2 tribes in Nigeria. They have to give them equal state. They have to give them equal local government. They have to release Kanu to pacify them, because they are marginalized. I don't even know where that
Yoruba have
word
been the
of
first to be
marginalization
fighting
is
for.
coming from.
You know what's so funny? The Yorubas have been the one fighting for them the most, and the Yorubas are the one they hate the most. And these Yoruba people, I don't even know, they are so docile. Like for example, even yesterday, like if you turn in all these Southeastern channel, everything, when one of them, when they start making some derogatory comment about Yoruba people and things like that, you never see any of them say, the Yoruba man take your girlfriend, or why you calm down, something. Even when
they will
the
keep
moment
quiet.
maybe
They will keep
Yoruba
quiet.
person is maybe say something, push back. He's always like Baba T. I don't know who he was yesterday. Mike, why are you talking about the status? I'm like, where have you been on the internet? Have you seen any of them correct their own people? Why are you here correcting me about? Like it's always the Yorubas. I mean, I'm like, what is wrong with this? Dude, all these docile Yorubas, man, I think it's about time we start addressing them. Because if it was up to them by now, Chinedu would have been governor of Lagos. If it wasn't the tough people like M. Solomon and those people that stood up,
No, it's their game, and
they would have been wiring Lagos State money to the
Are
they
you
will
proud of
rub it
what
dry.
Oluomo? Are you proud of what Oluomo did in Lagos?
Yes.
What did he do?
No, don't be proud now. Wait till they become governor. You know what? Sell Yoruba land to the south to Igbo. Sell everything. Making all the governor in the south, southwest. These docile Yoruba people, they are the one that we.
Mike, you know what? You know our problem. We always want to pretend as if we are nice, we are good. That is their problem.
They want to prove that they are the people.
I tell you guys this.
And they forget their head. They forget that you have to use your brain.
Can I interject, please?
If everyone.
Yeah. Let's hear from Remy. Adewale. Yeah, let's hear from Remy.
So good morning, everybody. The question I
Good morning.
The question I want to ask Adewale is this: if this Nnamdi Kanu has been successful and lead Southeast to war against Nigeria as a state, because it's getting to that level, let's say Buhari does not use some of his wisdom, he really wants to, like, anybody that says anything in Southeast is dead, and then it leads to another civil war. What you'll be saying now will be totally different, because that would be another massacre.
God bless you. God bless you, Remy, for this question. God bless you.
And to be frank, all you people, you are right, but I don't subscribe to releasing him now, because he's in the court. Let them exercise their right. If they want to release him and he has other cases to answer, at least let them exploit the court something first, because releasing him might probably bring another person up in the next few months.
Remy, on what ground? On what ground?
Even like Adewale said, on political settlement, but it does not take that another person.
Remy, let me say this.
Let me finish, please. So if it does that way, another person will come agitate for the same thing, knowing fully well that no matter how many people died or were killed because of this agitation, it's going to be political settlement every now and then. The problem with Nigeria is that I look at Buhari 8 years, nobody, we cannot even say how many people were really sent to jail. It did not punish offenders. It was just rubbing on their heads. Even the so-called Nigerian state governor, they have not even signed any death warrant, or they have not signed that anybody that was about to be hanged for the last 20 years.
They should go and shoot them.
No governor, because they believe in religion or sentiment. So as a country, we need to live by example.
And as we live in diaspora, if this same situation cannot happen in America or Europe, this person would have been handled and jailed even before it becomes so big or propagate unnecessary.
Remy, they will take him down. They will take him down.
America will not allow him to see the sun again. They will not allow him to see the sun
again.
You know what will even make it worse? So, Remy, hold on. Let me say this. The thing is this. We in Nigeria, we don't learn from even past mistakes. Okay, first of all, people like Kanu, when I follow the guy closely and listen to him, and even people on his life, Iwazurike, their mentor, Iwazurike's personal mentor was Ojukwu. Kanu was all of them. Their mentor, the guy that mentored them to become this stuff about Biafra was Ojukwu. And this Ojukwu, when he ran away after the war, gone away out of the scene. Nigeria government should just let him go, keep him wanted or just out of the scene. They say because his family or some people in the East say, oh, they want him back. Political this thing. If they bring him back, he can bring the Southeast back to the fold. Nigerian government fell for that stupid thing. The same thing they are saying right now. Can release him, bring him back to the fold, and talk to him if he agree that he will give abandon. Wait. The agree. Wait. Let me learn. The agreement with Ojukwu was that he will abandon Biafra, he will come back and become a Nigerian, one Nigerian. But guess what? In the background, he started mentoring the next generation of Ojukwu, which that's what gave birth to Wazurike and Nnamdi Kanu today. So you want to make the same mistake and say, let's political solution of this kind, we will abandon the thing. Guess what? If we abandon it, but it will mentor the next generation of Kanu, who will probably be that. You can't continue to make the same stupid mistake. You make an example of, if they would have made an example of Ojukwu, you think Kanu, some Kanu would have, they suffer. One day they made an example of Hitler. Did another Hitler arise in Germany? Did they move on? When all the Nazi generals, they hang all of them. You lost the war, you get hanged. All the Ojukwu all the generals under Ojukwu, Tuesday, all of them. Nigerian government brought some of them, but they even give the political position. They brought these people. You don't do that because war does not end in the minds of anybody. If me and you fight, if I lose that fight, I can never be happy for the rest of my life. I will never accept that loss. I will continue. I want to, so you crush your, go and look at the three strategy of war. You crush your enemy completely. If you go to war today, if Putin was to lose that war, if America arrests Putin, they're not going to say, okay, let's bring him back to, no, they will eliminate him and create a new group of leaders of Russia, and they will learn that, I don't want to end up like this guy. So that's the way you do it. You don't crush your enemy and start doing no victor, no vanquish, and then bring him back to the fold. They're not happy that they lost the war.
So, Mike, in addition, I think our brothers see Yoruba people as what we call Aisabi, Ojuaye, that they didn't really love them. And I think that this trust.
No, Remy. They see us as Mugu. They see us as pure Mugu. Because we are very docile. They've told me.
I know. I want to finish it. There's a mistrust between the Yoruba and the Igbo. I have a personal experience in this particular platform. There was a day I was moved because they continued to kill a lot of people in the Southeast, and I was venting I was telling people.
Anger. I remember that day. Yes.
And what did I get? What did I get in return? That the people said, "Is it your problem? The people you are."
Is it your problem? Is it your people they were killing?
They don't care. They don't. So since that day I stopped, because if the people they said don't care being killed, so why should I pity them? So if they kill one another, so it's none of anybody.
Mike, you make a comment just now. Maybe we always watch Nollywood movie, even American movie. If somebody went to somewhere, if they see the son of that person they want to take down, they will take the son down because they know that someday, somehow, that son will realize that this is the person that beat my father. He want to take revenge.
They want to take revenge. They
will clear everything up.
Do you know? Come on. They are in a confused state.
Do you know why? I will explain it to you. Yeah. They will explain to you, Remy. Okay.
Let's respond. Their mic
in the Southeast are in a confused state. Some of them they want to go with Biafra. Some of them they just want to do their own business. They don't even care. And you see them all over the country. They are all over the country. And there was a day, maybe 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days ago, Ekene was saying that the South is too small. Or maybe Ekene or another person, and the land is not good enough for people. That is why people move to other parts of the country. If you move to other parts of the country, and at the same time, you are also trying to say that you want to go away, the people that host you in their community, in their state, you are also creating hatred for yourself. Because they know that deep in your heart, you are just coming here to get something from our land, and at the same time, you want to go away in the nearest future. The money you make here, then in the future, you are going to use the same money to fight us again in the future. It creates more enmity. And at the same time, that's why most Nigeria will not probably prefer a president from that region because of that trust issue. Because they have a lot of work to do. If really they really want to remain in Nigeria, and they also want to become the president of Nigeria, it's a lot of work on them. If not, they are not going to even smell it, talk less of getting
you see, you see my issue with many of these Yorubas is that Yoruba put their nose in the Southeastern issue. Is they themselves don't learn anything from history. That stupid mistake our leaders back, some of our people made back then, is what land this problem of them 18 Yorubas today. Because when Ojukwu came back, I needed to explain to these people what happened. What he started telling them was that the Yorubas were the one that betrayed them. And he started making. Let me tell you.
Because of Awolowo. Because Awolowo.
No, it's not even just Awolowo. Let me tell you one thing. Anybody. Let me tell you. Anybody know a man named Victor Banjo? You guys don't know Victor Banjo? Okay, Victor.
No, I've never heard before.
Okay, Victor Banjo was one of the Yoruba officers. He was one of the guys arrested as one of the coup plotters. He was in the southeast. So even Adewale Moyiga was there. So when Ojukwu started the war, Victor Banjo decided to say, because Ojukwu is one of his best friends in the military, he's going to join the Biafran army. So he joined them. He was the only Yoruba man. So when Ojukwu now, in the beginning of the war, Ojukwu sent the Biafran soldiers to go and dethrone Gowon in Lagos to invade the southwest, invade the Middle Belt and Midwest and southwest. So they left. Victor Banjo was one of them, one of the leading soldiers that would lead the battle. So the battle failed in Ore. They couldn't make it to Lagos. The battle failed in Ore when the Biafran soldiers now ran back. Do you know that Ojukwu told Igbos that it was, say they could have that battle, that mission, say they had it planned down 100%. Say they could have ran through Lagos and overthrow Gowon. That it was Victor Yoruba man, Victor Banjo was the one that called Gowon and gave up their sabotage that mission and give up the way he put the story. And that Victor Banjo, when they returned to after that mission failed, when they returned to Biafra, people like Ifa Juna, when Ojukwu was executing a lot of those guys, he killed Victor Banjo. Now Victor Banjo never lived to give his own side of the story. That okay, this is what happened already. So nobody knows.
So man, they killed that Yoruba guy.
They kill him. Ojukwu kill him. Now they execute him. Can you imagine the guy that's why people were saying this guy's an idiot. So why did you go and join their stupid war? The Ojukwu execute all tires who report they killed the guy. They even showed the video, everything. They say the guy last word was I forgot what they said. But the guy shall regret ever. And the other Yoruba guy that was there, that one mind his own business. The guy didn't join them. He said, well, this is not my thing. Well, Victor Banjo went to do. Well, Ojukwu is my friend. Ojukwu execute the guy. Ojukwu didn't give. Now, Ojukwu didn't during the war that okay, Victor Banjo. After the war, he was 19 when Ojukwu returned to Nigeria. That started telling Igbos like, say no, that war. He wanted to defend himself for fighting a failed war. So he started saying Victor Banjo was the one that sabotaged them in the beginning. So they could have won that war in the beginning of the war. And the guy is dead. How can you be talking about? How can you say so? Now he also gives another story. I we can keep changing that. When Awolowo, when he lied to them, he said when Awolowo was being released in prison in Calabar, so he was the one that raised Awolowo. That the Northerners told him to kill Awolowo, but he made a deal with Awolowo that okay, he won't kill Awolowo. Awolowo should go to the west and go and declare the Republic and join. And the saying and Awolowo had agreements that they would work together and fight the North. He went to Awolowo die before he started telling them this one. He didn't even say when Awolowo was alive. He went to Awolowo die. So,
the Awolowo that is a civilian.
Thank you. And when Awolowo was there, how can Awolowo, first of all, he's coming out of prison, doesn't have anything. the capital of Nigeria is in Lagos. Gowon is in Lagos. I can even that's why I think some of them are so retarded. Even Pastor came here and said the same story. I'm like, are you retarded? Even if Ojukwu tell you, and even if it's true that Awolowo promising, don't you think you should be blaming Ojukwu for believing that one civilian guy coming out of prison go and start the army in the southwest and join you to fight the north? Just fake stories. They brainwash them with so many lies, and that's the same thing they're still doing today. People like CM, they just brainwash them all over the internet today. So Ojukwu, this time Ojukwu they forgive was one that brainwashed that generation of Igbos to hate Yorubas with all those lies. Just lie. You can't say Awolowo, he promised, and then he said for Awolowo to now go to the south after he believed Awolowo now join Gowon's government, and they will say, you know what's even annoying? Like these Benin guys that always talk. They even I watched that some Benin idiots like that on this Nigeria named Alex. The guy said will be saying that story. Now they were saying because Awolowo was the minister in Gowon's government, it means that the Yorubas. That's why they will say the Yorubas journey north to fight the Igbos. But what they don't tell is that in same Gowon's government, the information minister, Anthony Naoro, is from Benin, he's from Esan, he's a Benin man. He's the one that was directly involved with the war. The information minister, Awolowo was a finance minister. Finance minister have nothing to do with the war. He's just a finance minister for the country.
Mike, in addition, the first coup that happened, they killed all the southwest leader and the northern leader. And
they did, exactly. No, that's earlier on. I'm just telling the one that the real beef.
That's the beginning of the trouble.
I know. That one is even like I'm just telling you the real issue, because the Igbos, all they want to know is why they suffered, because they suffered during that war. They want to know who caused their suffering. But Ojukwu didn't want to know that he's the one that caused their suffering. But he wants to blame the old, like how they lost that war and everything. He just want to blame on Yoruba people. So they will make up these lie stories. Victor Banjo, that Yoruba man, he was one that give up our position to go on. That's why we lost this thing. Promised in the beginning that the Yorubas will join, we'll fight it all together. And then he said Awolowo went to join Gowon's government and join Gowon to fight us. How can you say the finance minister, Awolowo being a finance minister in Gowon's government, meaning the Yorubas join the north? When Anthony Naoro, the Binima, was a information minister. He's the one giving Gowon information what's going on, giving Gowon advice on what move to make. When the Igbos were claiming that genocide was going on, it was the same Esan man, Anthony Naoro, told Gowon that no, genocide was not going on in Southeast. So that if there's any civilian minister that was directly involved in the war, it was Naoro. But this one Benin in those whatever they call that watch. I don't want to name the name of their channel. They will come there and be telling Igbos that the Yorubas, Ojukwu, Awolowo join the north and the Yorubas. They're marginalizing us, the south side and the southeast. Most of the people that are really close to Gowon.
Are you guys sitting down listening to this guy? I mean, what is this guy?
I know you are from the southeast, I understand. But if anything I'm saying is a lie. No, you can interject. If I'm lying here, you can interject if I'm lying.
Rational mind, what is the problem? What is really the problem with him talking?
No, tell me where I'm lying, rational mind. Then I can, you can't just say, you can interject and tell me where I'm lying.
I don't even know what to even start punching on this. I've sat down here, just be listening to all this, you're ranting, just be ranting.
No, I'm telling you.
Now. You can reduce your
what led you to this story?
Rational mind, please. What are you talking about?
From one discussion
rational mind will tell us the Yoruba man, but he's a liar, man. We all know you guys are Southeast.
No, rational mind, please. If you don't want to listen to what he's saying, you can off your phone. No, please now. That's an insult.
Insult
That's an insult to Mike. You can't be no.
That's what
I'm telling history, and he's saying I'm ranting rubbish. So
I'm listening. You say he's ranting. No. Now, if you don't want to listen, you can take off your system.
I know Rational Mind is a Southeasterner because they don't like it. They don't like when somebody that knows history expose their lies. They don't like it. They get upset.
Mike, please hold on. Mike, please hold on. Rational Mind. I will also say something. In this platform, some people might be talking or saying something. Why some people might not be comfortable, but they will keep quiet and give you the opportunity to say your own side of it, or to deliver your speech or whatever you want to do. For example, there were several times that you also antagonized some people here, and some people don't like it, but they will keep quiet and listen to you. So you cannot say he's ranting. So because you cannot just say it's ranting.
Remy, Femi, I think Mike, we know how we tackle ourselves.
No, we don't know how we tackle ourselves.
It's unfair. It's unfair.
Hold on.
If I say you are ranting, you'll be so mad and angry.
Hold on now. Yeah, me and Mike, we know how to tackle ourselves.
No, we don't know ourselves. Don't say we know ourselves. No, I don't tackle you. No, it's not you that I'm targeting. It's when someone is lying at their lies. No, that's different. No, that's why I ask you. No, it's not the same thing. You came in. If I'm lying about something, you have to come in and say, Mike, this thing you said here is a lie or something.
I don't even know where to start from because I just.
If you don't know, then why you interject? Why you jumping in telling me I'm ranting?
You said a lot of things that are just like, what is this guy talking?
Okay, name one that was wrong. Name one as a lie.
Your Victor Banjo story.
Okay, tell me which part of Victor Banjo story is a lie.
You said they figured out that he was the one that was giving the story. Do you know how he died? Can you
do I know what? Hold on, say it again.
How did he die?
No. Say what you said because I don't want you to say something wrong. You know.
That's not mine. Do you know how he died? Do you know?
Do I know how he died? Yes. He died in the war.
He didn't die in the war. Guys, look, Thomas, Google Victor Banjo and see how his execution. Thomas, type in the execution of Victor Banjo and put it online. You find out Rational Mind is a liar.
Rational Mind does not want to believe that it's true. That's just the thing.
He doesn't want to believe what?
You don't want to believe that it's true. Somebody in the comment section has even typed it already.
That what?
About Victor Banjo.
Okay, Thomas, can you put the information on? Type in Victor Banjo's execution and post it here. Let's see who's lying between me and Rational Mind. If Thomas is hearing me,
I just googled it. Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, you are accusing somebody of lying, but you are the one who lied.
That's my issue with Rational Mind. He lies and then this man is not Yoruba man, because Yorubas don't have that kind of character. You just come here to deceive us. There's nothing in your character as Yoruba at all. It's like your character, you are so egotic, man. Like you just come here and you just speak Yoruba, that's all. There's nothing Yoruba about you. Your character is just non-Yoruba at all. You know?
So I mean, Mike, take it easy also. Take it easy because everybody's opinion will be different, okay?
But it's no opinion. It's just come here and say blatant lie.
Mike, please can you continue the story? It was just
I think the bottom line.
It was just an interlude.
It was just the bottom line there is that as we love, Yoruba people are very liberal. And they welcome everybody from part of the country to reside. And we also like to empathize. Sometimes we must also check ourselves. That is the bitter truth.
They are taking our party for stupidity. That's what is happening.
Because everything that happened during this last election, it was unbelievable. Something you cannot do in your home state, and you want to enforce it in our own land. Something that even Anambra people cannot accept people from Imo to become a governor in Anambra. Why do you want to force somebody that cannot speak our local language, that does not have any performance index to show from his past achievement? We do not have it. Only because some of our people voted for your guy during the election, which was a pattern that was similar in most parts of the country except Southeast. And then you now use that one to now say, okay, now we are going to take your own Lagos king. The lesson here is that the lesson I learned in that election is that first protect your own, no matter what happens. You should protect your own people, and make sure that the standard and what you have in your own, you maintain it. Because if you let anybody from outside into your own home without a proper invitation, you are bringing a lot of havoc and crisis in your house. So the way the rally ran for Sanwo-Olu and the won that election, I like it at the end.
Let me tell you, Victor Banjo. This one that Rasaman, it was actually Ojukwu that killed Victor Banjo now.
That is history, and I think Mike and you guys have been talking about it. Unfortunately, some people have not moved on since that time. This is a war that started almost how many years now? Is it not even more than 40 years ago? So, and some people have not moved on.
51 years. 51.
People don't move on from war. Even America today, Germany, all of them.
Mike.
No, it depends on the narrative they sold to them, like we mentioned before. If they have sold a very good narrative to them that this is what happened and we should move on, but they are not saying we don't want to move on. And some people are
because they say truth is what set people free. When people have been brainwashed, and you
so that is the problem.
You know the danger for Yoruba people. One danger you guys have is this: you like to, you say you accommodate, you open your doors, you this and that, but you also have to have your brain. If somebody is holding something against you, you have to acknowledge it because it's dangerous. You have to acknowledge it and sit down with that person and address what it is that person is holding against you. You just don't ignore it and just leave it or let's move on. No. Someone is holding something against you is dangerous.
I think Yoruba have learned a lesson.
It's very and
they have not.
learned shit.
See, Remy, let me tell you something. There are some Yorubas now, an Igbo person will be insulting the Yoruba person, insulting them.
They will keep quiet.
They'll keep quiet.
They will keep quiet.
As soon as one Yoruba person push back, it's you that they will attack.
They'll keep quiet.
Well, I hope our fingers will not be
the one that even annoy me is the whole fake, like the propaganda and Yoruba. It's like they make all these lies and Yorubas will be there looking. I'm like, dude, like they will be making lies about Yoruba people, telling all this. Like for example, let me tell you this. Like this guy. There's a guy named CM. The guy will call on Dr. Damages, and they just be twisting the Nigerian history, like trying to trick them.
That CM, that guy. I don't know what is wrong with that guy.
And the Yoruba person
anytime I watch him,
for example, look at that Mayegun. That guy used to anything, but you twist the story with them. You change everything.
You won't join them.
Insulting Yoruba people just because of money, just because of money. You
don't talk about that.
My friend.
This guy gets so much money from Igbo people. He gets so much engagement from Igbo people. If you go and look, it's mostly.
You know why? Let me tell you. Solly. Let me tell you what happened. You know when you see a Muslim converted to a Christian, some of them they will maintain their name. When you see Bashiru and he's not a pastor, he will be using that same Pastor Bashiru, because he uses that one to get more people, because they say he's a convert. So everybody will flock around him and will be using it to command more respect. And that's what they are doing. They are just using them to make more money. Yes.
I met a Yoruba girl here, and his friend introduced her as Sherifat. Do you know the first statement that come out from her mouth? She said, my name is Sherifat, but I'm not a Muslim, I'm a Christian. I was like, I just speak to her. I said, what concern you with that? You are just a Nigerian. Why are you talking about religion? I really humiliated her because I'm not asking for that. What concern me with religion? I said, look, I'm not here for religion.
In fact, you see them, they are more fanatical. They will be more fanatical than the Christians. They'll be more fanatical than the Christians that they met. That's what they do.
That is a reality. It was, see these people, I think, you know what? That's why I said that in Nigeria or Africa, religion has bastardized the society to the extent that people does not know from
I want us to go back to the topic. I think we've freestyle enough. Remy, Peter Obi, he wrote on Twitter calling Tinubu president. So maybe he got the backlash from the obedience. He deleted the tweets. What do you think? So
I think the problem with Obi is that Obi is in a confused state now. Is that the handwriting is written in the wall, but he does not want to accept, and some people still pushing him, because how can you write something and in the next few minutes you quickly delete it, and then come again with another thing? I don't understand. That means he is as confused as his obedient followers, because I don't understand. The best thing this man should have done, he didn't do it. Now you have even your chances in the nearest future. You have mismanaged.
Remy, you think the guy doesn't have confidence in himself. He lacks the capacity. So you think that this guy that is afraid of just his followers that will be able to rule Nigeria?
No.
Eh?
You say
But Remy, what is the difference between Atiku that deleted the tweet of Deborah and Peter Obi that deleted this? What you can imagine Tinubu? You can imagine Tinubu wrote a tweet now, deleted it. All the internet people are going flame by now.
I see the difference
What
between
is this
the
question
three
to do
of
with
them is
Deborah?
that
What kind of question is this?
the difference between the three of them is that
Rational mind, please.
the difference
Please
between
now.
the three of them.
Rational mind, please.
I'm challenging you.
Rational mind,
Three
please.
of them is that Tinubu really
You said
prepared for
please,
this
what
position.
now?
No. Please. It's the same tweet. They tweeted and they deleted.
Tinubu
So what's the
prepared for
connection?
this position.
That is my comparison. Remy, please hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Yeah.
So what's the connection?
Atiku brought out the tweet, he deleted it. And Tinubu, Peter Obi brought out the tweet, he deleted it. What is the difference?
I agree with you, Thomas. It's the same because the backlash that Atiku is afraid of the backlash from his Muslim community. There is also a backlash from his obedience. Yes, you are right.
Obedience.
Yes.
So what is the same? You are telling me what am I saying? I'm a grown-up man. I still have brain.
I ask you, what's the connection? What's the connection?
That is the connection. That is the connection. Because it's scared of it, they are not man enough.
They don't believe in what they are put out there.
They are not man enough.
I think I've had enough of this dose of
they cannot face the consequence. They cannot face the consequence and they are afraid.
The one of Obi calling Tinubu.
All right, good night, everybody. I beg.
Oh my God, it's so funny.
Good night, Rational Mind.
I think the major difference between the three of them is that Tinubu is courageous and brave. And if you are courageous and brave and you know what you are doing, there is tendency for you to be a little bit proud. That is necessary. If you are brilliant, and you know I know my job, and nobody can tell you any.
Remy, don't mind them. The whole map of a man is for you to be able to defend whatever you do. So if you are afraid, you write something, you quickly delete it.
Do you think if Obi has won this election, he will remove fuel subsidy like that?
He will not. He will be doing, I'm a man of the people. I don't want my people to suffer. He will just, we have to be doing something that is there. Don't forget him. Forget that guy.
He won't. And if Atiku also Atiku will also go and borrow another money and eat it, and then the suffering continue. He won't remove it. He won't do it. And this man is courageous enough to do it. Although we have the pain, but I was just reading newspaper recently, and they said Nigeria saved for a whooping 400 billion in the month of May because of the removal of subsidy.
No, let me come and see. I said, come and see.
I will. Tinubu said something, and people does not listen. It was on in France or where it said we are making a savings. So they know what they are doing. Now, if you can save 400 billion in May, save 400 billion in June, don't you think you can easily increase the salary of Nigerian worker because the money will be there? So this is the man that he knows what he's doing. So by the time they now increase your minimum wage to about 50 to 60,000 naira now, Nigeria will keep quiet. And say,
Remy, let me even shock you. Don't you know that 400 billion that you are talking about is more than what the federal government, the state and local government share every month? It's more than what they share every month. There was a time during Buhari. Yeah, exactly. There was a time during Buhari they were sharing 200 billion.
It's about 250
in a month.
Most time. 270. Now they have 400 billion saved, and then you now save another 400 billion in the month of June. You already have the money to even pay salary for the next 6 months or 1 year. What are we talking about?
In fact, during this festive period, I was surprised. Come and see old bro, and I was asking people, come and see the way people will queue in the filling station. It's not as if there's scarcity, though. People are buying fuel. And I was like, where are people getting this money to buy this so-called expensive fuel that they are buying? When you get to Bobas, all these major filling stations, you see queue. Every day they were buying the fuel, and I was wondering where are they getting this money? And some people will come.
Nigerians are wretched. Nigerians are wretched people.
They are dying. They are dying. They cannot even afford 1 liter.
Let's be objective here. If you look at it in totality, there were millions of Nigeria who cannot eat predominantly maybe 3 square meals a day. That is true. And I think it is high time the government spend more money.
It's not fuel subsidy. It's not fuel subsidy that made them poor.
I know.
Remy,
over 40 or 50 years ago, mismanagement, corruption, so many stuff.
Remy, do you know that if Europe and America they take away welfare, the welfare system they have, there will be millions that won't be able to eat.
Yes, of course. Even Mike, the same welfare you are talking about.
Even with welfare, there are millions that cannot eat.
Most of these European countries are reducing the welfare they are paying.
So I'm not saying government don't play a lot of role in the reason why people are poor, but there are some people in this life where they're just born like there's some people, even if you give them 1 million, they will lose everything and go back to scratch, poor, dirt poor. Like, and there are also some people that create poverty. There's some people that have no business having a bunch of babies. They do it. So there are many. It's multifaceted. That thing called poverty. That thing called like this thing. It's a mentality.
Self-imposed. There are some that self-imposed poverty. Also self-imposed.
Majority of it is self-imposed.
I hold on, please. I made a comment yesterday. I said that there's a choice in being wretched. You can decide to be wretched, isn't it? You can decide to be wretched. People will be making moves.
People not always want to live within their income. How can you that is earning minimum wage of 30,000 and you have 3 wives and 10 children, or you are earning 100,000 and you have 3 wives?
It's not only that. Some people just don't want to.
God will take care of them.
The last time I was in Lagos, I saw this this woman, Atoma Torobara. You know those Kano Kano Street. I saw that woman on the middle of the street begging, and she has like almost like 4 children stacked. Like all of them are probably 1 year older than each other, and they're also begging.
Where?
This woman.
Where?
In Lagos, no, those not outside. In Nigeria, in Lagos, there. So I'm asking, like, okay, who's giving this woman? Who's getting this kind of woman pregnant? You know, she's a beggar on the streets in the middle of a highway, and the 4 children, she carry 1 baby. Money,
You are not even sure. You can carry 1 who are working with her, and she's also pregnant again. You would not act a pregnant woman carry 1.
Let me. That's not the worst I've seen. There was a crazy woman on the road, and one day we just saw her that she was pregnant.
That one is very paramount in Yoruba land, though. I don't know why they are doing that. In Yoruba, you will see a lot of crazy people like that. And
we know now. We know what they use them do now. We know now.
You see.
We know.
So, like you said, self-induced poverty is there, and that mentality of mostly our people from Yoruba land sometimes that I want to do something, people must know. They go and borrow unnecessary money just to show off. 1 day show off, just 1 day show off. I want to do marriage. I want to do naming ceremony. I want to do this. Everybody must know. And then they will borrow money for clothes. They will go and borrow money for cow. They will go and borrow money for everywhere. And when yes, it's too much.
I'm there.
Why can't you just live within your income? Is it necessary? Everybody must know that.
But Remy, it is a part of our culture. You see, the only
but that culture of borrowing, and after the party, they will not
everybody, they need to stop that thing. Everybody must.
Let me explain. See, Remy, based on our culture, we are naturally like that. It's only when we see people being frugal that we now start being frugal. Most of us were not like that until we left Nigeria. We were all like that, you know.
Well,
so
what I'm trying to say is that I can follow them by Ashobi, but I will never borrow I will never borrow money to go.
Sorry, me, I've never been like that too. Even when I wanted to get married, I told them, wait. When I wanted to get married, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
When I wanted to get married, I told them, I said, no, I don't have money to waste. In fact, I was already a doctor working for more than 5 years. I have my money, but I said, I don't have money to waste. I just called some people. We are not up to 50 that attended my wedding. I just did it, and that was all. So, and then there was a time my wife said,
You are a miser. You are a miser.
So there was a time my wife also the sister said that she wanted to ask her and send her for Hajj, and I asked her, I said, which work are you doing now that you want to go for Hajj? Collect the money and invest the money in the business. And that was what we did. She collected the money and she invested the money in her business. So she could have gone for Hajj and they were calling her Elijah now. So you understand? So you decide what you want in your life. Some people just don't know. I told you about my cousin who is suffering, that he was telling me that I should come and sponsor him for Hajj. He did not ask for money for business, so he asked him for money for Hajj.
So
Simba,
to buttress your point, my brother's children, they were called that they should be the little bridesmaid or whatever they called them at that time. And they gave them a bill of 500,000 naira. My brother shout, am I the one doing wedding? Just my children, just to be, what do you call them? Those little ones to follow the bride.
Yeah, so little chief bride lady, what they call them.
The clothes they are going to buy is about 500,000. My brother chicken out. That's the one.
So how much is the wedding? How much did you spend on the wedding itself?
He's not the one spending, and you are giving them 500,000 just because he knows the people that are.
She carry me now. She carry me. We are there. We are the one. Yeah, we know ourselves now. We know ourselves.
Come and see how people are booking for event center. In fact, it's the event center, availability of event center that will determine your wedding date now. It's not even you. Because it's already booked for months.
Oh, but they say Nigeria is wretched.
Let me tell you, the problem is that it's misplacement of majority of our problem. Majority of our problem is misplacement of priority. Even the people that doesn't, you see. Okay, let me tell you this, Thomas. You see a couple, the two of them, they don't have work. They are not working. It's the parents that are arranging the wedding for the two of them. And they will spend millions. Then at the end of the day, they will still they will not be the one feeding the both the husband and the wife. Even when they have children, it's still the parents and their children. You know what kind of mentality is that? You will spend almost 3, 4, 5 million on wedding. Why can't you use that one to set them up? What is the essence of marriage? This ceremony? I don't know. And I think maybe it's because of our culture. I don't know, but it's something. Those are the things that we have to eliminate. This money is more than enough to actually make some people progress in their life.
I feel not see a lot of Yoruba parents. They are the one raising their grandchildren and their kids. They are the one raising their grandchildren now. They will help you raise it to send the kids to primary school, even up to university level, if they are still living. Why the couple? Nothing to show.
Do you know me? When the people, these days, when people want to marry, it's like they will come and beg back. They will take like offering box. I'm getting married, uncle. What are you going to give me? You know what I tell them? I said, when I got married, though, I didn't collect money from anybody. If you are ready to get married, that means you are ready to fund it. If I have money on your wedding day, I give you.
But party, they will blackmail you. You'll be a bad uncle. They will say you're a bad. They will say you're a bad uncle.
If they can't fund their own wedding or discipline themselves to live within their means for their wedding, it means when they are married, they will not be disciplined to live within their means in that marriage.
Thank you.
So if you are ready for marriage, you are ready to fund it. When I wanted to get married, they say, we need to buy this, we need to buy that, this and that. I just told my wife, 250,000 is what I have. If you like, go and buy a house with it. If you like, go and buy 50 cow. This is what I have. It was a lot of money anyway, but I mean, he could, if I didn't do that, it would have been far more than that. I said this 250 that I did my wedding in Lorry. We used the not all those big all FLP hall, Family Support Program, FSP. Abi, you know that
Sheikh
FLP
is Stella Obasanjo. That's Stella.
No,
Okay.
no, I didn't use Stella Obasanjo is later now. I got my, you know, FLP hall around Tanke, around Fati. Or Tanke, one small hall like that. It's not even popular. The Family Support Program. It was just Family Support Program that they built those days of Buhari, Babangida. Miriam Baghdad was one that built that house. Small. Couldn't have taken more than 100 people. That's why I did my wedding. I was a banker. I could afford it, but
I don't know. Maybe they believe that the amount of money that you spend during wedding will determine how successful that marriage will be. Nonsense.
The bigger the wedding, the shorter the wedding.
That's
what I noticed. I don't think party when only when you want my pledge, the way you want my last. And that's what I noticed.
The opposite.
That's why you just show your mind to the whole world and you expect not.
They'll say, this and there's no matter how much you spend on your wedding, you will see how some people that are not going to be satisfied say, we didn't get enough food, we didn't get this one, we didn't get that one. So why are you killing yourself?
In fact, they did a study and they found out that that weekend, that Saturday wedding in Nigeria is a multi-billion naira industry. Yes, multi-billion naira industry. And the Oyibos that we are saying, Oyibos, they are meticulous in the way they spend that. That is what that has rubbed off on you people who are there now. You already learned from them. You discover that, let me tell you, Nigeria and diaspora, they don't spend money like Nigerians that would claim that doesn't have money. Nigerians, they are very lavish the way they spend. But if you are in the diaspora, you can't spend money like the people who you believe don't even have the money in Nigeria. And that's why when you see somebody visiting there, you see the way they be buying things, the way they be spending thousands of dollars. You people that are working there, you can't spend money like that because you know what you know your bill.
Simba, yes. In America, you can't hand money without working for it. Even the billionaires in America, you have to go through something. Because the only way you can hand money in America without going through some kind of hell is if it's illegal. You understand? If it's illegal, there's no way, there's no businessman in America that will tell me I made it easy. Or any money you earn, if it's easy, that means you did something wrong and the government will come after you. The IRS will come after you.
Mike.
But in Nigeria, most of the wealthy people, it's an embezzlement now. That money now.
Mike, but what of those boys that we see on TV throwing dollars and playing football in US?
Exactly. It's either they rush, they stole it, they yahoo, or they stole it from, they embezzle it from the government position.
No, in US. In US.
In US.
Yeah.
Which one?
I used to see some video clip from US boys doing swimming pool party, Nigerian boys doing swimming pool party or doing party in the hall and throwing money just
throwing money,
US.
Those guys, they don't. I don't think they live in US. They don't live in US. Those guys, they don't live in US.
The ones I know in America here that come here and do it are the Nigerian politician children. There are many of them. There are many of them. They are known here. We know them, especially when it comes to city like Houston. You see the governor's children. Even one of them I went to school with. This guy, Asuko Oniwon. His father is the son of Austin Oniwon, the NNPC director. He was there. Those guys, they are the one that do those things. There's even one here living next to me right here. He's one of those politicians. They send him here. Most of those Nigerian politicians, those not only politicians, even those that work in the ministries, those that have embezzled money. Most of their children live here. They are the one that live that lifestyle. I'm telling you.
Mike, let me even tell you this. The first time I traveled out of Nigeria, I went to UK. I met one of my friends and I told him I wanted to buy some things. You know what the guy told me? He said, doctor, let me take you to where you get cheaper things. I said, I'm not looking for cheaper things because as at that time I have like 2,000 pounds. I'm ready to spend and finish everything before I go back to Nigeria. So the guy was saying, hey, let me take you. And I understand because before the guy could make 2,000 pounds, you know the kind of work we do.
It might be his monthly salary.
And he has bills to pay. You understand? But me, I've already budgeted that 2,000. I was ready to finish everything before I come back to Nigeria. So, and the guy was just looking at him and said, You see these people from Nigeria, see the way they are spending money. You understand? And that is the mentality. Because there is a lot of wolf money in Nigeria. I'm very sorry to say this. Wolf money. We don't actually work for money that we get. We don't work much for the money that we get in Nigeria. That is the reality. Some people can be in the comment section now, but that is the reality. That is the truth.
At times when I think of I'm traveling to Nigeria, I would look at, okay, I need to buy ticket for 2,000 plus. And when I get there, I'll spend some money. I'll calculate everything. Just only me, my trip is going to cost me almost 5,000. Why would I do that? That's almost 1 month. That's like almost 1 month mortgage now. So why would I, just because I want to go somewhere for 2 weeks, and I can't afford to stay more than 2 weeks because my job will be waiting.
I think you know what is in Nigeria. Most people, if you live in Nigeria, it's not likely that you have debt because you don't own things on in maybe on credit. If you have your house, you have your house. You get the money, you build it, you buy your everything, your car. You are the owner. It's not as if you have some mortgage or whatever you are paying back on it. So they can afford to
no water bill, no gas bill.
Exactly.
If you want to buy gas, you buy it. If you don't buy it, you don't buy it.
If you build a house in Nigeria, you already have your borehole. You are not paying any water. Once you get the money to sink the borehole, you will be using water 24/7. Nobody will bring a bill to you. Even in Nigeria now, some people are not even connecting to electricity. They have their solar that is running. And so there is no bill that you are expecting at the end of the month. You understand? The only bill that you are expecting is the food and everything that you are buying. You are not paying house rent. You are not paying NEPA bill. You are not paying water bill. There's no bill for you to pay. So the person, that kind of person is.
That is why I think that is why some people they don't care.
Exactly.
I think that do you know how many bills on my neck that I want to pay? You'll be thinking of working.
In fact, there was one of my classmates who is a nurse in UK. Whenever she comes home, she will be lamenting that people enjoy. She said she doesn't need to look at the bill, that she can mention 15 bills that is on her neck right there, that she can mention 15 bills. So, but in Nigeria, which bills are you even talking about? There's no bill. There's no bill.
When I was in Nigeria, the only bill I'm paying was NEPA because I have my own water. I built my house. My bill is gas. I pay for gas and NEPA. That's all.
But even that gas is not a bill. Can you say it's a bill? It is only when you finish it, you go and buy another one. Exactly.
Simba, Patrick, I told you the other time, a female friend of mine, he wants to celebrate a 40th birthday. And he asked me money. I said, I don't have money. He said I should go and F off. You can just imagine. Somebody that still giving, I still gave her 50,000 2 months ago to join with this business. He wants to celebrate birthday, 40th birthday. I said I don't have money. He tell me that I should go and F off. That I should delete her number immediately now. I should not call her anymore.
Because you don't have money.
Yes, somebody that I gave 50,000 2 months ago to have with our business. No. It's just a friend. No, it's for my girlfriend. I would say it's my girlfriend. Yeah.
You will say thank you now.
I showed my wife the test like this. I was just laughing. I just said thank you.
You know, the problem is that
my birthday was in March. Me, I didn't celebrate birthday.
I don't even remember my birthday. I don't remember my birthday. I don't remember my birthday.
We are the same. I don't remember my birthday.
In fact, occasionally it's my children that will say, "Okay, daddy, yes, daddy," but I don't place any emphasis on it. Believe me, all those things.
Somebody wants to celebrate birthday. you are asking somebody to give you money. Somebody that just gave you 50,000.
All of you that you that don't celebrate birthday, you are Arauco. Waiting you can't do.
Mutibo.
Baba Oladin, Oladin Tieni. Ola, I know Ola, you are in the same shoe with us. Don't claim that you are celebrating your birthday. You don't do it. I know you.
No, because I'm a shy person. But doesn't mean I'm a shy person.
I remember my birthday, but I don't know the year I've celebrate birthday. What on my birthday day, I'm at work. Out in the evening, me and the family we just go for maybe dinner in the evening. That is it. Do I have time for that? I'm a busy person. I don't have time for all this, and I hate party. I hate party. That is my own problem.
The person that you are assisting for business is now asking you for money for birthday. Can you imagine? So when next, imagine, does that show any seriousness? And that is the same people that you say they are very poor. People misplacement of priority where people supposed to put their money, they are not putting it. Even the poor, they want to do birthday, they want to do everything that the rich are doing. They don't know that all this little money is what some people are gathering together that are looking at them as if they are rich.
There's nothing wrong in celebrating birthday if you have the capacity.
But they don't have. That's what you are saying. That's what you are saying.
So,
but you cannot be borrowing money. You cannot be borrowing money to go and do birthday. You cannot be asking people. You cannot be taxing your relation that okay, Boda Wato and Canada, mo fẹ́ ṣe birthday fún wa lówó.
The person carry blocks and do some job now. Why not?
DSTV, phone bill, NEPA bill. That one is your own bill. That one is your own bill alone. That's not bill.
DSTV. Is it by force you watch DSTV? I don't have DSTV.
Mama, that one low. Now they have so many television stations. They have so many. They have so many. Thomas, now they have so many free to hear that they can watch 24 hours now. When we were growing up, we only watch NTA. There was no DSTV. We didn't drive.
No. In reality.
You know, Simba, Ola, I'm living in abroad. I don't have cable. I don't pay for any cable. So when will Nigeria that doesn't afford to watch a cable want to watch DSTV? If you can't watch DSTV, don't watch DSTV.
I called my cable like 6 or 7 years ago, and the reason is so simple. What I watch on TV is football. Then maybe if I want to majorly I subscribe to those channels like DAZN and all those sports channels, because there's nothing I want to watch in a movie that I can't find on YouTube, because my internet is unlimited. And to be honest with you, I think my internet is far cheaper than what we get in Nigeria. I don't think you can get my type of internet for that amount in Nigeria, because if you look at internet that costs you like about $80, and $80 with Canadian dollars in Nigeria, the current exchange rate will be like around $50,000, right? $80 is not even up to 50,000 naira. So
50,000 naira.
Yeah, and it's unlimited. You know, sometimes I can even stream 1 terabyte, gigabyte of streaming a month. So, and sometimes I will collect server stream anyhow. You don't get that in Nigeria. So that alone can provide me access to a lot of content online. But Nigerian situation is not like that. So if people
even my own is 200K for 6 months unlimited. And that is even where I watch in Saudi Arabia. And that same, I use it to watch DSTV online. So I watch all Premiership, everything that everybody is watching on DSTV in Nigeria. That's what I watch there every day. But that's the only company that I have. So, and to me, if I'm paying for subscription, full DSTV low, If I'm paying for subscription for full DSTV in Nigeria, I will be paying close to like 20K every month.
See, when you look at their own situation, it's totally different from us because we are privileged to have access to all those things. So now you want to watch, you don't just want to work and pie one day. You still want to enjoy yourself before I pie. You know,
Exactly.
So Nigeria is a place that the life expectancy is around 53 years. So people need to enjoy themselves. All is not about work.
Let me tell you, Ola. Let me clarify. People have been talking about this life expectancy as if now. Let me explain, because most people doesn't understand what they use to calculate life expectancy. It's not as if you cannot live beyond 52 years in India. That is not the meaning. It's just like an average age of in Nigeria. What is responsible is that because we have a lot of infant mortality. Okay, let's say somebody dies. It's not even that. Let me tell you, is infant mortality, high infant mortality and under 5 mortality that brings our life expectancy down. Let me explain to you. If you have somebody who died at the age of 80 and you have a child that died at day 1, that means 0. So it will bring that 80-year-old man life expectancy down to 40 or to 30. You understand? So but the way people look at it literally that as if Nigeria at the age of 52, majority of Nigeria will have been dead.
No. See, I understand how
a lot of people don't
because
understand
it's a function. If it's a function of social infrastructure that you have access to that make your standard of living better, like healthcare, like security.
It's not even like it's different.
Do you guys even ask how they come up with these statistics? Have they really visited all Nigerians and come up with
No, just wait. It's not the way Ola is even painting it. It's not about the issue is that we have a lot of Nigerians that die very early in their life, especially when they're under 5. Now, if you have a large chunk of our population that die at that age, it will definitely, and you now put all average together. You understand? Somebody who died at the age of 5 and somebody who died at the age of 90.
What are the causes of death for people that are at the age of 5?
Let me tell you what happened. What happened is that majority of our people still don't deliver in the hospital. Even when they have the facility, they still believe in this their cultural yalagbo and all those things.
Most of them.
Just wait. That is one. Some of them will go to churches where they have all these mission home and so majority of these children would die at birth because of asphyxia. Then malaria, all those infectious diseases that killed some of these children very early in their life also. Malnutrition, diarrhea disease, and all those things. So those are the things that are responsible for majority of these children that die. So if you now have
create a weak immune system, and then
malnutrition is at the center of everything, because when you look at malnutrition, it has a relation with infection. It has a relation with all other infectious diseases. Because if a child is malnourished, then we be disposed to all type of infection, and that child will die.
Because the immune system is very weak.
Religion, cultural belief also doesn't make some of them to make themselves available for vaccination. So they also die of all these vaccine preventable diseases, because maybe one pastor or one imam has told them that this thing has been injected with certain things. They will not go. So they will die from tuberculosis, diphtheria, whooping cough, and all those things. So those are the things that are actually responsible for the low life expectancy that we have. So it's just an average. So you calculate it based on you sum everybody together and you now put a denominator. So by the time you are having somebody who died at the age of 90, you have somebody who died at the age of 5. 5 plus 90, that is 95, divided by 2. It will come down to what? Like 47.
Simba, I understand what you are saying. See, when you understand that concept, I know that this is majorly health, income, poverty, and all those stuff that they use. But the major thing about life expectancy is the probability of death. Now, where you have high level of insecurity, you can expand the dimension to your input, because this thing, you may decide to go beyond the normal dimensionality that they use, and you may decide to look at factors, because majorly this thing is about death. So what are the major factors that contribute? So you can even include Boko Haram, and you can even include S-Men in some certain situation. I know.
Let me tell you, malaria kills a child every 30 seconds. Every 30 seconds. No, just wait. The Boko Haram, as Boko Haram kill 1 million people, those ones are insignificant. They are insignificant.
I know. I say you can expand.
And you can expand. What I'm now saying is that the contribution,
the factor will not really have much effect. That's what it's
exactly. That's what I'm saying.
It's not as if I do not agree, but when you look at poverty, what does
if
poverty
it's not going to affect it, then why do you have to worry about it? Why do you have to? Because it's not going to change the numbers. I'm not saying
the number of people that the Thomas Frank kill every day in the United States, does it affect their life expectancy? All those gunmen that kill people every day in US. All those cases.
I didn't get that question, Simba. What did you say?
I said those ones, the you can add them, but the contribution is insignificant. That's what I'm saying. All those things that I mentioned.
I'm not arguing that. That's why I said you can expand. I said you can expand your dimensionality. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So you mentioned something about America. I'm just trying to, I don't know. What did you say about America?
I said all those people that die from the gunshot and all those school shooting and all those things.
That's why they fear people like Mike, Babati, who are those American, all those kulata. They fear them well.
No, Thomas just wanted to relocate now. He said he wanted to relocate to US.
Well, I like US, but I prefer to be working.
I reject in Jesus' name. I reject in Jesus' name.
I wanted to hear what you want to say. That's what I'm.
That's that country, man. How can civilian just be walking on the street with a assault rifle? I don't know the kind of country it is. So I come imagine people like Mike now will be military now. Which kind of this thing? Maybe he go the carry armor personnel carry around. That country, man. So wait till be the topic when they talk, sir, before I run.
He's talking about Peter Obi that addressed Tinubu as his president. Then after some time, he deleted it from his tweets.
He's a politician, and so he has not done. He has done what a politician would do. So no big deal. He's just playing the cards. He knows that he's president, but Peter Obi dares not say obedience. I know they do again. He go collect. In fact.
Why they fear them? Why they fear in support? How can a politician be afraid of his?
Is he obedience that will determine his life? What's a coward a man? That's a coward now. That's a coward.
Thomas.
What do you mean coward? What do you mean coward?
He can't stand by his word.
No, what do you mean coward? He's listening to his followers. That's what it means now. Yes, now you the one supporting him. You are not supporting him now. You want him to be behaving in a particular way. His supporters want him to behave in a particular way, so he should listen to you.
Is he not thinking when he wrote those tweets? Is he not thinking in his head? No, Patrick. Is he not thinking in his head when he wrote that tweet that there will be backlash?
He was thinking, but his followers don't want it, so he deleted it.
Maybe they are the one. Maybe they call himself, and he quickly deleted something.
You who is Batify is saying he should keep it, so he should listen to you, and not to
Thomas. Don't forget that disobedient they contributed.
Peter Thomas. I think you call him Peter Thomas.
Yes, now intentionally. Yeah, Peter Thomas. So now the thing is this. They contributed to sponsor him, and say he collected from them. They contributed to take the case to court. He didn't say Now he cannot just wake up and now say, I know they do again. The backlash will be so much. That's just, we just have to accept that fact. So he has to play the politics to the end. But when it's come to our area where we say he need to Ben Johnson to save himself, he will save himself. But at least now, whatever he's doing now, it's not that harmful.
Now it's to one in my place. I want to sleep now. Ola.
Buffett to Canada to affair Canadian. This guy don't go. So
you are speaking French, Ola?
He shock you.
I know you're in Canada. You know you will learn that.
Bilingual now. Sometimes someone can speak fake French, but you think say the person they speak French, so you can speak fake French sometimes too. So, so yeah, today's Canada Day. I think that's why everybody just is to 1 year too. So I've been enjoying this. Even there was something I wanted to contribute the other time. I have even missed that.
They also talking. They also talk about this one senator. No, senator asking for 6th state in the southeast.
No, honestly, I really support. Not only see, I even go beyond that. If you cannot remove the extra one in the northwest, Kuku create 42 states, in the sense that you increase all the region to, because the reason is this, it's not because of anything, it's just because you don't want a region to have absolute control over the others. Just look at what Buhari tried to do in that country. Just assume.
You mean region? You mean geopolitical region?
Yeah, geopolitical zones.
Not region.
Yeah, but Northwest, Northwest has 7 states, right? So because they have 7 states, if you can find a way to give every other region to make them 7-7, because the reason is this, even if you cannot do that, find a way to make sure that the representation at the National Assembly will be such a way that some people will not dominate other, because our own diversity is very aggressive, in the sense that when you have that diversity, you are not using that diversity to factor something like strength. You are using that diversity to behave like we were in those days when Alaafin Oyo will conquer.
You use it to dominate and to suppress others.
To suppress others, and that's terrible. So we don't want that. So if they can have equal number, just imagine now, like if I have my way, for example, I don't want our constitution to spell anything like religion. You now just imagine now, some people like Zamfara and people that area that say, okay, they want Sharia, even though they won't use that Sharia when it comes to political office holder, because Obasanjo once said that in 1977 or 78, that when they were debating the Sharia, he said he now called someone, say, but you won't go to Sharia court. The guy, Obasanjo said, the guy just said, yes, I won't go to Sharia court, but it is politics. So why am I saying this is that some people, they may wake up from the other side of this thing tomorrow, and they can say, okay, we want Sharia everywhere in the country. Some people, they can wake up tomorrow and say, okay, we have some people wandering around, wandering in our bushes, in our forest. So what do? Let's just create a settlement for them in the city and let us settle them there. All those kind of ridiculous things can just happen. So to me, I don't want a situation for any region to dominate others. So if we can do that, then nothing say I listened to one man saying 52 states or 54, whatever. There's nothing wrong there. The only thing is that you can have that, but it depends on the functionality of those states. If the current state we have in Nigeria, if it is such that the power, okay, let me make an example. The regional power was so strong those days that Sir Ahmadu Bello said, no, he will not become the prime minister when he even had the opportunity. that position, that position was not attractive to him than to govern his people. So that's the kind of situation we're looking for. That he sent his own. Tafawa Balewa was supposed to be like his deputy or whatever. I don't know how to say it. So if we have a state, if the current state can be as that strong, that people will focus more on the state rather than fighting for the federal government, I think we will solve our problem to an extent. Even though the some problem will still be there, but if people can just lose interest in going to that center, if people want to concentrate on.
But the reason that you gave, I think, is more tenable as but not for the other reason why some other people are giving just to bring government closer to people and all those things. No, in fact, let me tell you, we are more divided now that we have more states than when we have less states. Giving more states to us and then giving more local government divided us more, and we see our differences more. Let me give you, for example, when Bendel State was Bendel State, the Bendelites, we call them Bendelites that time, they see themselves as one. But now, and see a difference in a Delta person. And the same thing goes like that. Anambra State, remember when was it Odius or Kalu that was asking the Anambrans that are working in Abia State to go back to their states that time? You know, to me, this creating more states actually make us to discover our differences more. But if you look at it from that your reason, say, okay, for equal representation, so that by the time they are taking a critical decision, everybody will have equal votes. I think I will align with that.
Exactly.
But given other reason, it's not a good idea. Believe me.
No, those other reasons you are talking about, I know they finish. Even we go create 1,000 states, people will still say, okay, we still need to create more. I understand. Because if not,
I think I would have prefer if they can even reduce the one that we have now, so that the so-called geopolitical zone can have like 3. Then we are good to go.
See, nothing says we cannot tailor the structure of state after local or municipal or local council or municipality. Because sometimes all these things are just a configuration. You understand? Tomorrow we can say, okay, instead of having governor that duplicate the functions of that duplicate the function of the federal, for example, that look like that of federal, like we can do it like in form of council. You see, nothing says we cannot make a state like a normal council. You know, so or nothing says we cannot make it like a province that will just be coordinating the other local government. So all these things is just a configuration to me. But what is important mostly is where they are altering our constitution, because that place where they can alter our constitution matters. Because like I said, nothing scared me to the point when Buhari wanted to repeal or amended the Land Use Act. At that time, this Audiobe was talking of cattle colony. You know, that time I was so efficient on Facebook. We went in battle. We were fighting ourselves on Facebook. In fact, I love the way I shouted that time, because as I was shouting too, I have a voice. If we didn't shout that time, who knows? Maybe by now, someone will have gone to my father's village and say he belongs to the federal government and take my father's farm and resettle some people in the name of cattle colony, as if cattle is the only business in Nigeria. So when you look at the history of how some people want to conquer other group of people, all those things are supposed to be part of our history. They are supposed to be part of how we make our representation, so that we make, because we say we want to live together. If we want to live together, then some people should not be like slaves, while some people will be like the masters. So we just have to get that in equally.
But Ola, the thing has actually the damage is already done, and I don't think there's a way we can correct it. Let me give you, for example, presently now, look at the landmass being commanded by the so-called northern region. Because the so-called not central, to me, they are not really northern. but they've already, claimed those regions as part of the northern region. Where, for example, now they're having 18 states in the northern, and we're only having how many? Maybe 15 or so in the southern part of Nigeria.
17.
So is it 17? 6 plus 6, that's 12 plus 5. Okay, yes, that's 17. So is there a way we can? So if we give additional one to Southeast, just because of what you say, because if you look at the Southeast, to me, they are not even the one that's supposed to be clamoring for additional seat, because in terms of size and population, they are the smallest. But if you just want to give it based on maybe equal representation, I will agree with you. But if you want to look at other criteria,
But Simba, where will the land come from? Are they going to split the 5 they have now, or they going to
it
steal from
will
other
now have, they will now be like in fact they will have the smallest, because even the whole of Southeast is not even up to the land size. It's about the whole of South is about 200 kilometers square that you can travel in less than 2 hours. The whole of South, you can
3
travel
hours
across
there?
the whole of Southeast.
A state can be 1 hectare square meter, square kilometers, if it's just for the purpose of administrative, your administrative block. It doesn't matter, because like what we're saying is it's just for protection. You don't forget this land things is that when we see even that Southeast we are talking about, we may decide to say, okay, this Southeast, so we want to make 20 states out of it. Like I said, the word state is just a word. The same state now you can convert them to like a local government or some kind of thing within the same. Now, because this type of structure I'm recommending now is that the geopolitical zone will be like the main thing that we are focusing on now. Okay, as we are now, we have 6 geopolitical zone, right? Just because of representation, okay, we want to accept if you want to leave the Southeast the way it is now, but you want to give them now more representative from there, just to balance out others. That is understandable. Then, if you can get to a level, because we need to get to this level, I keep saying something. People think North or people or some states will die. I don't believe in that. The northern region, in North honesty, they are supposed
But Ola, if they don't have more than 5 states, how can you give them more representative? Are we going to just create, like, you know what I mean? That's not possible. Because for your state, we ask for their own. Anambra, we have Jalingo, we ask for more representative.
Okay. If you ask me today now, if possible, in that country today, if you ask me, I don't want more than 1 senator. I don't want more than 1 senator from each state. So, in other words, I'm proposing 36 senators across the board. Or if possible, you can even cancel the Senate and now give it to some notable people that they have, they are reputable. They are reputable. Like maybe you look at Falana, you look at one reputable people in the north. But what I'm saying in general is that make sure that the number coming from each state, each geopolitical zone, they don't outnumber any. They have equal representation. That's exactly what I'm saying. So it simply means that if we are 36, you must have 18 from the south and 18, so that when you are voting, critical voting, you don't say, okay, because we are more than, you now do the kind of voting that will favor your region alone. Because we are not that united. We are not that mature to the point that we, even in an environment like Canada, that they see themselves as one, we still have some kind of grudges. You understand? So we are still not mature to that level because we still think from the lenses of ethnicity and religion in Nigeria. So where you have all those, it is dangerous for a particular region to outnumber other regions. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like I make an example now. Let's assume that we have tomorrow now we have people like Yerima, or people that are even more dangerous than Buhari. We have them in power that say, okay, I want to grab your land by all costs. I will now use the strength of your representation now to now do everything at the National Assembly. Assuming we didn't have Sharaki, because people were saying, "Oh, Sharaki just did this thing," but what Sharaki did, we really need to commend that guy. As bad as we may not like Sharaki, but what he did, the way he revealed, he made note of what those people were achieving. You know, just you have one stream in your village, and someone say, "Oh, water resources," and take over. You understand? So those are the things I'm concerned about. Not even the small land, all those things, all those land. Forget about land. You can always find, even if it's just a street. You can call, if you like, you can call a street. You can call a street a state, as long as they can manage themselves. But at the end of the day, one of the things that can resolve our problem is this: let all the region go and be productive. If every region is productive today, the northern region will be richer than any state and than any region in that country today. It's just because the some of the cook leaders, they have jacked the destiny of their people. Because
you agree that the richest part of Nigeria is actually the northern region.
It's supposed to be northern region. I'm telling you, it's supposed to be the northern region.
They have everything. They have everything.
They have resources, human resources. They have mineral resources. They have land for agriculture. They have everything. So they are not even supposed. Our oil and gas is not supposed to mean anything, because when you talk of hide and skin industry, Kano, Kano has been, Kano didn't just come when Nigeria got independent. Kano has been Asian city that they know for commerce. That's what the center of commerce. They didn't just carve it out of from nowhere. So in an area like Kano now, maybe they were supposed to be our Italian hub for shoe manufacturing. Maybe we should be competing with all those Italian shoes, all those in the exporting, be dominating all those stuff. Cotton, maybe our own cotton today. Maybe we should be competing fairly with India in terms of a textile industry, and they have all those things there. Then if you want to even go to tobacco business, they do that. They have a lot of things. I think they.
What about granite? Forgotten the granite pyramid.
Pyramid, So it's not as if North is that useless the way some people want to paint it. No, it's just because their leaders, they have some rogues leaders that hijack power. But if people like Ahmadu Bello were to see their life, because
I think it's because of free money that everybody is sharing. Because of free money that everybody is sharing. That is why they don't look inward and see what they can do for themselves.
Exactly.
And it's applicable to every part of the country.
We were fortunate to have Awolowo. If you were to pull the like of Fayose and the like of Fayose where they was there in those 20, let me tell you one thing, maybe you and I will not be educated today because there won't be free education. Maybe Pomo is where everybody will be eating. So the northern region was so fortunate to have Ahmadu Bello, even irrespective of how people we like to paint the picture. Some people that will be telling me that Tafawa Balewa drank 27 cups of tea. That thing, I believe that thing until I started looking for information myself. That Tafawa Balewa went to drink 27 cups of tea. All those lies, because those guys were resourceful, just like Awolowo. Awolowo was just a super star among them. But then, when we are talking of Ahmadu Bello, and you are talking of what's the name of this guy in South? Is it Opara or whatever? Those guys.
Opara, yes, Opara.
Those guys, they did good for their country. Okay, look at the universities they built. Tell me any model of universities that can beat them today. OAU.
No.
In
OAU, yeah.
ABU. University in this thing. Then University of Nigeria. Just look at those models. Those guys, they meant well for the country. And if not,
even the one that are building now is not up to the standard of those ones.
It's not up to the standard. You see, I won't lie. When I was angry because I didn't make it to AU that time, it was just the structure. Because the first time in AU, I didn't even know whether I was in Nigeria or somewhere else. And you will see all those structure. You won't even see a crack.
Up till now, they are still like that. So, up till now, they have their own dam. They recycle their water. They do all those things. Up till now.
I know now. So that's why I don't forget those people that brought all those quota system. Because honestly, if I see them, I go use Koboko on them, because that was my dream. They keep my dream there, right? So they keep, because that thing alone caused me some kind of depression for a long time. That's okay, which kind of country is this now? So to me, it's all about getting a leader that's his vision. Like Tinubu now. We have Tinubu now in the Southwest now. We have Tinubu, and people do not appreciate this man. Although it's not everything we should praise Tinubu for. There are some things too that we get wrong as human beings. But people don't want to appreciate this guy. And I think somehow, even if they cannot appreciate him now, they should appreciate him for what he did in Lagos. And I pray that they should not fail us, because if that guy should fail, man, myself, I go run come more for YouTube, honestly. But
no, this is our last chance.
I'm telling you. So I don't pray for that guy to fail.
From now, we need to, that country need to, it's improvement that we need now, because we have already reached the BRS minimum that we can reach.
I'm telling you. Initially we thought we were getting it right when Obasanjo was there. How do I mean? People were returning from overseas to come and be taking big positions in Nigeria. That time people will make yes, so Nigeria is better than the UK now, than America now. People started coming, really. And okay, people that now felt the fear, oh, these people, they were coming and they were jumping ahead of us. Our people too, they will now go back to UK and America to go and quickly get 1 year degree, and we come back to come and get their position. So the competition was going on, and we believe that we arrived this time around. Yar'Adua got to that place. Yar'Adua is not here to defend himself, but I won't forget that major mistake he made in reversing all those petroleum refinery, all those petrochemical refineries.
No, I think I think the problem with those kind of people, the reason why is because the same thing that you say you are not going to blame Peter Obi. When you have a leader that cannot stay by their decision, that can easily be swayed by the demands of maybe people around them, those are the kind of things that you get. That was what made Yar'Adua to reverse that, and that's why I like the way Peter Obi is behaving. Because if he's afraid or he just is obedient supporter, then if he eventually becomes the president of that country, will he be able to take critical decisions that will be able to move our country forward? That's the question.
No, that's it. When they asked Obasanjo about Nigerian Airways, he said, "Oh, but you liquidate." He said, "No." He said, "I killed Nigerian Airways." That's what Obasanjo said, and he now made the story. I think
Obasanjo will take the decision and will say by heat, and that was why he was able to be successful to some extent. But if you was like Jonathan, that he will always agree to everything, people will say this is what they will always agree to. That's not the hallmark of a good leader. As a leader, people take decisions. The people that we have now.
Simba, your network is terrible.
Your network is cutting. Maybe you change direction. Person like OBJ, truly, you ask him a question, we stand by it. Even there was an unfortunate question they asked him about Odi, and the guy immediately his countenance changed, and he told them that, okay, you send your soldier to somewhere, your officers, those people that you are supposed to use to maintain law and order, and some people, they're paying them. He now put the question to the uncle: if you were in my situation, what will you do? You allow your country to burn down? Or what will you do? Tell me, what will you do? And the guy quiet. So Obasanjo is not someone you sway, you just sway around just for you to say you want to have your way. No, that's not Obasanjo for you. Those are the type of leaders we have. I never believe for once that we will get it wrong from 2017 to 2000, and that's truly I have this grudge against Jonathan too. If you want to ask me, arguably, I would say they rigged that election against Jonathan. And Jonathan too didn't even know how to stand his ground. No, despite how bad Jonathan was that time, it is my opinion, I could be wrong. I believe Nigeria could have been better than where we are today if Jonathan didn't hand over to Buhari. Because at the end of the day,
Are you sure? If you are going with that trajectory that Jonathan was going that time, you think it will not be worse than Buhari?
That's why I say I could be wrong. You know, there's a reason why I said, because there are some metrics that I use to measure that, okay, maybe it could have been better. Because number
I
one,
think Jonathan docility is worse than that of Buhari docility, though, believe me. That Jonathan was not just in control at all.
If Buhari is all about docility, I doubt there will be the problem. It's all about the multi-dimensional stealing under this man. And this man that called himself
but it was the same under Jonathan also.
No, it was the same under Jonathan, but you know the type of corruption that was going on under Jonathan was like, Jonathan seems to love the militants by giving them contract to guide all those stuff. It's more of you are distributing our money. Maybe should I say senselessly? I don't know. Sorry if that word is too big. It's too bad, you know, to some group of people, right? But in this Jonathan era, is like what I'm saying is this. It's like it was more of mismanagement under Jonathan than the real people stole money, no doubt about that, especially this woman. I never expected woman to be that to be chief robber like that.
Somebody that bought brazier, ordinary brazier that worth millions of dollars. Brazier.
Although
don't believe those stories, though. Don't believe those stories. It
was just propaganda to discredit all those guys, really, because I read it that it was false. You know,
this Adiola released a video on that.
Adiola
don't take Adiola's program for
Adiola can make mistake. Now Adiola supported Buhari to power now, and to the Buhari to the president. Now you see what he did. So it's human being like us too. So the thing is this: they were just using those things to discredit.
And I used to watch the lady, but eventually I just,
So
she's not as popular like before again.
No. The moment you started, showing your biases when you lose your credibility.
The lady trial his followers done the approach 1 million now. If I'm not getting it wrong,
it lost some intellectuals like us. It's not because it wasn't supporting Tinubu or no, but when you started not really being objective, that's when your credibility will start going into, dustbin.
And I think she diversified too. I think she diversified too. So
during the election, if you see what she was showing out, the information she was passing around, you could tell that she has a favorite and all that. And most of the time, when you are in diaspora, most of the news you hear are stale news and already embellished. So the chances of it being diluted and all that is very high. And that was where she lost me. I used to watch her show, especially the sarcastic or satirical content of it. Then used to endear me to his show. But when I realized that,
I think if there's any case against Tinubu, I think it's better they give the mandate to either Showore or Adewale. The two other candidates are not capable of running that country. Believe me. Not to be that is afraid of the obedience that will not give the Nigerian. Then we'll be afraid of everybody.
When you box yourself, this is the problem of populists. Most of the politicians usually start out as a populist, and to appeal to the pain and yearning of people. So when they start out that way, they come across as someone that is different from the pack, And then when they set out, they realized that governance is quite difficult. It's a very, very huge task. Now, and another thing, you box yourself into a corner because now you have the Talakawas, the people as your weapon, and that same weapon can be turned against you because you have to maintain that status 24/7. No room for error. You cannot make mistake because if you do, you will lose that credibility. You will lose that weapon will be reduced. So what can you do is to continue to maintain status so that you still be able to have the same followership, you know. So, and for him to have deleted that tweet, just like Atiku Abubakar deleted the tweet when
that was why I said the two of them. Now that was why I said the two of them.
But Simba Adewale, I was bringing the two tweets together. Rational Mind just came at me as if I don't even have brain. I don't know what I'm talking about.
You know Rational Mind that it doesn't want anybody to say anything against Obi. You know now. That's why we always come at.
You see my opinion about Obi. See, you said you would prefer that country to be handed over to Shuwore or Adewale. See, we've seen what Buhari did now. Naturally, people believe that Buhari is a good leader. We do this, we do that. But we've seen that Buhari only performed because he was supervised. And we've seen this when he was the one controlling. Now we see the difference. You see, what Adewale and Shuwore were saying is more of Enodun Rufo. You can use mouth to tell people how to cook, how to see. Have you not seen some professor that will teach how to design?
Yeah, you're a bad guy. Ola, you're a very bad guy. You got those guys. No, I had that belief also. Believe me, I share with you. I share that belief also.
I've managed a team too. I have failed as a team manager and I've succeeded as a team manager, so I know what I'm saying. Funny enough, so
Manchester United will manage in Chelsea.
I'm a Chelsea fan anyway. I'm not talking of football. So the thing is this. The thing is this. You know, when people like Adewale and this guy, as they talk as if they will just be pushing the National Assembly around, and as tough as Obasanjo was, he didn't get his way with the National Assembly. Buhari, even with his Kaba, he didn't get his way with the National Assembly. So I don't know when people say, "Oh, this is," even from the get-go, when Shuwore was already talking of how he was going to increase minimum wage to 100,000. Fantastic. Very sweet.
But Ola Peter, you said he will run a government of the people now. National Assembly is not going to be matter. Government of the people.
The guy, but yet it's still like a century ahead of Obi. See, if there's anybody, I know that they won't take that power away from Tinubu. If there's anybody to take over that I think can do something, but I don't rate to be like Tinubu. That's just the difference.
Peter Obi, so I don't understand that. He said he will.
I don't want Atiku there because the Buhari Kaba is still hanging around. They can capture this thing. So Obi that we are talking about, Obi will manage that country better than Shuwore or all those things you are talking about. He has the experience. That experience that he had before, whether as imperfect as it may be, he can always build upon it. So to me, we should not even be talking of Shuwore and Adewale when we talk about Peter Obi. No. They are not even close. They are not close at all. So to me, they won't take it from Tinubu. I'd be surprised if they take that power away from Tinubu and give to Obi. That means that everybody should go and sleep and rest. That means in Nigeria.
But why are we even dreaming? Why are we dreaming? That is a dream.
Because exactly. So to me, because
That's a dream.
I don't think it will happen because I've listened to lawyers. I'm not saying it just because I know, but because I've listened to lawyers and I've listened to the basis and I've listened to how those people that want the power, how the lawyers they've been twisting everything. From what I've seen, from what I've heard from the like of Ogbeni and some other lawyers, I think it's very difficult for that thing to be up because everything they are talking about is not they are not significant enough to cancel that election. So if they are not significant enough to cancel that election, so how will they give it to Obi? You understand? But let's assume that it happened. They want to give it to anybody at all. At all. I think the next credible person is Obi. Even though I know all those, forget about those drama. The next person, when you say the credibility of managing, that can manage that country, is Obi. That's for me. Because Atiku, I see Atiku as
I think
another cover.
where you will have problem is the politics out of governance. You will have issue with that. In terms of managing resources, I don't think you will have problem with that. But managing that space of politics is where gives me concern about Obi. You need to have a political will and political capital to be able to carry out some of his plan. Because if you don't have that gut, your ability to be able to say, you know what, yes, I prefer to lose this, but at the same time, I want to achieve this aim or this goal. If you don't have that, you want to be a pacifier, then you're going to have problem. And trust me, there
If
are
you
a
want
lot of
to be Mr. Nice to everybody.
if you are every political should I say power block represented one way or the other always appeased by the incumbent because you just want to make sure that you have they give you easy passage. If not, you'll be having a problem. I mean, look at the electricity today up to this moment. The number of our amount of money federal government pumped into that sector, we still could even a super minister was appointed to that sector, and yet he couldn't turn it around because of
In fact, Adewale electricity that you mentioned now it made me remember something that happened in my village when I went for this Salah. It has gotten to the extent that the distribution company, they are now having discussion with villagers on how much they will pay for electricity. They are not the one negotiating that, okay, we will pay. And there was a time I raised this issue that Ola and Co got at me. I said, Nigerians, can they afford
I wish it can
24/7
happen. That
electricity?
can happen in Lagos.
You understand? Nigerians, can they pay for 24/7 electricity? I think the answer is no. They cannot.
They can.
How? How do you think they can?
You see, I always use the telecom as an example of how things can be done in Nigeria. There was a time in that country where it was only possible for the big men to subscribe for, what do you say, prepaid. No, not prepaid.
Telephone line.
Yeah, telephone. Even get telephone line becomes a luxury. But after what do you call that? Glow got involved. Eventually, Glow. Sorry, I'm playing PS5. That's why. All those kids always beat me anyway. So what is the point? And on top of that, they will be abusing you and cursing you as if you. Anyway, but when indigenous company come into the equation, was able to have a level playing ground for everybody. Today now, it's easier to get a line. I know they've recouped their money, but
but I'm talking about the cost.
I understand.
The cost of electricity in Nigeria runs in the billions, and if they put it together, I don't think average Nigerian can pay for that cost.
You have less when you have smaller number of participants. It's always come that way, but when you have higher number of participants, it becomes less expensive, and that is
Exactly.
the
Scale. Where you have the scale.
Let's say
yeah.
in the West, for example, let's say the amount each of us pay here, even in America, because here, one bedroom, you're paying at least $100 and something for electricity. Let's say, okay, we want that same service in Nigeria. How many Nigerians can pay $100 and something a month for electricity?
But for a start, people will pay as long as that service is available. They will pay. They won't mind paying.
Only for those that can afford it.
Those who can
I'm
afford it. And I
telling
tell
you
you,
that even if Adewale, I'm telling you the
But most
little that they are
most can't
getting
afford it.
now, they don't even want to pay. That is the issue.
See, it is the way it's being planned out here in America. See, yesterday I got an email, right, that Texas is one stupid state that because they want to save energy, that they will, because my thermostat is connected to the internet, so they are going to control my air condition remotely. So if you put it, my air condition usually stay at 74 or 74, 75. But for those who put it at 60 something,
Degree Fahrenheit.
yeah, they will,
Okay.
Fahrenheit. They usually increase it for them because during the day, and they put a timeline where they will increase it from.
So they want to be controlling it for you. It's not you. So you are not even comfortable. You don't have a control over it.
If you have a thermostat that is connected to the internet, they will control it for you. They will from places they won't have to even inform you. They will. So every household, they check your meter remotely. They don't have to come to your house.
Exactly.
Okay.
See,
because when I moved to my new house, I challenged them that why would they give me the bill? I barely connected to their this thing, and they give me a humongous bill, and I was challenging it. Guess what they did? They went and printed the first man. Even up to the water bill, they will. Yeah.
Adewale, funny enough, all those things you mentioned, they are not that difficult. See,
they are not.
If our telecommunication guys, they are doing what Disco are doing today, right? People too will not want to pay for telephone services. They will want to find shortcuts. They will want to do this. Even though they see have it, and you see some people even say find a way to say they want to get free data. Some people still hack into the system. Look, the problem with that country is this: NEPA, PSTN, and now Disco, they've been thief for a very long time. They are stealing from the people. How do I mean by stealing from the people? In the sense that the services you are not providing, you are getting the money from those people. It is normal for people to revolt. Action and reactions are equal and opposite. So that Newton's law, it has always been. You say even àwọn àgbàlagbà wá sọ pé òkúta bá sọmọ pẹ̀lọpẹ̀ sọmọ yàn ni. You see, it's what you are doing to the people, and people are now reacting.
And our taste too in Nigeria.
If you want to do the right thing, like they say they want to be putting meter on top of pole now. Do you know if you do all those things, you successfully reduce this thing? So there's a way. It is for you to go and find some kind of bus bar. Maybe you are going to put your bus bar underground. I now put a meter unit around that place. That from there you feed every house. It could be difficult for people to just come to where you this thing to come.
You know the number of jobs that will be created for those people doing retailing, selling it to people.
Exactly.
That means they have to change the kind of meter they are using now, change it to the one that will be able. We still have a long way to go. It's just that
the kind of meter they are using now, you can even load it on your phone.
Prepaid, right?
I used to
yes,
meter
prepaid.
before I left Nigeria, so prepaid meter was what I was using.
No, maybe the one that you are using was the one with card.
I have one question. All these countries in Africa, is it true that, like Ghana, is it true that they have 24-hour electricity? And if it's true, then how are they doing it?
What is their population, my brother? How big is
Ghana used to have?
How big is Republic of Benin? That is not even up to.
No, that was before.
My brother.
Well,
Ola, that was before.
I said they used to.
And it was even for a short period. It was They celebrated 1 year one time, but after that, everything, the way you are looking at Ghana, you know, there was a time they demonstrated in Ghana that because of their economy, Ghana is not finding it easy now. They are not finding it easy at all.
Don't have 24 electricity anymore.
In fact, I have a guy that used to work for me. He heard about Ghana, and two of them, they ran to Ghana. They are back in Nigeria now. And the story they were telling me, I met them 3 days ago. It was not a palatable story.
What happened there?
No, because they heard that Ghana is good and everything. So the two of them, they were working for me in my farm. And the two of them I just paid them that month's salary.
No, I'm talking about the electricity
disappeared.
part. The electricity. No, I know Ghana is a shit too. I'm just talking about the electricity thing that keeps
Everything is that's about maintenance now. It's about maintenance.
24
no, the so-called 24 hours. The so-called 24 hours then was not as if it's something that they have maintained for long now. It was just a year they celebrated, and that one's just stuck to the brain of Nigerians. And then Nigerians started carrying it. Ghana, they're having 24 hours.
So they don't really have 24 hours like
No.
I'm not even sure the entire
1 year
10,000 megawatts. I'm not sure. I don't know because I don't even the thing is, it's a function. A lot of things goes into that too now. I think it's a function of a population, so many things. So the cost of, although I know mismanagement is responsible for most in Nigeria too. So
I think we are not keeping pace. Our infrastructure is not keeping pace with our population growth, and that's major problem that we have.
Because it was lack of proper planning.
Yes. Even our revenue is not increasing with our population, and so I don't know what we can do about that. Everything that we are talking about, we have to think about how we generate more revenue in that country now, because we have a very severe deficit of infrastructure. Believe me.
Sorry, let me pass one information. The entire Ghana has installed capacity of 5,300 megawatts. And even Nigeria
what is the population of Ghana?
I think about 30 million, if I get it right.
That's just like Lagos State alone.
And I think Nigeria has already installed capacity of around 14,000 megawatts. The problem is evacuation, right?
It's evacuation, yes.
So there's nothing to compare anyway. There's nothing to compare between Ghana.
But their own 5,000 to 30 million is better than our own 14,000 to 200 million.
You know what is funny?
I agree.
Why do we back more on a hydro-powered system? Why can't we diversify and go for something different?
No, we have thermal, we have gas. We have thermal now. We have thermal, we have hydro.
Okay. What about nuclear?
The Egbe station, they are using gas there now. In fact, I think we have more electricity being generated from gas now more than hydroelectricity.
We can use coal too to power, can't we?
But I don't know why they abandoned that. I don't know why they abandoned it.
I know the environmentalists will want to kick against that simply because it's not in compliance with the new world order now. But it's,
remember, we are going to buy those set turbine too, right? So if those people are no longer manufacturing, that means we are out to buy the old one, which is not advisable. But gas turbine is more effective.
They might not even sell it to us. They might not even sell it to us.
The Siemens project, which one are they? Is it which one it is? Is it
gas? It's gas.
But it's yet to take off too. Money has gone into the basket too, and yes, to man. I just believe that when you have an open market to operate.
In fact, it was even this morning that I was reading something about. I don't know that this group that still existing, this Odra group
of
companies. I don't know that they are still existing.
Nigeria has a total generation capacity of 16,384 megawatts.
16,000.
Yeah, but
it's still very small compared to that population. How many? Wait, what is still getting to the grid? What is getting to the grid is still less than 6,000.
If you utilize this 16,384 megawatt, honestly, we won't be talking of a 33% unemployment.
Yeah.
All those Unilever that ran to Ghana, they will come back to Nigeria because.
Oh, so Unilever is no longer in Nigeria.
They ran to Ghana.
They are no longer now.
So
Unilever left to Ghana. Then Dunlop left also to Ghana.
Dunlop is not in Nigeria too. Oh yeah, they've been gone for a long time.
So what we need to do in Nigeria is that if they put all this megawatt, assuming that these megawatt are in the hands of private investors, in a fully regulated,
and that is what I want to. That is the information I want to give you. Now that was why I mentioned this Odua. They said they are going to invest in, and they want to use it for the Yoruba state. The Odua group of companies, they want to invest in this new electricity.
Yeah, I would rather they don't do that because if you look at it now, Southwest is more or less like the most highly developed in the entire country, and thank God for Awolowo that started this vision of making sure the Southwest is economically stable and all that. But if you don't extend that to the other part of the country, the country will continue to experience migration to the region, to the Southwest region, and it's going to, cause imbalance in the population ratio to because at the end of the day, infrastructure will not be able to accommodate, and you
thinking of this migration you're talking about, when this thing began, when others started migrating in mass, some Yoruba social contract, some group were saying, we have to do something about not to stop them, but to make sure it cater for the actual Yorubas, all those kind of things. And we have some those are Yoruba that are saying, let's not do that. We slowly watch some ethnic group taking over market.
Look at Lagos State now. Lagos State has to spend double or triple to cater for the people that
and Mike, they are not increasing allocation of Lagos State, so because these people are coming to Lagos, so
they
are not increasing it.
Well, but when we start talking about all these things, some Yorubas will jump in and say, "Why
even creating local government was a problem." So, and here in America, even the local area that I stay, I found out that the utilities provided in this area where I stayed are being monopolized. Even up to the cable provider, only one company was allowed to run their cable around these estates. Not just this estate, as other estates around this place too. The electricity, in fact, you are limited to certain number of companies that you can use. However, I realized that the zip code where I live is more or less like a middle class area, so everything is expensive. I don't even buy things around here because I'm not white. I'm not a white person. But what I found out is that barely 2 years moving into this area, I got an email and letters that says that everything is going to the price that we pay for those utilities will be increased. Now, whether I use electricity or I don't use it, I'm bound to pay $50 every month. I must pay, and
that is cost of subscription now.
Yeah, the $50 is mainly for the what is used to run their pipe, and
maintenance charge.
I told that even the what do you call this thing that they run underground, the pipe. What do you call it? I forgot the name again. How am I always forget for these days?
Cable.
No. For sewage and all that. That we are going to pay for that pipe and all those cable, everything. We will pay for it for a very long time before they started easing off on the price, because we are more or less like the first new owners of the property around.
It's like you want to the investor want to recoup his money from you people. That's what it means.
3 of those utility companies has written to us now that they are going to increase their price, right? So whether you like it or not, you have no choice, and you have kids at home. You yourself need the internet to work, from time to time. And at the end of the day, you have no choice than to subscribe to them because they are the only one available. But it's available, and we won't mind paying because we needed it. So if light is made available to Nigerians were very, even though we may try to live a little bit simple life, but we like to live life to the fullest. We will pay for that service. We will pay for that commodity if it is readily available. But I believe with, open market system, the price after some time will go down and people will be able to enjoy it more. But at least let it be like that instead of just government controlling everything, government need to run this, run that. For crying out loud, it doesn't work. It's more or less like even in a socialism system, everything is not controlled by government. And I've never seen where everything is controlled by government that is successful. Never. It's always about one thing goes on down and you pick another one. For crying out loud.
Not even in our environment.
At all.
Because we
At
are too
all.
polarized for that.
At all.
When we people will even see it as their share of national cake.
Competition bring innovation. Competition bring healthy. Healthy competition. Rivalry brings the best out of people. Because look, competition affects price, right? And before you know it, innovation will come. This electricity we are talking about, if private individuals, multinational companies come in, they put their money, then they begin to, because unlike here in America, if you don't like company here, you go to company B, and both of them are sourcing their the service from the same provider, but they have a scale of how they put the price across to their customer. One where they would dangle one thing, for in front of you for you to subscribe and all that. So every competitive bring innovation, and it brings build economy. And to me, Nigeria will pay regardless whether it's expensive or not expensive. They will pay. After all, we started with that.
At least they will, even if you use what you can pay for. So it's not necessary that you must. It's so that because presently there's a lot of wastage. You get to a community, you don't even need to enter your eye before you know there's light, because people will just on the light down, and you see even in the afternoon they will not off it. So there's a lot because they know that.
The only thing you can find on in my house is the refrigerator. Then as I speak to you now, I'm using LED light that I plugged to my computer. Nobody is putting on light. You switch off your light, because
let me even shock
we are
you.
talking of bill of over $400. What am I even talking about? It's bill of about $500 a month. You know what it means. So I'm not
even
talking of telephone. No, I'm talking of.
Let me even shock you. Even in Nigeria now, because I use prepaid in my house. Yesterday, I said I want to bath. I want to on the heater in my bedroom. You know what my wife said? He said, "No, don't on that heater. Let me go and use gas to warm water for you." That is because she's the one that will pay, because I give her money monthly. And that is another way of controlling woman. If I'm the one buying it, she will not take like that too. But since the money is coming from my own pocket, whatever I give her, that's what she need to ration. You understand? So she said, "No, don't put on that heater."
The company that I subscribe to here, they told me that if I use 1,000 watts monthly, that I will that they will refund me $100. But
1,000 watts is too small. Adewale, 1,000 watts.
Is it 1,000 watts?
No, it can't be one. It cannot be 1,000 watts.
Kilowatts, right? That's how you measure it, not watt. Kilowatt. Light bulb use watts, right? So it's kilowatt, right?
KW.
Yeah, it's kilowatt. So, but we never use 1,000 kilowatts in my household.
Maybe they want to push you to get to that, so that
they
they
want
not
to
say.
make sure that I've turned that light on for, and by the time you get to 1,000, you're already in kill mode. In fact, that $100 will be useless because you'll be paying through your nose. I mean, I've had cases where I've used maybe 400 kilowatts in a month. During the summer, we use almost 600, 700 because we don't always stay at home. Everybody will
And
be
because
at
that's when you
school,
use
work.
AC now.
Yeah, well, I even have somebody now, going to school, and we make sure we leave the air condition on whenever it goes to school from home. So maybe that is the only time that it will change. But other than that, during the cold weather, our bills stay, the same. But I expect it that, because it's even, I don't know. I have choice. I could go to any company tomorrow and sign with another one if I don't want this to change.
Adewale, we have to shut down 10 hours sharp.
You always shut down. You always do that.
Well, we have to shut down. But to be candid, if people
excuse me, I had to come on.
Adewale,
Don't get me.
what are you doing here?
Diwali Ola, I think it's time we get rid of Thomas. I don't get this. Just interrupting people and say it is okay and it's up there.
Let's fix election dates.
No, I can see Babati is already campaigning in the comment section against Thomas. He's already campaigning against Thomas.
Only Ijoba
No problem.
Lieutenant Brigadier Thomas.
I'm sacking everybody. Everybody's sackable. I'm sacking everybody.
Even the owner of the show said, "Hold on, okay, I'm listening to you."
And you guys, that we now have Kabas in this woman platform. We also have Kabas.
No, now Thomas Kabas. That was wrong pass. Thomas Kabas, wrong pass. Some people.
Now we have Kabas.
When Thomas is in control.
Oh my God! Which Kabas do you belong to?
Rational mind, Ajale Koko. They are one Kabas. They are one Kabas.
No,
I like that.
In fact, those ones safe. Because man doesn't have control over them.
Oh my God!
Somebody said in the comment section that it's only Lagos State. Southwest is not developing anything. Please, you people should stop all the open line. It's only Lagos and Sango Ota. Well, Baba Sango, Babati, that is close to Lagos, and you know why.
So Lagos State is not Southwest. Ota is not Southwest.
Your state is not Southwest. That is developed.
It's not Southwest.
Ondo State is not Southwest.
I traveled to Akure. When was that last time I traveled to Akure? I couldn't believe my eye. Not the same Akure that I know in the 80s and early 90s. Even Oshogbo, just right there, Oshogbo, Osho said that was created in 1996.
No, Aregbesola did well in Oshogbo. Oshogbo before
if you have
on the road, I work in Adekiti in the around 2001, 2002. That time we used to go and eat pounded yam at Fajuyi. Everywhere has changed.
The nonsense bridge Uncle Faroshe built was just nonsense. That bridge served no purpose at all.
But Diwali, is that the kind of change we are looking for? Has it changed for the better?
No, it has transformed. I mean, you see more
just
migration of people to the center, to the capital.
We made that mistake. People move somewhere is one thing. But what is the quality of the building? What kind of city planning do you have there? What kind of business are you having? This is the kind of thing that I want us to discuss. All these people are like gone until it doesn't mean anything.
People are building houses in Agro.
Babati, what people use as development, let me tell you, what people see as development is the expansion. But the expansion, there's no infrastructure to match that expansion. That's the problem. And our villages are getting depleted every day. That's the problem.
Back in the days, we used to have a neighbor that worked in the Ministry of Water Corporation back then. Back in the days, once you start hearing that one area is developing, you start hearing, they go to run pipes down there, blah blah. Like it's part of the thing. Like you know, if you go somewhere, they must get that power line to you in that area. If anything grow gone, we must start planning.
No, you be the one doing everything for yourself. You be the one doing everything for yourself. Government don't do that.
What kind of development?
The only thing they would do is to provide the layout and tell you this is the way the road, this is where the hospital is supposed to be. But they will not bring light for you. They will not even construct the road for you. They will not bring water for you. Nobody is nobody. What they used to do now is that they contract this sewage, this thing out to private contractors. So they put this drum in front of everybody's house. So they will come and be picking it. And you pay maybe, the money is not much, less than 1,000 naira every month. That's what they collect.
Not sure. Before you here,
we need to have a soak away now. All this stuff. There's no soak away anymore. People just.
I don't know if you've ever traveled to countryside here in America. For those of us that lives in the South, we understand, how country is. In fact, I've been to some remote part of the countryside.
Like Louisiana, man. That's like Nigeria.
Even here in Texas, Babati, there are some places. You know all those sundowns town. You know what I mean? Those places that you say you wonder if ghosts actually live in this city. I mean this town, or because you will say human being doesn't live in this town, and yet they have sewage, they have pipe-borne water, they have electricity. All right. So I wonder why Nigeria cannot electrify or run pipe. We used to have pipe-borne water in the street, even though we have some that decided, that brings to their own home, and we also have some that are being.
Even though the leakage can be 1,000 liters can be wasted, but we still have them. I remember them.
Thomas, back then, those houses, you literally will build your house and you have a pipe outside for people to drink water. You will have one for public. They are walking up and down. They can just
even the Ministry of Water Resources.
Even as early as even the early 90s, even in the Ilorin here, we don't have buckets. We used to fetch water directly from the tap. And the thing with the pressure will be so much that I can even get to 2-story upstairs. I use it to shower.
Yes, we live in 2-story then. The pressure gets up.
Thomas, will you believe if they told you that pure water will become a thing in Nigeria? Everybody was tap now. It was like tap water.
Yeah. You know the funniest thing for we that even grew up in the bush, let me put it that way. When you're out of school and you are going home, they usually say this ice cream. It's not ice cream per se. They will put color stuff in the water.
Yes. I remember. Yes. Colored water now with sugar. They will put inside nylon. Yes. They put inside nylon.
To cool off on our way going. Save all your covers.
They have the iced one now. It's called a
fine nice. No, those ones they use all these small balls. This we call it dekumagolo that they used to use. That one has some biscuits now. They have like a biscuit that they will put all those things on. No, that one is real ice cream.
Those ones. If anyone that bought that one, they are rich person. We always buy the nylon yodi, the ice cream.
That is the only ice water that I used to know.
That's Indogi now.
Depends on where you live.
You know the cookies they call Ereke Bagia.
One day, I was here at home and I was dreaming the day I would drink. You know this fine yogurt that they sell in Lagos, the one you would drink and you go to the toilet immediately.
Okay, yes.
I was daydreaming that I would drink that thing when I get to Lagos. I was daydreaming about Gala. For real. See, I was daydreaming when I traveled to Nigeria last time I was
But
in Nigeria.
finance, it's been long that I saw finance. I don't think they still exist in Nigeria again.
It's still there. It's still there.
Guess
It's
what?
still there. I drank. I took one when I went to Nigeria.
It's bicycle. It's bicycle. They used to distribute those things.
Bicycle.
Very common
It's
feature in
still
Lagos
there.
then. You know what?
It's still there.
Bicycle and Uncle Sam.
I stopped to buy one. I regretted. Hey, yeah, I shit that day. You know, the taste looked like a sour milk. And I was like, is it not the same fine yogurt that I used to drink that I was so much in love with? But
guys, I have to shut down there. We can talk in the backstage.
Okay.
My guy is telling me I should shut it down. 10 hours, yeah. Thank you, guys. Don't leave.
What
Yes.
is this thing up by this time that is calling you?
No, my organa, you know. I'm Emefiele. I'll have to listen to the Buhari. I'm the Emefiele.
It is
When
necessary.
Buhari talks, Emefiele listen.
One thing I did was that I went to Antonio. Okay, I shattered. You know this. What do you call it? Ipekere, plantain chips. Woo! Those one with pepper. I bought enough. But a friend of mine that lives in Columbus, in Ohio, went to Nigeria. In fact, bought a whole pack of gala for me, a whole box of gala.
Wow.
I took some to work. I gave some of my co-workers that are Nigerian. They're just looking at me like,
But gala is nonsense
You know,
now.
but
There's no
Adewale,
way
we
gala
are the same. Anytime I want to travel, those are the things that I will stock
in
it.
fact, I
Because
cherish it more than anything.
believe me,
Guys,
that Ipekere is
let
I
me
cannot
shut
do
down.
without Ipekere. I cannot do without
Let
that
me shut down.
Ipekere.
Yeah, you can
You
shut
Let
can
me
down.
shut
shut down.
down. Well, leave us at the background.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to speak to shut down. Yeah, thank you, guys. We'll see you next. Carry the conversation in the comment section. I said peace. Yeah.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Ọlọ́run má jẹ́. They say me meet them for airport road Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know? Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. I know. Yaya Bello máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know? GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. We know. GYB máa ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya. You Yaya. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́. Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.